Hello. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Ubuntu Summit 2022. Very happy to see you all here. Also very happy to welcome the audience tuning in from home. So we have a long day ahead, so let's get started. Our first talk is from Filip Kavish, a community leader at Canonical.
Good morning, everyone. Did you have a great time last evening? Yeah. I hope everyone who got a delayed flight or arrived a little bit later had a good night's sleep. Are you excited for this week? Yeah. You took a long trip on you for that level of excitement? Come on. Let's try this again. Are you excited? Wow. I'm impressed. So welcome to the very first Ubuntu Summit. I'm really happy to see you all here, and also quite excited about how many people are joining us remotely. I want to talk to you today a little bit about why we're holding the Ubuntu Summit and how we got there. When I joined Canonical earlier this year, Ubuntu Summit was but a concept. We knew we wanted to get the community together, and we knew it was the right time is now. Ubuntu has such a vast ecosystem, and we're well aware the only way to build large-scale open source software is to do it together. Now, how do you do that when it's not just one product that you stand for, but you rely on the passion and dedication of many others in the ecosystem? We have upstream projects that provide the desktop experience that's most visible. We have a number of downstream distributions that have found their niche and are exploring ways to make Ubuntu better. We have people who are passionate about translating into their language, and others who would like to customize their experience. We have hardware vendors and software companies who are building their success on Ubuntu. There are many more examples than I could possibly count right now, but they all have something in common. They believe in Ubuntu's success. Now, how do you get such a diverse group behind a common purpose to strive for improvement? We can certainly collaborate through bug trackers and mailing lists and forums, sync our releases or contribute to each other's projects. Each project within the ecosystem could certainly just, celebrate their wins and call it a day. But the larger the ecosystem grows, the more there's tension, fragmentation, and inevitably disagreement. You might quickly find yourself in an argument because someone is wrong on the internet. Others might be dismissive just based on your affiliation. But we cannot let that get in the way of our common purpose. We need to remind ourselves about the spirit of Ubuntu, showing care and concern for our neighbors. We all are, because we are. By having you all here today, all the people around the world participating remotely, we as a group are about to write the next chapter in community collaboration. This week, you will hear individual stories that will blow your mind. You will have conversations that extend beyond the scope of what you or your company are working on. You will tear down the walls between competitors. You will create friendly bonds that will outlast your current field of interest, or reconnect with those whose advice and guidance you've appreciated in the past. Even just this is a great reason to hold an Ubuntu Summit, getting together. But what really led us to create the Ubuntu Summit is an urge to get better together. So we set out on a journey to create an event that is crafted entirely about the most important part of the Ubuntu community, you. We wanted to create an amplifier for great ideas to get you excited about what's happening in the ecosystem. This will ultimately lead to everyone here achieving more. So talk to each other about your ideas, disagree with each other just to find a solution that's even better. So, show of hands, who in this room is at an Ubuntu Summit for the first time? Not everyone. Really, has there been an Ubuntu Summit somewhere between the last UDS and now that I didn't know of? Oh man. Okay, so what about the UDS? Who's been at the UDS? Nice. I want you all to remember these people. They hold the historical knowledge that will be valuable in conversation. To make smart decisions in the future, it's important to understand where we come from. Looking back over the past 10 years, Ubuntu has changed, as has its community. 10 years ago, you might have gotten together with your friends to set up an Ubuntu server in your basement, iron out the driver settings, and hack together support for that weird peripheral that your friend Dave bought from Radio Shack. Anyone remember the QCat? It was a great toy, I loved it. But times have changed. You can get an Ubuntu with just a few clicks in the cloud. Community is much less about the operating system itself, and even more about all the amazing things you can do on Ubuntu. Ubuntu is the #1 choice for data scientists worldwide. Ubuntu runs on an astonishing number of servers and IoT devices that make your life a lot easier. There's a whole ecosystem around various ways to make Ubuntu accessible through desktop environments. When we're thinking about community, we therefore need to shift our thinking. When you think about what it is you're exceptionally good at, why is Ubuntu the #1 choice? And with that, I don't mean singing Bohemian Rhapsody yesterday at the karaoke bar. Though, even so, maybe Ubuntu Studio is your #1 choice there. Now think about what isn't quite working well. Little did you know, you've just taken the first small step towards community contribution. Look around you. There are more incredibly smart people in this room that might have just been thinking the same thing. Imagine what the power of collaboration can do to solve these issues. But you will only know if you get together and talk about it. This week is your chance. I'd like you all to use this time to not only learn about some of the interesting things happening with Ubuntu and the open source technology, but also to get together and think about one small thing that you can do to make Ubuntu better. When you're standing together in a group, leave some space for someone to join the conversation. You might just have an expert join you with the missing piece of the puzzle. When we began thinking about how to map out these 3 days of sessions, we knew we'd be getting some good talk submissions. What we didn't know is the overwhelming amount of amazing content we'd receive. If we accepted everything we wanted to, we'd be here for 2 weeks. Anyone who's been at a company event for 2 weeks certainly knows what that feels like. To me, this shows how much passion you all have about the different ways to use Ubuntu and open source. You have so many amazing stories to tell, so please tell the world about what it is that drives you, and together we will succeed. Before we get into some of the highlights for the week, I wanted to give Mark a chance to tell us more about a thing called UDS and provide his perspective on the Ubuntu Summit. But first, let's get a round of applause for those who are making the Ubuntu ecosystem exceptional. All of you.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. How's this working? Can you hear me at the back okay? What a treat to be here in Prague with all of you. Thank you for making the trip. It is my greatest pleasure to host you here, and I'm extremely excited for what we're going to be talking about, what we're going to achieve, and what we're going to enable other people to do with open source. I want to start by thanking the people who got us here, so Mauro and Philip. But behind Mauro and Philip, there's also Britt, who was on that team and set up a lot of the infrastructure that we use to coordinate what we're going to do. And on the EA team, we had Jay and Sarah, who for many of you handled the logistics of getting you here. So please just give them a quick round of applause just for getting this thing going. We have people here from at least 37 different countries. And I find that just wonderful, right? That the open source and technology and the internet are making the world flat. And by that, I mean, in a very fundamental way, they're making the world fair, right? It was an extraordinary thing to me to see the spread of innovation that was powered by open source, right? It was extraordinary to see. When I grew up, innovation happened in a very few places in the world, right? There were some famous places, and it always seemed like all the innovation was coming from those places. Today, thanks to the internet, and very importantly, open source, I see innovation happening everywhere. And for me, it is a deeply important principle to unlock and unblock innovators wherever they happen to be on the planet, right? So I want to thank people who've come from Zimbabwe, people who've come from Colombia, people who've come from the Czech Republic, not very far, but still. It's a trip. People who've come from Turkey, from Senegal, from Peru, from Israel, from Japan. That's a lot of time zones. That's a lot of layovers. That's a lot of hours of jet lag, right? But it is you that kind of represent the future of open source. It is you that represent the fullness of the possibility that I think we want to be part of unlocking. Now, Philip asked the question, but I'll ask it again. Who remembers UDS? Who remembers UDS? UDS is legendary, right? UDS was this sort of insane melting pot of canonical, community, roadmap, things that were going to happen, things that could never possibly happen, right? A lot of things that should never have happened. UDS has a really special place in my heart. But an important thing to know is that this is not UDS, right? This is not UDS. This is a new event. This is an event that we are going to design and shape and found effectively together, and which I think is going to go on into the future. And it has to have its own character, its own sprint, right? Its own DNA and its own legends. So I want to thank you for helping us start this new event, right? And I'll tell you, when you do something like that, no one person gets to shape it and define it. In reality, we will all shape it and define it. But I'll tell you what's important about it for me, right? Let me start by saying how I think we've set this event up to be different. And the first is that while UDS was about both Canonical and the community, right? This is purely about the people who are leading open source beyond Canonical's ambitions, beyond the things that we think in Canonical we can drive. And here's why I think that's so important. To me, this is about paying it forward. This is about unlocking people who have different ideas to me, different ideas to the leadership of Canonical, and figuring out how we can enable and empower those people to address things that are potentially deeply important to people that Canonical will never reach, potentially deeply important to Canonical in the future, but most importantly, not constrained by what one company can achieve or what one company wants to achieve, right? So to me, it is really, really important that this room and going forward, this event represents a much wider range of open source ambition, right? And a much wider range of perspectives on what open source could be in the world. As Philip said, Canonical folks have been here for 2 weeks. We had our first week is what we call our product sprint. And so that brings together engineering leads and product managers and people who work every day with customers, people who work every day with partners, right? And in that event, we're trying to figure out what's the backbone of our work over the next 6 months as part of a bigger picture which spans LTS to LTS, the 2-year release cycle, right? And after that week, which is a pretty exhausting week, we then hosted all of Canonical engineering, 500 people. It's quite incredible to me that Canonical has grown to the point where we can host an engineering event of 500 people, right? Trying to deliver the very, very best platform for innovators all over the world, put the very, very best foot forward for open source in the world, right? We did that last week. That means that we have 90% of a plan, right? We have 90% of a backbone, and this is your opportunity to take that and use it as a springboard. Use it as a springboard to do things that we wouldn't have thought of doing, or that we wouldn't have the energy to do, or that we don't yet understand, but which you do understand, you do believe in, and you can lead, right? So in talking about this event, Philip and I were trying to find sort of a key common theme. And for me, it was about celebrating innovators all over the world who are pushing the boundaries of what's possible with open source, right? And figuring out what we can do in Ubuntu to enable them to be the next generation and to underwrite the future in important ways. I love this saying from the world of science fiction, that the future is here already, right? It's just not evenly distributed. And my goal for this summit is that we try to bring the people who in their minds can see that future, right? It may not be a future that I see. It may not be a future that is particularly important for Canonical, but it is a future that's important to the world. And I hope that in this event, we can enable the people who are going to write that future to do it faster, more efficiently, more easily, right? And to do it in a way that is more consumable to the world, more resilient, more reliable, and more impactful. So this is an opportunity to celebrate those people, to you. This is an opportunity to share ideas, to network. It's an opportunity to rally to excellence, right? The people who get up on stage with lightning talks or with presentations, who have things that are inspiring, it's our opportunity to rally to them and to figure out how we can support them, how we can make that future happen faster and better. So there are people here who are going to talk about a very, very wide range of topics. They're going to be people talking about the Windows subsystem for Linux, which is just a radical, wonderful, new kind of way of thinking about where open source can have an impact and make a difference. And if it wasn't already in your schedule, I would encourage you to come to Till's talk this week, where he's going to talk about saving Windows printing using WSL. Um, there are people here who are artists, right? The folks from Ardor. Who's here from Ardor? Who's here from Ubuntu Studio? So it's wonderful to me that there are at least 2 groups focused on artistry and music and sound. And this should be a forum where essentially we figure out how to make platforms for artists. There are folks here talking about Flutter. Where's the Flutter? A couple of hands for Flutter. Yes, a really beautiful cross-platform development environment. So, figuring out how to get the best of Flutter on Linux and bring the best of Linux to Flutter. There are people here talking about Docker images. Who's here for Docker images of one flavor or another, right? There are people here talking about the experience of makers. Where are the cutie pie folks? Other folks who would associate with makers? Martin. You're not alone, Martin. May feel that way some days, but you're not alone. Robotics. Who's here for robotics? Right? Yes, the non-human future. Who's here for the knitting? What the actual? I am so going to come to that session. Right, gaming, supercomputers, documentation, KDE, GNOME, Unity, cloud, Kubernetes, distributed systems, security, right? This is a crazy thing to say, but I really believe it. Open source is just getting started, right? It's 30 years old, and it's just getting started. Open source, Wikipedia, the sum of our knowledge, the sum of our expertise, just imperative, right? The imperative to add to that body of knowledge and that body of expertise. That's what we're about. So as a community, to be clear, for me, the winner is open source. It's not Ubuntu, it's not Canonical. The winner of this generation is open source. That's what I'm backing, right? But if you actually want to get involved, you have to be involved somewhere. And so for us, that's the broader Ubuntu community, right? And that's not the whole of open source, right? I think the people who have a different view of the fundamentals of the platform are really important too, if you actually care about the whole of open source, right? Our Canonical's competitors are really important. I like them, I respect them, I'm grateful for them in lots of cases, in lots of ways, right? And competition's fun, right? In this room, our diversity of interests, of enthusiasms, of passions, of perspectives, right? That makes us more relevant as a community, right? It makes me believe that the things that I'm fighting for and investing in and working for, right, and trying to solve will have a bigger impact in the world than they would if it was just me and Canonical, right? They make us more relevant. They make us more resilient, right? In a world which is changing, in a world where you never get everything right, in a world which will always surprise you, right? Our diversity of interests in this room and as an Ubuntu community make us more resilient and they make us more relevant. I feel we owe it to people who want to take open source to new audiences to help them to do that. If your audience is scientists, I think that's great. If it's artists, if it's humanities, if it's space, right? If it's classrooms, if it's universities, if it's governments, right? Whether you're interested in architecture or urban planning, and you think open source can make a difference in those things, right? It is this diversity of interests that amplifies the impact that all of us are having in the world. Now, Canonical will not do the work for you if you want to lead something like that, right? How could we? Right? But what we should do, and my commitment to you, is that we will enable you and empower you to work alongside us, to build alongside us, right? On the basis that a diversity of interests makes us all more resilient, makes us all more relevant. Also to remember that what we share makes us more effective, makes us stronger, right? We share a set of bugs, right? If I fix one of those bugs, everybody here gets the benefit of that fix, right? That's why communities form, and that's why communities can span interests, right? It's not like we all agree, but we do agree on what we share, right? It's what we share that makes us stronger. Sharing the foundation, sharing the tools. None of them are perfect, right? We share Debs. You'd be a lunatic to argue that Debs are perfect, right? We share Snaps. You'd be a lunatic to argue Snaps are perfect. We share Launchpad. Just saying, right? But the reality is, in what we share, we find solutions to problems that we also share, right? And we find the opportunity to kind of springboard off other people's work, right? Every community is ultimately defined by the things it shares. You may want to agree on more with your fellows in the community. You may want to agree on everything, but then you wouldn't be very diverse. You wouldn't ultimately be very resilient. You wouldn't ultimately be very relevant, right? So there's a lovely expression to say, like, keep your identity small, right? Keep your identity small, but keep it focused and believe in it, right? Our identity needs to be relatively small, right? But it does need to be focused, and it needs to be something that we all invest in and share. Okay, whatever you're building, I hope that it will be a little bit orange. And I hope that the orange bits will be the bits that you can really rely on, and the things that act as an amplifier, as a springboard, as a catalyst to whatever future gadget, thing, capability, software, solution you want to bring about in the world. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for the ideas and contributions and challenges that you're going to bring here. And I hope you have a really wonderful 3 days in Prague. Right. We have time for Q&A. Yeah, we have a little time for Q&A. Comments, observations, sharings. Who wants to break the ice? Martin. You like Launchpad? Whoa. I quite like Launchpad too. So to be clear, we're investing in Launchpad again because I see it as critical infrastructure, right? To help us solve a problem that we kind of uniquely have, right? Which is this aggregation of software and this desire to do things that span boundaries and communities. Martin, do you still need that? Yeah? Okay. Yes, we got over here.
Hi. So continuing on that note, right now Ubuntu development is spread over GitLab, GitHub, Launchpad, and things like that. Can you tell a bit more about whether there's any effort within Canonical to change that in any way, to try to get a more cohesive platform for development?
Yeah, I can tell you that, and I think it's fairly well known, that I do think that communities that share tools become more effective, right? There's this very difficult thing where at some level we all feel like we would be more effective if we could just do everything exactly the way we wanted it. Who's had that feeling in life, right? We all have that feeling, right? But in reality, think about it, then you're also agreeing to be a thing where everybody else is imposing everything that they like, which you don't like, on you, right? Like those two are exactly the same proposition about the way you work, right? If you want to work in a way where you do everything exactly the way you would prefer it, then you're also agreeing to be in a place where everybody else is asking you to do everything exactly the way they prefer it. So this is this tough thing. As a community, we need to invest in tooling that we share. The cold truth is that Canonical went through a brutal reality check in 5 years. I can honestly say the most difficult thing that I think I've ever had to go through, right? And I really want to credit and celebrate the people at Canonical who kind of powered us through that period to the point where now we are growing, investing, and building. And on the back of that, you can take it from me that I will invest in shared tooling for all of us, right? So that we have a better springboard, right? Launchpad is part of that, as are other tools. At the same time, our impact, remember I said open source is really the thing that I believe in, right? And open source is bigger than Canonical, bigger than Ubuntu, right? And so therefore, part of that investment has to be to play well with others, right? Launchpad at the very beginning said, hey, let's build a bug tracker which will span communities. Let's build a revision control system before Git, which can span communities, right? These are deeply held beliefs, and they're beliefs that I think it's important for us to return to and invest in, right? I put the pressure on Canonical to come together and make sure that we experience the same set of bugs so that we're all motivated to fix the same set of bugs, right? That's been a little challenging over the last couple of years, but now as we come out of that, you know where I stand, right? Other questions? Try to get ahead of the questions so that we can TikTok them. I think there was another hand at the back there. Go ahead.
I just want to ask about this place in particular, because I'm first, like speaking for myself, I'm not used to being in such a fancy big place, and I think most open source developers are also the same. So I kind of want to ask why this specific place, the Hotel Prague, Hotel Hilton, in specific.
Why this specific place?
Yes.
Because we were 500 people last week and we needed at least 500 rooms, and this place has 800. I mean, so at Canonical, I got to tell you, we work pretty darn hard, and we work from home, right? Which kind of means everybody gets a corner office, which is great. But the times that we get together are critical to the health and sanity of a distributed workforce, right? Yeah. So there's tension, right? Like, I think you wouldn't work at Canonical if you didn't want to be working at home, right? But then if you were only working at home, right, you wouldn't feel part of something much, much bigger, right? So for me, it's really, really important that everyone at Canonical makes a commitment twice a year to get together, not just with their own team, but with lots of other teams. And I love watching the kind of experiences that people have, because people who just joined the company are working inside one team for up to 6 months, working on one problem, and then suddenly they realize, wow, I'm in the middle of all of these interesting, potent, difficult, important threads, right? And that's really important. The pandemic, you'd think that the pandemic would be really easy for a remote-first organization. It wasn't. It really wasn't, right? And I can tell you, we really missed this feeling of getting together, right? And working stuff out in person, reaffirming our commitments and our relationships in person, right? So how do we make that work? How do we make that work? Well, what I think is fun is that we try to pick interesting places, right? This is a very interesting place for lots of different reasons, right? First, lots of James Bond movies have been shot here over the years, right? And second, beer is cheaper than water. And third, the non-alcoholic beer is very good. So it seems like there are lots of great reasons to be here. And when we're in a place, we need a venue where we can all be together. Right? All right, next question.
So how would you consider our relationship to be with Debian at the moment? Do you consider it stronger than ever? Do you consider Debian being, so with Debian being an upstream of Ubuntu, do you consider our relationship to be stronger now than it was? If so, how?
So I think that relationship has gone through highs and lows, as any sort of big complex relationship does. I consider myself a Debian developer. I consider Debian one of the critical communities and kind of structural pieces of kind of open source magic that really, really matter in the world, right? And in fact, in the 90s, as I was kind of watching the early kind of drama of Linux distributions and the battle for kind of headspace in the Linux distribution world happen, I was totally convinced that Debian was just going to be the thing that everybody used. And the most interesting thing about that is that I was wrong, right? Like I became a DD, I think in 1996, maybe 1995. And technically, socially, culturally, it just seemed like it was the right way to build the distribution. And I still think that's true, right? And in fact, it was only nearly 10 years later, after watching the way the world was responding to Linux, that I came to understand that, in fact, when we take our understanding of the world and we project it into others, we often make mistakes, right? And it took a while for me to realize that other people don't necessarily want from a Linux what I wanted from a Linux, right? And so it became clear to me that, in fact, Debian would be stronger if it had an orange wing, right? It's a terrible analogy, but freedom-fighting organizations, aka terrorist groups, often have political wings, right? Who essentially fight the same fight, but from a different perspective, right? And in a sense, in a very real sense, it is important to me that Ubuntu stay aligned with Debian, right? In deep ways, so that we can fight the same fight, right? From different perspectives. This is my way, remember, of backing open source, as much as backing a company, as much as backing one community. Right? That's not an unconditional offer of support. It's dangerous to write blank checks, right? But I think Debian continues to be an organization and a community that really defines to the very, very, very highest levels things that are important, and they deserve our support. So that's my perspective. In practical terms, I suspect there are more DDs who work for Canonical today than there have ever been in the past, which is one metric, right? And we literally do contribute more, I suspect now, than we ever have done in the past. We've also taken difficult choices we disagreed with, in order to stay aligned with Debian. Again, that's not a blank check. I was a bit frustrated, in fact, when a senior Debian developer said, got you. I made you do something you didn't want to do. And in fact, I've created a bunch of problems for Debian and for you, which you, Canonical, are now going to have to fix. And I think I'm clever as a result. Dick move, right? But communities are bigger than their scraps and their arguments, right? So I will always try to look at it from the broadest possible perspective in deciding how we drive ourselves forward. It's also, one of the things that I think is true is that in Ubuntu, we have, with Canonical and with the community, and in a sense backed by Debian, we have an ability to move faster, right, and push forward on things that are undecidable in a more egalitarian context, right? And so, there's tons of examples of cases where Canonical Ubuntu, right, have pushed forward on something that was rejected in other open source communities, including Debian. And then 5 years, 10 years, 15 years later, right, it turns out that, in fact, everybody gets comfortable with that idea, right? So sometimes you have to be willing to do things that your friends say are, sometimes in very strong language, not preferred, right? Or not their choice, right? If you're not willing to do that, then you are afraid to lead, right? Leadership is a little bit scary. Who's ever been rock climbing? So you know the difference between climbing first and climbing second, right? Climbing first, the rope goes down. That means you fall a lot further, right? It means you hit the rock a lot harder. And it means where you put your hooks, your protection, like what you chose the choices that you made on the way up, they are choices that are critical for your own survival, right? Following, still scary, still a mountain, still uphill significantly, right? But there's someone up there who hopefully has made a whole bunch of choices that keep you safe, right? It is scarier to lead. I think for those of us who have the ability and the desire and the ambition, it is important to take those risks. It's important to make those choices. And it's important to live by them, right?
Hi, Darcy from Onport. What I would like to go is back on the topic of shared tooling and investing in the shared tooling for the community. And what I always see is the focus is, okay, we talk about technologies, which is actually what brought us together here. But then at the same time, I feel that there is a big gap between how we actually perceive the impact on small businesses, medium-sized businesses.
The impact on, sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Impact on small and medium-sized businesses. Because
Small and medium what?
Businesses.
Yeah.
Right. So the way I see is like e-commerce is moving into a more distributed fashion, not necessarily be tied to just a big player. And what I'm looking here, for example, and what I like to know in Canonical's future is to enable that pathway where actually we can say, all right, we're not just focusing building great tooling as a developer, as an engineer, but actually something that allows people to actually have economic growth, because at the end, that's the biggest equalizer. But what's your thoughts on that? And like, what do you see Canonical's path on that front?
I think that's right. I think if I go back to the idea, the rallying cry, Linux for human beings, right? What was that really all about? It was about saying, look, there are thousands at the time of people who are giving of themselves incredibly generously, right? Giving of their insights, their skills to create technology. And that technology is, in a sense, failing to reach its full impact in the world because people can't use it. It's too difficult to use, right? And by people, I mean school kids. I mean people who are economically disadvantaged, poorer, right? I mean people who speak other languages, right? I mean people who are colorblind, right? Or otherwise have accessibility challenges, right? And so the very first tagline of Ubuntu was about saying, look, out of respect and admiration and awe for the work that is being done in the open source community back in the 90s, let's bring that to everybody, right? So that they can do with it what they will, so that they can bring the future forward. I think small business is important too, right? Like, just if you think about people's jobs, if you think about innovation, right? It happens much more in small places than in bigger places. If we can make open source more accessible to small business owners, right? We unleash and unlock them in important, powerful ways, right? I feel the same way about small business owners as I do about scientists, as I do about artists, right? Usability is really important, right? And making choices that are not just intellectually exciting for us, but are empowering for others, I think is part of the choice of why we want to be in this room rather than in other open source communities, right? I would think that it's something that we share. Got the mic. All right, let's take 2 more questions. Go ahead, I pick you.
It's cool, yes. Hi, Mark. So my question, I think, relates to the previous question as well. It's a bit of a PR-related question, and I haven't really thought it through, so it's an open question if you don't want to answer it. It relates to the open source metaverse. And by metaverse, I mean 3 things. Firstly, the existence of interoperable digital communities, and so, very much what we're talking about. Secondly, the digital connections between the physical and the virtual, summarized by things like digital twins, IoT, virtual worlds. And then thirdly, the development of infrastructure to support this very much more integrated world. So I've been working on this for about 2 years now, and I see people really struggling with this concept of openness, how to do this. And I see a lot of blockchain and crypto people talking about open, and in my opinion, getting it incredibly wrong. So as a stalwart of the open source community, do you have any words of wisdom to help us figure this out and tackle these misunderstandings and how the open metaverse could really look like?
It's a really interesting question, there seems to be a theme that kind of hounds me, or maybe it's just a theme that I'm very interested in, which is trust. Like, what is the nature of trust? When I was a student, the internet was just getting started, right? It spread down to Cape Town, and it was there. It just wasn't evenly distributed, right? And I was very interested in the question of how people would come to trust each other to transact, right? Small business on the internet, but also to communicate privately on the internet. And that was kind of the first wave of crypto. There were some great, crazy, but brilliant Australians that had started OpenSSL, and they were giving the world technology that's still pretty critical to almost everything that we do on the internet, right? For better or worse, right? And I built a business on top of OpenSSL, essentially, that was all about trying to solve one part of the trust problem, which was, who are you actually talking to? Right? Just that, who are you actually talking to? And the reason that was successful was because I knew that a German would be better at understanding how to assess and decide the truth, right, of German corporate identity than a South African or an American would, right? So I built a distributed approach. It was centralized distributed. It wasn't Web3, right? It was designated people in lots of different countries who I trusted to do that work. That question keeps coming up, right? The certificate authority industry, I think, destroyed its own credibility. And now we have a new set of mechanisms for essentially internet connection trust, right? Let's encrypt and the like. And we're back to kind of fundamental questions of who do you trust? Why do you trust them? In software, this is perhaps even more important, because software that you can't trust can be totally and utterly corrosive, right? I think if you're naive about trust, you can be gutted in deep, meaningful ways, right? Financially, reputationally. We're in a sense in a very dangerous digital world, right? So this is a really, really important question. And I think, even though it's not widely understood, this is the heart of why we started working very much on better ways to encapsulate software, right? And better ways to know who the software you're running was actually coming from, right? All the things that I loved about our infrastructure, devs, and so on in the 90s are still true and they're still important. But in a sense, those things are not enough for a world where, in fact, you need to consume software from all over the internet all the time, right? They just aren't enough. And there are some sort of very difficult, almost kind of like PhD philosophy grade problems, right? Many of the commenters on Reddit attacking this problem do not have PhDs in philosophy. One of the key tensions here is a tension between freedom to do whatever you want, right? And certainty about what it is that you're building on. And those two things are fundamentally in tension. And there is no simplistic, as far as I can tell, there is no simplistically good, universally satisfying answer. There just is none, right? If you say, look, actually, I want to be able to stick software on my laptop from any deb repo in the world, you are actually saying you have no idea who has root on your machine. That is what you're actually doing. And a lot of people don't understand that, right? So then some people say, oh, but I'm a really, really clever person. I actually do understand those choices. So, you know, you should design an entire system which lets me do that. I'm thinking, well, okay, but tell me about the consequences of those choices for people who are not as confident, who are not as self-assured, perhaps some might say not as deluded, right, about their ability to make those choices, or potentially people who have much more to lose than you do, right? And you get to this very difficult set of questions. What can we do? What should we do? Right? In the work that we're doing, there's a sort of a deep principle at heart, which is that if we want to try to do something about that, we have to expose ourselves to the risk of criticism, to the risk of making mistakes, right? Because we have to take the risk of making choices, right? There is no way that I've found to get past that, right? And every time I get into a discussion with someone, right, it comes back to those questions. What are we willing to bring to the world? Are we willing to put our own reputations on the line in order to try to make a platform where more people can go faster if they trust us, right? Think about it. When you join the Ubuntu community, you're asking people to trust you in a very, very profound way, right? An extremely profound way. The same is true for us as a company, right? And so we have to be okay with that. And then we have to do as much with that trust as we can, ethically, right, to amplify the impact that we can have in the world for other people. Super interesting question. Last one. I think we just need to turn on the orange mic. Don't know that it's there we go. Yeah.
So Canonical and Ubuntu over the years have done a great job of developer advocacy, growing that developer footprint, etc. How open are you to creating playbooks and collaborating with other ecosystems to help grow not only their ecosystem, but kind of skewing it towards the Ubuntu way of doing things?
So it's an interesting question, right? Obviously, I'm sure it wasn't intended as a trap, but it is a bit of a trap, right? Like, how open are you, right? And the problem is that it gets anecdotal very quickly. Like I can give examples of places where we've stretched or we've invested in things that aren't our own effectively. And I can give examples, and other people would give examples of places where we haven't, right? And those are all kind of like rich, complicated choices, right? I will say that I think it's really important for us to have a list of things that we put work into, that we enable, that we support, which are not things that we ourselves have chosen, right? And of course, we sort of, you sort of owe us the luxury a little bit of making those choices, right? It's a little bit like, which charities do you donate to, right? If it's none, shame on you, but if it's one I disagree with, you know. So to me, it's very important to wake up feeling like some of the privileges that I have in life, some of the privileges that my colleagues have in life are paid forward, right? And in various ways. I'll give you an example. One of the most amazing things for me is the Raspberry Pi Foundation and Eben and his team, right? And we you know what I mean? They don't run Ubuntu, right? But there are a bunch of ways in which I think about, hey, how can we help them amplify the impact that they're having in the world, right? Path they've chosen's tough, I would know, right? And I really, really admire what they've done and the way they've done it, right? And there are lots of other examples like that as well, right? Hopefully this is a forum where we'll find more and we'll accelerate more, right? I think that's a wrap. Let me say thank you very much. Have a phenomenal couple of days in Prague.
Hi guys. So go up on stage and speak after Philip and Mark. Sounded like a good idea back then. So how do I top that? I can't, but I can speak about the fun things, all right? So we have code of conduct, and if you want to take a QR code and have a look at that, the takeaway here is be awesome to each other and have fun. All right, chat. If you want to hang out with the people here, we have a Telegram chat. You can take the QR code. If you don't like Telegram, we are bridging on IRC and Matrix. Go to the website. You can find all the links to join the platform that you prefer. I'll let you take a picture of that. All right. Lanyard colors. So respect people that don't want to be in pictures or videos. If you see a blue lanyard, just respect them. Don't put them in their video. Social hashtag. So feel free to use our event hashtag. Show us the exciting moments of the Ubuntu Summit, but remember the blue lanyards. Group photo. Yes, tomorrow, 9 a.m. during the opening talk. Be pretty. We'll do it here in this room, so it will be easy. Eat your vegetables. Remember to have fun. Prague is a great place. There's good beers. It's a fun place. Have fun. Be safe. Camera crew. I would like to invite Ahmed from our communications team to say a few words.
Wow. Okay. First, obviously, I'd like to say thank you for everyone part of the organizing committee, and obviously Mark. I'm Ahmed. I'm part of the Canonical team. I'm mostly responsible for social media and communication, but I'm mostly here to let you know that we have world-class camera crew right there. This is both Clara and Stelia. And one of the things that I want to remind you of is they're not here to feed on your privacy. They're basically your paparazzi, right? So they're gonna help you look even more beautiful, more badass, which is difficult. I should have brought shades. You guys look amazing, by the way. But we'll be around most of the time trying to capture, so just try and act natural. There will be time with some of like the fun activities for you to just, unwind a little bit. But for the most part, just remember to use the hashtag, right? And we will reshare and also make sure that your content is also on our pages. And just smile, act natural, and You guys are awesome. That's it from me. I'll see you around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Abigail. Hello. So I want everybody to say hi to Abigail. She's our moderator for the afternoon session. I just want to invite her to say a couple of words.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to Daniele and Mario for the invitation and for putting this event together. Ever since I got introduced to open source, I've had a firm belief that the future of open source is community. And so I'm really happy to be here to be able to contribute to such a community that's helping make the world a better place. My name is Abigail Misrenyamidogbe, and I'm affiliated with the Python software community in Africa. I'll be your moderator for the afternoon session. So if you're speaking, please do well to reach out if you need any help before your talk. Thank you, and looking forward to all the talks.
Thank you, Abigail. And now I would like to introduce you to Daniele. Daniele is working for a company that can put on an event like this, and for the spirit in which it's been put on, that this is not something like a marketing exercise for the company. This is part of the company's DNA. And that's really special to be part of something like this. So I'd like to thank, I'm also not just saying, I'm deeply proud in the same way of my colleagues. You've seen some of them already, and you've met some of them who have organized this, who have put this together. Don't forget that for every hour, every person hour you see on stage, there have been another 9 person hours of work that you haven't seen. So there's a lot of hidden work in an event like this, and they've done a phenomenal amount of work to make this happen. There's another way that you only see 1/10 of what things are. So Abigail was introduced a moment ago. When I was meeting people upstairs in the bar last night, I was looking at their little badges here and thinking, you know, people need badges that are about that tall to contain all the things they are and all the things they do. So Abigail, for example, is one of the organizers of the very first PyCon Africa that took place in 2019. And there are people around here, and you are some of them too, who have many things that you could add to your badges. And that's another really important part of this. Each person is so many people here in this room. So a few logistical things for you. Breakfast is downstairs, level L in the lobby. Bring your badge or your badges. Same for your lunch. This is your passport to everything. Dinner is self-organized. The self in this case, it's not the dinner that's organizing itself. It's the self is you that's organizing the dinner, just in case. In the evening, in the palm cover rooms, which are on this level, we've got knitting. Now, knitting is very fascinating for programmers. Programmers love knitting. If you haven't tried knitting, then I think you'll probably enjoy that. Programming and textiles share a history. Carlin is on the same level, is that correct? Yes, rooms Carlin 1 to 4, they're open for BOFs, bird of a feather sessions. That's where people with some kind of common interest can just gather together for whatever purpose they wish associated with that common interest. Birds of a feather. This says highlights, but let's call it spotlights rather than highlights because it's less exclusive. So from our first talk this morning from Danny Llewellyn, this will be a talk from deep within the Ubuntu community. I'll tell you more in a moment. Again, from the open source software community, Mohewe from Namibia, with a view from quite a different part of the world. We have a couple of technical sessions on packaging, on rocks, snaps, later applications of
Ubuntu, for robotics, for music. So we have all kinds of different things at different times. Whatever you're interested in, your problem will be deciding which one to go to, not that there isn't anything interesting on, and that's for sure. So I'm not going to take any more of your time. I think we're ready to get started now. We'll give Danny a couple of minutes to get yourself sorted out here. Let's find out what you need to connect. Have a wonderful day, everyone. So the next talk is going to start in a minute. So take your seats. If you're in for the talk, come to the front where you can hear and see everything. Danny, you've got all your slides ready on stage, have you? They're ready to go here. Okay. Give people, this is your picture. Okay. I'm just going to give people a second to settle down, please. Okay. Great. Okay, I'm really pleased to welcome Danny Llewellyn on stage. Danny is a long-standing member of the Ubuntu community, someone who has helped drive it, has been part of it for a long time. She sits on the membership board that serves the community's application process. Danny, I'll leave it with you. Please welcome Danny.
I haven't prepared this, so it's going to be very rough. So this is getting started with the community. So your first contributions, basically, and where you want to contribute to. And my slides aren't progressing. There we go. Okay, so my background. I've been using Linux since the 90s. I've got a lot of experience in various fields. Regularly, I use all three major operating systems, so Windows, Mac, and Linux. Until 2016, so between 2005 2016, I wasn't really involved in the community very much. And since 2016, I got heavily involved pretty much after the end of the Ubuntu Touch project. I migrated to Snaps at that point. So my primary contributions, obviously Snaps, WSL2 and Ubuntu Mate, thanks to Martin. I've been a member now, an Ubuntu member since February 2018, and later that year I got elected to the membership board where I now approve new members. And last year, Microsoft gave me an MVP award. Sorry, is that better? Yeah, my MVP award was for WSL-related contributions. So who wants to contribute? That's supposed to be animated, but never mind. So to get started in the community, you will really need a Ubuntu sign-on account, the login.ubuntu.com. So once you've done that, I really recommend joining your local community, or locos as we call them. So I've got some instructions up there to help you through. I won't go through those because we haven't got much time, because Mark was obviously very inspiring. And you should really join IRC as well. I know that IRC is old, but a lot of Ubuntu related discussion happens on IRC, and that's on Libera chat. You should join the discourse. So that's at discourse.ubuntu.com. We use that to discuss overall project direction that is more long form than IRC allows. And remember, it's not a support forum. So don't go there to ask questions about how to use Ubuntu. You want to use this other support avenues for that if that's what you need. So IRC, again, there's channels, there's the Ubuntu Hideout, and forum.ubuntu.com, I believe. And Ask Ubuntu. Thank you, Martin. Documentation is also on Discourse. And hopefully, if the people that created a particular document have done their job correctly, then it will be set as a wiki, so anyone who has a Discourse account can edit them. I mentioned IRC. There's some IRC clients listed there, including IRC Cloud, which I package, and the Lounge, which I also package. But there's also HexChat and Conversation, which are better integrated into the GNOME for HexChat and Conversation for KDE. So once you've done all that, we can contribute. Hooray! But first, how did I get started? I was a long-time lurker on IRC. Pretty much since I got into the community, so around 2005, I've been on IRC, particularly in the Ubuntu UK chat room, which is the loco for the United Kingdom. There I met Alan and Martin, who are formerly Canonicalers, and they really helped me get involved in the community directly. Once the Ubuntu phone project started waning, Snapcraft really piqued my interest, particularly as Popey moved from Ubuntu Touch advocacy to Snapcraft advocacy at that time. And I kind of followed suit. I wanted to learn it, and I found a package that I wanted to an app that I wanted to package. That was HexChat, actually, which I've just mentioned. I learned as much as I could while I was packaging that app, but while it was educational, it wasn't a complex app to package. I published that, and, well, the snowball continued. So let's get on to how you can contribute. The first area I'm going to discuss is writing. If you can write technical documentation, that would be awesome because we always need more documentation. The places that the documentation are most likely to be found are the Ubuntu Discourse, which I've mentioned. There's a direct link to the topic tag on the slide. There's also the Snapcraft forum. It runs the same software as the Discourse. So again, anything that is published in the docs category should be marked as a wiki, so anyone with an account can edit them. And then there's the Ubuntu wiki. This is old and legacy, and it's quite difficult to use because it's slow. There is a lot of documentation still on there, and a lot of it is outdated, so if you can update it, please do. However, caveat, you need to contact Philip, I believe, to get access to the Ubuntu Wiki Editor's Launchpad group, which means you need a Launchpad account. You can contact the admins via the Launchpad link that I've included on the slide. That will go to several people, and one of them will approve you, presumably, I hope. Art and design. If you are an artist, again, we really need your help. The theme, which Ubuntu uses and several of the flavors use, is Yaru. This is a community-led project. It's not sponsored by Canonical in any way, I don't think. They contribute, they organize their development on GitHub. The link is on the slide. From there, there's also the flavors. They love artwork, especially at the new releases. So every 6 months, they want new backgrounds for their desktops to keep things fresh. Quite often they have competitions to be included. I know Ubuntu Mate has included community-led backgrounds before. There's also design. If you can help improve and provide mock-ups for improvements to apps that are included in the flavors, that would be brilliant. I'm sure they would really appreciate that. I think that's everything on that slide. Technical support. Again, ask Ubuntu. Martin was right, obviously. The Ubuntu forums, IRC on Hash Ubuntu is the main support channel on LiberaChat. And there's the Discord called Ubuntu Hideout. There's an invite link there. And the Discord app is available as a snap package handled by the Snapcrafters community. We're making good time. If you're good at organization, your loco will love you. There's also, if you're good at organizing, triaging bugs is actually a good way to contribute. So you don't have to necessarily be technical to do this. So you fill in missing information if you can. Otherwise, making sure that a bug is assigned to the appropriate project is really helpful to the developers. So even if you don't have coding skills, you can help by making sure that the bug submitter has provided all the information that they can. You can try to elicit more information if you feel that there's not enough for the developers. And again, making sure that it's assigned to the correct projects would be really helpful. Promotion. So social media obviously is key. If you can create promotional material, I'm sure projects around the community would love you again. There's also locally, you can advocate amongst your peers, especially in your locos if possible. And also among people that don't know about Ubuntu yet. So maybe in your workplace, in your local community centers, anywhere that you feel that people would benefit from Ubuntu, just spread the word. And there is a gap in the market now. We need a podcast. Martin and Alan, they used to work with Mark, was it, Mark? They used to run the Ubuntu podcast, which formed out of the Ubuntu UK podcast. And unfortunately, life changes meant that they had to discontinue. If you decide to do a podcast, don't reuse their work. They have a great legacy in the community, so it would be nice if we respect that. Oh, I've gone too far. If we respect that, and if you do a podcast, make sure it's your own thing rather than trying to acquire goodwill off of reusing their work. Here we get into the development stuff. If you're a programmer or a coder, snap packages, obviously I'm going to be interested in those. If you can get involved in the Snap community, that would be brilliant. We obviously need more packages. There's a lot of apps out there that just aren't packaged yet. And the small Snapcrafters community just doesn't have the workforce to be able to do it ourselves. You could join the Snapcrafters, actually. Then you can also, if snaps aren't interesting to you, you could try debugging and fixing bugs. So we've mentioned triaging bugs. If you're a developer, you can try to fix them. And if you want to contribute in more significant ways, make sure you get onto the Ubuntu developers on IRC. So they usually hang out in Ubuntu Devil, Ubuntu Desktop, and Ubuntu Server on the Libera chat. Are there any others that I've missed? There's probably Foundations as well, Ubuntu Foundations channel. Oh, that's in Ubuntu Devil, is it? Okay, thank you. Aha, Ubuntu-release. Yeah, so if you want to help coordinate the releases every 6 months, then going into Ubuntu release will help out. Make sure you contact the incumbent developers in the channels that you join so that you don't duplicate any work they're already doing. Now we get on to the fun bit, gamification. I've relaunched, that's a better word. I've relaunched a project started many years ago by Jono Bacon, who is a name you may have heard. He used to be community engagement in the Canonical many years ago. And as part of that, he created Ubuntu Accomplishments along with Stuart Langridge, I believe. That was based on the Ubuntu One file storage. So when that went away, unfortunately, the program stopped working. I have resurrected it and completely rewritten it. It's very rough. It's been my own project. I've had no help, so it's very rough right now. So I would really love people to join in the community and help me out. So I've got installation instructions on the Snapcraft site. Again, it's a snap only because I'm obviously very invested in snaps. And once installed, it runs in the background. You don't need to keep the app open, and it constantly checks for new contributions that you provide and grants you a trophy that in the future I will enable you to share so that you can showcase your work in the community. And we've got a nice screenshot of the available accomplishments. There's a lot more on that screen than visible. So it's written in Flutter. So any Flutter people, really come along, help me out. The trophies themselves are handled by Python scripts. So if you want to contribute, I'm making good time, so we've got time for Q&A. If you want to contribute, I'm on GitHub. So the Ubuntu Accomplishments organization. We've got several repositories there. We've got a daemon, which is what runs in the background. If you want to contribute to that, that requires coding skills, and that is basically a user daemon that runs in a user session. It's written in Dart, so any Dart knowledgeable people would be very helpful. There's the viewer, again, written in Dart. If you're a programmer, that would help. It's also uses Flutter, so UI developers would be very helpful. Then there's the snapping recipe. That's fairly simple. That just pulls everything together. The meat of the work are the Python scripts in the next two repositories, the community accomplishments and the desktop accomplishments. You don't necessarily need to code for that. We do need translations and updating of the instructions included in those. So the documentation is in the path listed and the code is in the scripts directory. And I use transifex to ensure that the translations are correctly applied and handled and were monitored, basically. So that's all I've got for getting involved. So where you can find me, I'm Diddle Danny pretty much everywhere. I'm on the Discourse, the Snapcraft forum. I've got lots of GitHub repositories on Diddle Snaps. They're all my Snapcraft related work. My Diddle Danny organization, that's my own personal profile. There's lots of random stuff there. And then obviously the Ubuntu accomplishments. I'm DiddleDanny on Twitter. I'm DiddleDanny at mastodon.lol. And I'm looking for work, so if you want to employ me, that'd be really good. So that's the end. We've got just about 6-7 minutes for Q&A if anyone's got any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danny. For the questions, if you can raise your hand and wave at the folks who have got the dice so that they know where to come next, that would be really helpful for us. So,
yeah, Dari, this is Bhavani from, I'm a former Ubuntu developer, and I was on the local council for 2011 to 2017. One thing I wanted to add to that local ecosystem, what you explained, the local team and the local pages and the entire local thing needs restructuring and a lot of contributions, and the page also needs updation. So if anyone is interested in all these things, they are welcome to contribute.
Sorry, I didn't really catch that. It's too much echo. Can you ask again?
Yeah, so the actual local portal is not maintained from past 5 years, I guess.
Yes.
Actively, and if there is someone who is interested in all these local related activities, they can come forward and they can actually contribute actively in verifying all the local teams and going through the local process. That's what I wanted to add.
So the Loco portal itself is written in Python. It
Yeah.
needs updating. I've actually submitted several years ago some updates and they never got merged, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They're still open. The list themselves, I think that's handled via Launchpad. So effectively any team in Launchpad that is in the Ubuntu Loco meta group will be listed on the Loco portal. So it's up to the teams themselves to make sure that they're removed if they're no longer active or added if they're active but not listed.
But the entire portal needs a rehaul, like what you did for Ubuntu accomplishments, basically.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
The entire local portal needs a rehaul, like the same way you did for Ubuntu accomplishments.
Did anyone else catch that? I see, yes. So that'd be really good. It would require someone who can handle the merges with the Loco portal. I don't have access to that, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have merged my own commits. I don't know who's involved with the Loco portal anymore. Unfortunately, it seems like it's abandoned.
I was involved till 2017. After that, it got completely stopped, unfortunately. And I'll check if I have the access till now, and I'll provide the access to someone who is interested.
Me now? Hey, stand up. Okay. Hi, I'm
Hi,
Tiago
yeah.
from Portugal. I have an update for one of your slides because the world of Ubuntu podcasts has a gap, but it's smaller because me and Diogo have a regular podcast. You just have to learn some Portuguese to understand it. From time to time, we have some international guests, so we speak in English, but it's mostly in Portuguese.
Okay.
We try our best. And I have a question. Why wasn't the recently or in future relaunch of Launchpad announced? Why wasn't the Karma Launchpad referenced in any of your slides?
I don't like the Karma system. It doesn't really work.
Okay.
I could have put it in. I left my slides very much to the last minute, so I probably just forgot. So I can talk quickly about the karma. Every action that you do on Launchpad will give you a karma point. I think there's different amounts depending on what activity there is that you do. It can be helpful, but it's really just an arbitrary number. For example, people that do translations, I believe every single translation string is a separate karma point. Whereas people that are coding, they can't get anywhere near that high level of karma points, despite having an equal contribution.
Okay, we have time for one more brief question. Try and keep it as brief as possible. I'm not sure who was next, but you've got the box, so go ahead.
Hi, Danny. Thank you. You're on from Israel. I think that teaching vloggers how to code or design would be very hard, but teaching developers how to make a vlog or even a live Twitch or something about their work will benefit the community and both the coder in a way that we're essentially creating a social media content without trying to create a social media content.
That's a good point. Yeah, if you want to blog, or if you know how to blog but you're not a coder yourself, you could try to get involved with other developers to help them learn how to blog. That would be really helpful. Having a lot of information out of developers about their own work can be very helpful to inspire others. So it's a very good point that teaching developers how to blog would be very helpful. So if you're an expert blogger, then do.
Sadly, not yet.
Fit a question and answer in 50 seconds, then somebody can do it.
Hey, David.
Hello.
Hi, I work with OpenSearch. So I just had a quick question. You mentioned that contributions to the old wiki are welcome, but it's slow and outdated.
Yes.
Is there a project to migrate that over to Discourse, or?
There is. That was started by Monica, I believe, who has now left the company. There is an effort to move everything across that is still relevant to Discourse. That is taking its time. There's a lot of content there to be moved, and a lot of it needs to be weeded out because it is so out of date, it's no longer relevant.
Thank you, everyone, but thank you especially, Danny. Thank you, Danny. Enjoyed it. And we'll do a switch over for the next talk as swiftly as possible to catch up on time. So, Oliver, if you'd like to come up, we'll get you sorted out here. Oh, so, have you seen that? You do 10-minute signal, 5-minute signal, and 1-minute signal.
Right, but I got the timer on.
You got the timer on screen.
How much time?
25 minutes.
25 minutes. Okay.
All right. So you're all set?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Which is my mic?
Well, you can use either of these, but make sure that you stand close to it, whichever one you choose.
Could I use yours so I can walk a little?
Yes, of course you can. Okay, I'll hand it over to you then. Okay. Okay, on to our next session. Please welcome Oliver Grauert, who's been a long time community member, has led the development of Ubuntu-based distros, and wants to give us an insight into the world of Ubuntu Core, which is another development of Ubuntu itself for special purposes. But we're having a little technical issue here, but okay. I'll let Oliver introduce himself and his work, and I'll let you take it away. So this is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so hi, I'm Ogra. I'm a snapaholic. And, well, I just changed my presentation and added this prefix picture because Mark mentioned the UDSs, and this was at one of the first UDSs, and you might recognize that long-haired hippie in the middle there, who just spoke to you before. And yeah, that's pretty much the spirit we had at the old UDSs, and I wish that we end up this week in a similar mood like this picture shows you. So let's get started. And oh, by the way, Dani is a real pillar of the Snapcraft community, and I want to shout out for her for doing that. You are a unicorn, to quote a dear colleague of mine. Yeah. So Ubuntu Core. Who here remembers the Ubuntu phone? So when we turned on the phone, we had all this, oh, there's somebody with the phone in his hands. When we turned on the phone, we actually had all these concepts and all these technologies implemented where you have image-based updates, where you have confined packages. Back then, we called them click packages. And well, we had to stop the phone simply because it wasn't sustainable commercially. But we didn't want to throw away what we had from the phone. And we started merging the technology into something new, which was Snap packages, as you might know or not. And Snap packages give you a very high level of security by simply having all your binary stuff in a single GPG signed squash of as file system image that never gets unpacked on your disk. So it's compressed, it stays there. That means we save a lot of space. That also means it's super tinker-proof. You can't really change it because, well, it's a read-only file system. There is metadata in it, in YAML files. There are different types of Snap packages. Most of you will only, there's Mark, and he missed the picture. So there's four types of Snap packages. You as end users might only get in touch with the apps, but there's others. So if you install your Snap, you have it actually running on top of a runtime environment. That's the OS Snap, which we call the Core Snap, or Core 20 or Core 22 nowadays. To build an image, you need more than that. Like, you want to boot, so you need a bootloader. You want to run your hardware, so you need a kernel. So this is where we come to the other types of snaps. Like the gadget snap is carrying your bootloader. It has some information about your partitioning. It has information about which connections between snaps should be established on a first start of the system. And then there's the kernel snap, which, well, obviously is a kernel. As you might know or not, snaps do support transactional upgrades and rollbacks. So you can go forward and backward in time, and can always use snap revert to go back to the last version of the snap on your disk. Now, this doesn't only work for application snaps. That means, imagine, I'm uploading a kernel snap with a really big bug in it. So your system actually panics on boot. Can you guess what happens? Yeah, Dani, you can. I know that. Well, what happens is the system recognizes your kernel panicked, and it will reboot back into the former kernel without you doing anything. So I can guarantee you that this IoT device or this cell tower device that sits in the woods where you would pay 10,000 euros to send somebody out to fix it will always be on. It will always be running, because every time something breaks, it will just automatically go back to the former version if it needs to. Now, this cell tower thing probably communicates through 3G or 4G, so you don't want to shovel a lot of data over that line when you upgrade. And snaps give you an easy way by simply doing binary diffs between two snap packages, and you only download that 5 lines that you changed. Snaps are available on a big plethora of distros. Then we do have frameworks that you can use to actually put your application on top and to develop your application in. Yeah, and you can see, I mean, this set of distros is really lacking the current state. We have a lot more distros nowadays. So as I said before, snaps are GPG signed binary file system images and are indeed read-only. When you run a snap, it's confined by certain bits of your kernel. There's not a lot of runtime stuff in the user space beyond the snap confine tool that wraps around every single executable in your snap. So all these kernel features like AppArmor, seccomp, namespaces are utilized by that tool directly from the kernel, so you don't need extra layers or anything that would slow down or yeah, take resources of your system. The confinement we have is, we call it root safe. So you can run stuff as root on your system without that application being able to gain root of your system. It only gains root on top of that core snap it runs on, which is also a read-only snap, so you don't really gain a lot. But it will never be able to be root on your desktop PC or on your server. To actually allow snaps to communicate with hardware, with the outside world, or with each other, we do have interfaces. They are defined by slots and plugs, so you can put a plug into a slot, like you put your laptop into the wall charger or something, to actually make snaps communicate to each other, access your camera, access your audio, and so on. So you need one of these plugs for anything you want to do. That makes it easy for us to allow you to do things without having to review your snaps when you upload them. So this is how an Ubuntu core system actually looks like. You have your gadget snap that defines the lower level, like bootloader and partitioning and so on. Then you have your 4.4 kernel sitting on top. Sorry for that kernel number. I didn't really recognize it was there. And on top of that, you have the core snap that I just explained to you is your root file system for running your snaps on the desktop. But in this case, it is actually the root file system of the system. It's not just your execution environment, but the core snap is your runtime to boot into. So we reuse it in that case to be a standard root file system. Now, if you upgrade a snap, it will keep the old data around. So it copies forward the old data, then installs the new snap, and you have 2 copies of your snap on the disk, which means when you call snap revert, you roll back to the former version that was on disk. Your snaps have to be self-contained. So if you build something on Qt or Flutter, you should either ship your Qt or Flutter inside your snap, because, well, the snap will not see the outside world. Or you could create a content snap that actually shares its content with other snaps. We have an interface for that. This is what Flutter does, for example, or the KDE Neon snaps do for Qt, or the GNOME snaps do for GTK applications. And indeed, snaps can be independently updated by whatever you want. You can update the kernel separately from the core, update the application separately from kernel and core. So yeah, I've already mentioned the different types of snaps. We don't need to go into much detail here. As I said before, your core snap is the execution environment for everything on desktop installs. And well, on Ubuntu Core, it's the actual rootfs. It's not really containing a lot. It's mostly to just run snapd and systemd to actually boot your system, and everything else should come from a snap that snapd then uses from the install. There are some special interfaces, like the camera interface, for example, that only the core snap provides you. So to access your camera, your snap needs to define the camera plug. Then somebody needs to plug in that plug when you actually run your application. You can do that through the gadget snap or through the store by asking in the forum for getting auto connections for that. And the security team will actually review if that's okay, and then grant or deny you to actually have an auto connection here. Snaps also come with a built-in configuration interface, so you can run snapget or snapset to set configuration options of your application. The application indeed needs to gather that from the system. So you need to write a little shell script or Python script or C application that actually does something with that data you get from the snapget or snapset commands. Snaps also, which isn't listed here, but snaps also have a built-in backup. So you can always back up your data from your application, even for that special version that's just running in there. If you upgrade to the next version, you can still go back to the former version and use your backup with that version if you want to. So the kernel snap actually needs a minimal set of AppArmor changes that are still not upstream, but we are getting there. So somewhere within the 6.0 timeframe or 6.x timeframe, I hope we will eventually come to a point where you can just use a plain upstream kernel. Currently, you still need 2 patches on top of that. The whole boot mechanism of the snaps of Ubuntu Core lives in the initRD. Up to Core 18, Ubuntu Core 18, we used the old mechanism from the distro and just reused that. With Core 20, you actually have systemd in the initRD. Everything was redesigned. I don't know if Dimitri is still here. I think he has a talk about kernels this week. He actually put in a lot of work to make that happen, to actually switch over from the old script-based initRD stuff to having a modern systemd-based initRD. So your kernel can be actually any kernel as long as you have this patch set on top. Like if you buy, Ubuntu Core often runs on weird hardware you wouldn't buy off the shelf somewhere, but there's a special device with a special kernel made by a special company, and they don't really give that out. So you do have a BSP. Well, they will give it to you if you are a customer, but not to everybody. So but you usually get a tarball or whatever with that board where you have the kernel source inside with all the patches this board specifically needs. This is called a BSP, board support package. And you can actually easily package these kernels as snaps with our wonderful kernel plugin in Snapcraft. That makes it really, really easy. And indeed, as I said before, even that BSP kernel will roll back if it panics. And yeah, because snapd expects some defaults in your configuration, it will actually be necessary that you pick that list of config options to make the system work. So the gadget snap, again, as I said before, is defining all that stuff that's written there. I don't need to repeat that all. But imagine you want to build a Kodi appliance. I'm using Kodi on Ubuntu Core on my TV at home since a few years already. And I have a Kodi snap running on that. To build the appliance, Kodi needs a lot of extra interfaces that need to be connected. So I'm having a very long gadget YAML where I have all the connections predefined. And that means I can just flash the image to the SD card, dump it into the Raspberry Pi, wait until it's booted, which can take quite a bit. It will be auto-connected and everything, and Kodi will just come up on screen, and I can turn on my first channel if I want to watch TV. To build your Ubuntu Core image, you need to assemble it from all these different snaps. So we have a tool for that. It's called Ubuntu Image. I was actually planning to show on stage how that works, but the time is too short for that today. There will be a workshop later in the week where we look into attaching an environmental sensor to a Raspberry Pi on Ubuntu Core, and there you will see Ubuntu Image in action. Come by if you want to. Yeah, Ubuntu Image is a snap, so you can just snap install Ubuntu Image, hand it over the model assertion, which is a little JSON file that actually tells who owns which snap, who owns this device, and so on. As you can read, there is detailed documentation that will be more in detail than I am here. So if you want to package your application for Ubuntu Core, it needs to be a snap. Ubuntu Core doesn't allow anything else. You can't run deps on it. You can run deps on it if you install LXD and start a container, then you have a standard Ubuntu environment, as you know it, with all the deps and everything that you know. But to run actual applications on your Ubuntu Core, you will want them to be snaps. And there's a ton of plugins that help you in Snapcraft to actually make everything work. So everything to build a snap can be done within a single file. You just need that one Snapcraft YAML that has all these bits and pieces and information in it to tell Snapcraft how to pull your sources, how to apply your patches if you want patches on top, how to actually deliver it in the snap later. I'm not sure if the Snapcraft tool command still works. Sergio does it? Where's Sergio? No? Oh. So we used to have a beautiful little tour in Snapcraft that's not there anymore that would guide you through how to build a snap. But well, come to Snapcraft.io and ask a question, and I'm sure Danny will answer you. And if she answers, just imagine these beautiful dinosaurs on her dress. So yeah, if you want to get involved, if you want to get help or anything, Snapcraft.io is for you. There's forum Snapcraft.io for asking questions. On the tutorials Ubuntu.com page, there are various tutorials for building snaps. And well, there's the IRC Snappy channel on Libera. So this is a bit of an old slide, I guess. And the Rocket chat is also gone. So yeah, come by in Snappy on Libera or in Snapcraft on Libera if you want to chat over IRC. You can also ask questions through Ask Ubuntu indeed, and on forum Ubuntu.com, forum Snapcraft.io. And that's it.
Thank you, Oliver Grauer. We have 4 minutes, so if you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Raise your hands in advance. Please try and keep the questions as short and clear as possible so that we can have as many of them as we can. And please stand up when you're asking a question. That helps too.
Oh, the mic's on. I have 2 questions real quick. The first one is, from an architecture perspective, I'm just curious, is there any reason why the feature set of Snap couldn't be implemented on top of Debian packaging or some other underlying simpler packaging system? My second question is, does Snap model ABI? And if so, how?
Which snaps are built from Debian packages. So it utilizes Debian. And indeed, you could use Ubuntu Server to run a snap on top. It's not on. Hey? Better. Snaps use Debian packages, even though we do have snaps like the wonderful Telegram desktop snap is one of my favorite examples. It's like a little Arch system because it builds every dependency it has from source. But you usually wouldn't do that, and you utilize Debian packages to build your snaps. And you put stuff from Debian packages inside your snaps. So Debian packages and snaps are very closely tied together in either case. What was the second part about the ABI?
I was wondering about ABI in terms of like gadget level and kernel level. Is the ABI of a given package or snap modeled in some way that I can verify that my ABI doesn't break if I upgrade my compiler or something like that?
Well, if you build your kernel snap, it has to contain everything. You have to have all the modules in it. You have to have all the init RD bits in it. It has to be all in that one snap. So you wouldn't really interface with the ABI at the moment. I know we are working on the ability to sideload other modules from another snap, or to ship firmware from another snap, but that's not there yet. And I'm sure our architects will design it in a way that your ABI doesn't break.
Thank you. About the kernel patches.
Yeah.
At the moment, they're very hard to find. The only place I've found them is via commits on the Launchpad for repository for the Ubuntu kernel, and I have to pull them out individually. So is there a chance we can get those published as individual patches as a required set in a public location that is easily accessible rather than having to wait until it's upstream?
Well, there is a GitLab repository upstream
yes,
with these kernel patches, but it stopped, or JJ stopped pushing them for newer versions. And I would like to see that going on, because there was always the assumption it will be upstreamed and upstream will accept it, and then that was delayed and delayed and delayed. But I think at that point he stopped pushing them upstream to GitLab.
Yeah, I think.
But I will ask the kernel team and the security team to actually probably update that again.
Yeah, I think the patches on GitLab are for 4.4 at the latest. So
yeah,
matching your slide.
Well, there is a forum thread where there are a few 5.1 and 5.4 patch sets as well from community members that provide them through GitHub.
Probably me.
Not you, no. But you were in that discussion. I remember that. More questions?
We have time. Yeah, we have 30 seconds left for a really short question. I think there's one there at the front.
Two.
Yes, thank you very much for this nice introduction in Snap. Now, we all have learned a little bit about Snap, and many of us here probably are doing on having application projects, free software application projects, and would like to snap them or want to help on snap crafters. And therefore, I've organized on this conference a Snap tutorial series of 5 workshops where you can interactively learn snapping. And I will do an introduction panel today in Carmin 3 on 14:30. There we will talk somewhat more about Snap, a little bit like in DABA. And then after that, after the break, Snapping Like Healthworth with Dani and Heather as the introduction, and during the rest of the days, many more workshops. And so you will all get great snappers, and so we will get a lot of snaps in the Snap Store, and installing applications will just work.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry that wasn't a question. Okay, thank you very much to Oliver. We would like you to be back here in 20 minutes, ready for the next talk, which is going to start at past. So please be seated a couple of minutes before that. Thank you very much. please, Susan. So, okay, please come in and take your seats. The next talk is going to be starting in a moment, so please come in and sit down. You okay? Please come in and take your seats so we can get started in a moment. We need to keep ourselves on track. Are you ready to stand up?
Am I not supposed to see something here or?
Okay, let me see. With the screen, please. What do you want to see there? You want to see the same one as that?
Is it, yeah.
Can you see, or do you want to see your next and before slides?
It's just PDF, so it will just.
Up, I'd like to remind the audience that the questions are for your questions, and a question is in the form of a question, not a statement or an announcement. So please do remember that. Please also try and keep them as clear and short as possible. Thank you. All set? Fantastic. You're all set up with the microphone there, Mohewe?
Yeah, I think
Great.
so.
Okay. I'm especially pleased to welcome Mohewe to the stage. I've known Mohewe for 7 years. He's been a fellow conference organizer, roommate on desert trips, and he's an indefatigable contributor to the open source software movement in Namibia and elsewhere in Africa too. So he's the spirit of commitment. But I will let Mohewe tell you his own story, so please give him a big welcome. Off you go.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's okay? Yeah. You guys hear me? I think the sound is. Yeah. Hello? Okay. My name is Gadetungwe Muhewe, and I'm from Namibia. Today I'll be talking to you about a programmer that needs Ndongikat, and that programmer is me and you, someone from the community, someone from any part of the world. I'm a farmer, and I'm from a Bahimba tribe, and I'm an open source software community organizer and a software developer, a Python Software Foundation fellow, and Django Software Foundation member, and a PyCon Namibia organizer. I've been organizing PyCon Namibia since 2016, and I'm one of the co-founders of Python community in Namibia. I'm from Namibia. Namibia is a small country in southern part of Africa, and Namibia is surrounded by a desert. It's one of the hottest countries in Africa, and I think Namibia is different from this country. Here it's much colder, and the weather, I haven't experienced this before, and I'm one of the people who haven't seen even a snow in my life, and I wanted to see that. Hopefully, maybe one day. Yeah. In Namibia, I came from the northern part of the country, in Kunene region. This is one of the regions that's where most people who live here, they are not really educated, or they are educated, but they don't have that skill to become maybe a software computer. The tech was introduced to them after independence, that is 1990. And I spent most of my life there. Being from, okay, I came from the northern part of the country, but I was raised here. This is a small village that carry my memories. This is a small village that doesn't have even electricity. We don't use, there's no network, but we prefer to stay like this. We want to preserve our culture. We don't need any modern infrastructures. But this village produced many people, a person like me, who is here today. But I needed people to become who I am. I needed people to take me out of this village to come here. That's where my journey started. After having said so, but let me put it this way again. Before I become a software developer or the community contributor, I involved in car accident, and I had a severe accident, something that forced me to stay in the hospital for 1 year without moving, without doing anything. But I had that things in my mind that I need to support people. I need to come up with software that will help me and the next generation, which means that while I'm in hospital, I was forcing my doctor that you can do whatever you are doing, but remember that I have to go back to my community. I need my people. If I'm going to stay like this without moving, then I have to find a way maybe to develop application, develop software that will assist me, maybe to write, to talk. That's text to what? Text to speech or speech to, yeah. Then, because of that, I'm coming from the remote area of Kunene region, but our people believe more, they are more traditional. If you are living within disability, sometimes they will never allow you to take part in events, but I have to force things. Now, I have to convince them, or I have to find a way to move out of this. Then, I needed my people and my donkey cart to move out of the village. These two people, the first one, the other one in front of our donkey, he never went to school. The other small one, by that time, I think he was in grade 3 or 4. But these people, I talked to them. I told them that I want to become someone in life. But they helped me to become someone. They helped me throughout my journey. They took me into the doggy cart. Then they were pushing me to go to the city. That's why I'm saying that every programmer needs a donkey cart. Every programmer needs someone to succeed. For you to achieve something, you need someone. To have a better community, you need people. If you want to have a better product after 20 years, you need a community, you need the next generation. You need people who is going to take over if you die. This is what we are talking about. But what is open source project? What is open source software? It's not about coding. Okay, here maybe in Western world it's about coding, but there it's not about coding. Our people were introduced to software maybe 10 or 15 years back. But here in Western world, every day people talk about software and development, open source project, but our people don't know anything about this. Open source is all about writing the same donkey card. It's all about assisting each other. It's all about helping each other. It's all about bringing skill or technology to people. Now, in Namibia is a small country. And we got our independence in 1990. That's 32 years back now. But our country depends more on open source software or project from other parts of the world. But we do not have that strong community to take us forward, which means that most of the time, if we want to have like an application, we have to outsource someone from outside. And our generation don't want that. We want to have our own developer. We want to have our own contributors. Now, we have to go around and sit with people and try to talk to people and find out who are the contributors. How do they contribute to open source project? How do they become a software developer? But what do they want to become a contributor? Looking at my, is it a figure now? It's saying 90% of these people are contributor. But one thing that you need to understand when it comes to Namibia open source community, contributing is totally different from what you guys know. Contributing is not only about coding, it's about building the community. We believe more into building the community of the next generation. We want, some of us who went to the university, who finished the university, we want to go out there, talk to our people who are left behind, give them skills or introduce them to new technology so that maybe in the next 10 or 15 years, they will start also contributing. We don't really believe more into sitting there and coding or fixing bugs. But we do have those ones who can do that, but we believe more in creating the next generation of contributor. Then how do we contribute? If you look at this figure, you could also see that 50% of these people, they contribute through building community. Let's say if you have a Ubuntu community, then what I will do is that I'm going to start like a user group in my community, in my local community. Then we will start maybe inviting experts from outside. They will talk to us about Ubuntu. They will talk to us about Django. They will talk to us about Python. That's how we contribute. Here is a profile of the community. One thing that I have also learned that most of our people use Ubuntu for contributing. Most of the people use Python, and most of the people, like 60% of these people, they have more than 7 years experience of contributing. Then most of the people use Python for teaching at the university, which is a good thing, because for us, we feel like if I know how to code in Python, it's better to transfer my knowledge to someone else than sitting there doing things on your own. But if you are teaching the next generation at the university, after 10 or 20 years, these people are still going to have that skill, which means that they are going to pass to the next generation as well. That is, now it's time we have to build the community. How do you do it? All of us, we are good coder, we are programmer, but we don't have that skill or knowledge of building the community. Some people, they are experts, but they don't know how to engage people. People are coming from different backgrounds. We have different way of behaving. We have different way of approaching things. What works in West doesn't work in Africa. That is one thing that we need to understand when it comes to contributing or building the community. Our people, you can't come there and start coding. People want to see things with their own eyes. You can't come to them and say it's Ubuntu. What is Ubuntu to them? You are talking to someone who have never seen a computer before, and you are talking about Ubuntu. What is Ubuntu? You need to have a welcoming culture. which means that you have to have a code of conduct. That is one thing. You don't need to discriminate. You don't need to go out there and say that I am rich and I'm giving you this. People, they don't care about your money. They need skill. You need to define the process, which means that we want to be the next generation of computer and programmers, and you have to have a stage. What you are teaching to someone at the university level, you can't teach to someone in grade 1 or 2 in Africa. It's totally different. People need to know, or let's say if you are talking about creating application with Python, what are those applications you are talking about? Does these people interested in web development? No. Kids need games. You have to start from there. That's a process now. You have to introduce the right tools. What works in Western world doesn't work in Africa or in Namibia. If our industry is dominated by Python or Java, how can you introduce maybe JavaScript? You can introduce JavaScript as a language, but you should also look at the usage of JavaScript in the community. Are people really interested in that? You need to introduce right tools at the right times. You need to grow with people as well. Because what happens is that if we introduce Ubuntu to people and you go back to United States, do you think those people will take you serious? Which means that if you are there and you don't have time to spend with them, you need to grow someone down there to take over once you leave. Which means that it will be like a process now. I'll give you these skills, and after 2 years, you have to transfer that skill to someone. That's what we need in open source community. If you look at this, he's a high school learner, and we raised this kid, and she helped us to give a workshop to a community member, and she's one of the good programmer, and she's one of the good open source organizer, which means that she helps us to organize events, conferences, giving talks to other kids, and that way it's also helped us to force young people to come forward when they see other people taking, other small kids taking part in our own event. The next generation of Namibian contributor now. We said that Namibia depends on open source project, but we need to have people. Who are those people? These young people. What we did is that we started what we call Pynam and the Pynam Scholars. Pynam is a Python Namibia software community. Pynam is just one of the subgroup of Pynam. This one is focused more on high school learners. What we do in Namibia is that we created, we established branches of Python community in each school, which means that most of the time we go to our community, we talk to them, we introduce different software, we introduce competition, then all these schools comes together, then they compete against each other. The whole aim of this, it was to introduce just Python and open source software to them. But all these people, they also face challenges. Imagine you are going to the northern part of the country, and these people, they don't have electricity. These people, they have never seen a computer, and you want to introduce Python to them. That's not going to work. What we do mostly, we give them our computer to code on, just for that week. Or sometimes if we have like maybe donations, we go there, we donate like computer to them. People, they don't need money. People, they need tools. You don't need to go to people and say that I have this 500 million. We don't care about your money, but we care about what we are getting from you, the skill. We need resources. The achievement, these people, they achieved a lot. In Namibia, what happened is that we used to have what we call a national programming competition. That is one way of trying to fit out different programmer, different contributor. We bring them together. These people, they compete against each other at the national level now. Now these kids under Python Namibia community, they have been doing quite well. I think they won this competition 2 times or 3 times. And the other time they came second. And this way, it also motivate other kids from the community to start taking part into our community activity. And also, we have what we call Python Namibia. Python is known everywhere. And our government also introduced what we call ICT Summit. This is a platform where our government bring youth or young people together to start showcasing their project. If maybe I create something within Ubuntu, I will just go there, I will be given a platform, and I will talk to the government about that project. Then later on, the government will take over. Or next time, maybe they will invite someone from Canonical to come and also give the presentations to the nation about that product. That is one thing that the government is doing, which is something that we are happy with. And also we discuss more about the challenge facing the industry globally and in our country, which means that since we also depend on other parts of the world, whatever affecting people in Germany is also affecting Namibia, which means that if we are able to produce, if we are able to have a solutions to a certain maybe challenges, it will also help the country or our leader to take a right decision at the right time. Because we are trying to move away from a traditional way of doing things to the new way of doing things, I can say, or technology, I can say that. The next, this one is the programming competition that I've talked about. The next platform is Namibian Developer Network. This is actually, it's a network or the group of people from different, who use different programming language. Here we don't discriminate. We talk about Java, we talk about Python, we bring these people together. Then if someone from the Java community came up with maybe a solution to solve a certain problems, us from the Python community, we also involve. We try to implement the same solution within Python. That is one way of trying to bring these people together. Would you like to write a donkey card with us? That is one question that you should also ask yourself. But how to do it? You need to build a community in your local area. Your people need you more than us. You need to support international tech community. You don't need to go there. Sometimes if you have a documentation, you can send to people. People need that. You need to start giving talks, workshop. You need to start volunteering to different conferences. People need your skill. I said people, they don't need money anymore. People need skills. We need to go forward. Also, there is different open source community like Ubuntu. You can also go through their website and find out how people join and how people contribute to open source. We also have a Django Software Foundation as well, which is more closer to my heart. And I think you also need to go there and find out how people contribute. They have a good community. After that, we also have PyCon Namibia. If next year it will be in 21 February to 23rd in Windhoek, our capital city. If you want to join our movement, you need to talk to me, Jessica, Daniele, and we are waiting for you in Namibia. I told you Namibia is just a desert. yeah, it's totally different from this side. And thank you.
Thank you, Mihail. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. I think we've got time for some very short questions. Please keep them short and clear. Who's first? Anyone got the hand up? There's a question over there. Here at the front.
Brilliant presentation. Thank you very much. Are you open to presenting to my company and educating them on how to get engagement on communities and whatever else? Because I think you were spot on the money. It's more of a comment to say, thank you, that was great, rather than a question. And I may actually catch up with you later to talk about PyCon Namibia. So thanks.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the real cool presentation. My question to you was, do you run into this problem that I'm also seeing in my community where the students, when they are graduating and have to go into the workforce, they tend to move away from this because of the lack of availability of hardware or time? Or similarly, is this something that you run into? And if you do, is there anything that you do that you have seen that works?
Can get it to work.
Did you manage to catch the question?
Yeah.
It was a little bit hard to hear.
Sorry. It is one of the things that I notice a lot is that when the students and the young people, when they got introduced to this open source community, but then when they go into the workforce, into working, either through financial hardships, not having access to hardware and such, like computers and things, or because they need to work in a different environment due to the lack of opportunity to work on tech professionally, they tend to move away from the community. They tend to move away from open source. Is this something you also noticed in your community? And if yes, how do you deal with it?
Yeah, it happened everywhere. But there's one thing that you need to understand about Namibia. Our industry is not that big, which means that if you are coming from the university, there is also a chance that you'll be forced to stay in open source community for the next 5 years, which means that if you are into that space, it will also give you that opportunity to start loving that, maybe that space of open source, because you are not there for a short period of time, but you are there for the next 5 or 10 years, because the industry itself is forcing you to be there. Yeah, or maybe I can.
We have time for one very short last question.
All right, so following up on this, it seems that one of the pathways is to sometimes build businesses on up. So do you have examples of people that built businesses or companies from the knowledge they gathered in those communities?
Do you have examples of commercial or business success with software in Namibia in your community? Is that more or less the question?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. On the slide, I don't have it, but I can show you some also maybe pictures of how a company also contribute to this.
Muhewe, thank you so much.
Okay.
Big round of applause for Muhewe, please. Thank you, Muhewe. Let's, if we next speaker setting up, that would be great. while Craig's setting up, Craig is a South African Canadian. I thought I was going to say Canadian South African. South African Canadian, talking about the Windows subsystem on Linux, which is actually one of the most important spearheads of open source software into parts of the industry where it hasn't always reached effectively before. So Craig is the product manager for the WSL project, and what else? Craig graduated from the University of Waterloo in Canada and has a passion for making Linux workflows work amazingly on Windows. You'll be learning about the latest added features, tips and tricks on how to set up WSL for the best results, and sneak previews at what is coming next. And after that, I'm going to have to extemporize.
I can just launch in.
What do you, would you like to have this microphone or that microphone?
Either way. I'll take that one.
Okay. Oh, well, Craig there's a grown-up fellow and will look after himself.
Yeah.
Please welcome Craig.
Hi. Okay. Hi. There are some cool things that Microsoft does that you can now benefit from. So WSL is the best way to use them both simultaneously. And you are probably in a world where you need to use them both simultaneously. Linux is everywhere. If you're using the cloud, Linux is there. So many websites run on Linux at the end of the day. If you're using open source software, like I'm sure all of you are using Linux. And you need to be able to use those tools, kind of whatever environment you're on. So let's take a case study. These are two customer stories who are real customers we chatted to saying, hey, this is why we use WSL. EA and Blizzard. You'll notice they're both gaming companies, and because they're gaming companies, they primarily ran the Windows operating system for all of their developers. So why are they WSL stories? Because when these gaming companies started making their online servers, they used Linux. But the challenge they had was all of their developers at their enterprise were using Windows and weren't familiar with Linux, didn't want to spin up a Linux box because they're so used to using Windows and their day-to-day is Windows. So the great thing about having the power of WSL on their machine is that they were able to get access to real Linux instances, real Ubuntu, and they were able to do their work, which in this case was debugging stack dumps from networking servers that were doing things like hosting games for the Frostbite engine powering Battlefield 4, for example. And so this isn't a unique story. There are tons of customers all over the world who have this experience. They're coming from a Windows world. They want to start using Linux, and this is a great avenue for them. So why? Why would they use WSL? What does it actually mean to use both? I just want to highlight some of the features. There's some on the slides, but I also want to show you a demo of what it looks like real life. So the first feature is you can easily access files from both. I'm going to quit out of the slides so we can watch it live in a demo. And I'm going to do probably the most ill-advised thing and do a demo using conference Wi-Fi. And I'm going to show you a new project that Microsoft has done called Microsoft DevBox. This is a cloud developer box, all right? That's targeted to the Windows OS. So at first you might go, okay, that's nice, but how does it apply to Linux? And the cool part is, this allows companies to deploy a secure machine that they have whatever they want set up on it before. And we made sure on the WSL team that this works really well with Linux workflows. So here's my dev box, and I actually use this when I travel, like right now. And when I go and open it up, you can see I have my own developer box. This is in my browser directly. And I have PowerShell here. And where it gets really cool is if I go here, I have Ubuntu as an option. And so Linux is built directly into the new Windows Terminal experience. And the Windows Terminal is open source as well, by the way. And when I go and click this, there we go. Excuse me while I'm doing this one-handed while holding a mic. But when I go and click this, we have an experience where I get the Ubuntu shell right away. So in just a couple of seconds, it opens up, and then I have access to my shell. And we've also worked with the Ubuntu team to make sure that this looks really nice with the Ubuntu colors, like you can see here. And so I can't make it bigger, but that's okay. We'll go into settings and make it more accessible. I'll just zoom in. And so from the shell, I can do whatever I would want normally. So I can do sudo apt update. I can go and open projects, and I can run my normal Linux workflows that I would here. But where it's really different is the level of integration between Windows and Linux. Like, this is different than a VM or a traditional VM in the sense that I can go to cd mount C and access my C drive this way. So if you didn't catch that, I'm now in my Windows C drive, and I can access all of my Linux files, can access all of my Windows files. And I can even do that in the opposite direction. So I can go vice versa, and I can run PowerShell.exe. So I'm running a Windows executable. And then I can give it the command /c, which is just, hey, here's a command. And I'm going to run start dot from here. And so I've said, hey, run PowerShell.exe and run the start command. And you can see now I've opened up PowerShell to my C drive from within the bash shell, which is a strange thing, to say the least. It gets even weirder, because I can go to my home file, or my home folder inside of Linux, and I can do the same thing, PowerShell.exe/c start, and I opened up my home folder in Linux from within Windows File Explorer, which is strange, but cool. And where it gets cool as well for this audience is, let's say I wanted to do something like, hey, I actually don't like File Explorer that much. I much prefer something like Nautilus. And so I can install that. I need an install there. But I can go ahead and install that, and then I can run that File Explorer if I want. Oh, typing while talking on a demo. But I can go ahead and install this, and then run this simultaneously, and I can use this as my File Explorer if I so choose, because this also supports GUI applications, and I can show you exactly what that looks like. And so what we've done in the end of the day, our goal is to make the environments as close as possible. We want to make it all feel like one machine, and we want to have a kind of melding of the worlds. And we've actually done this in practice as well with partnering with Canonical. We shipped with HP preloaded laptops that had Ubuntu preloaded on them with WSL on top of Windows, targeted towards data scientists. So in a lot of ways, this is, from an Ubuntu perspective, kind of making your work and all of your contributions available to a wider audience of people in a really cool and interesting way. So Nautilus has finished being installed, and I'm going to go ahead and run that. And then I get Linux File Explorer right here, running as a Windows application. And I can even go in through here, go to my root. I can go to mount. And I can go to my C drive on Windows, which is very weird, from Nautilus. And so that's the kind of goal, is to bring these together to make, hey, whatever tools you want to use, wherever you want to use them, we want to empower you to make that possible. So that's jumping back to my slides. That's out of the demo. And these are just showing the highlights of those features. So that's what I showed you really quickly as a demo, but you can do other things like open notepad.exe to open Linux files. You can do a whole lot more. You can pipe commands from across different distros. And essentially, we want you to be able to run anything you want from anywhere with interrupt. The other things that are a little bit harder to show you right now, but I'll show you in GIF form, you can actually leverage your Windows GPU as well. So if you're doing data science or machine learning workflows, you can access your Windows GPU straight from it, which is a pretty big differentiator from other virtualized environments. So in this example, I have a Python file where I'm running TensorFlow. I go and run that, and I have that is running in a Docker container in Linux, and then I'm showing Task Manager on Windows to show, yes, I'm actually stressing the GPU on my machine. And then GUI app support. So I showed you a really quick one of, hey, here's Nautilus running. But there's a whole lot more that you can do with it. And so the GIF on the screen is, here I am running the Ross Robotics Suite, which there's a talk later today about. I'm running that on WSL to simulate a very cool Intrepid robot exploring a simulated cave through the Windows subsystem for Linux. So how does it actually all work? What did we do behind the scenes? What horrible magic did we do to make this possible? Essentially, we used a lightweight Linux utility VM. And so what's very cool about WSL and what's cool about it being part of Microsoft is that we can take advantage of a lot of other projects that Microsoft is doing. So this concept of this lightweight VM actually came from Azure because they need to spin up a lot of VMs very quickly and shut them down very quickly. And so we are able to spin up that VM and start systemd, like what you saw today, from cold in about 5 seconds. So that time that we were waiting to get to shell was actually starting from cold, from no resources being taken up on the machine. And we load into that our real Linux kernel that's built and serviced by Microsoft. And on top of that, we load the GNU Linux user modes pieces. So these are shipped by the distros themselves, and that's where Ubuntu and Canonical come in. You ship the distro that lives on top that people interact with. We're just the platform layer at the bottom. So we're all a technical audience. I want to do a deep dive into what we're actually doing, what parts are where, to dive deep into it from the high level. You run wsl.exe to start WSL. That calls into our own service, which is a Windows service. We call into the host compute service, which is what Windows uses to start up virtual machines and manage them. We say to the host compute service, hey, please give me a VM. Here's my Linux kernel. And then we load from the LXSS manager service, we load in your distro by loading a VHD file directly into it. And then from there, all of the binaries that run inside of the distro, they can talk back to wsl.exe using bin format, and that's how we do interop. And then we have file servers working as a VM worker over in Windows and one in Linux to share files between the two environments. And the last part, 9P protocol, this is how we do interop. The last part that's key here is multiple distros. They all run in the same VM, separated by namespaces, just like you would with containers. So that's how we do the basics. And then how did we do GUI apps? How was that possible? And to go back to it, just to highlight some of the cool features of GUI apps, let's start it again. When I started this, there's no bar at the top besides the GTK bar and tooling. If I go to any window here, like help, okay, that's denied. Let's try about. There we go. Any new window comes up as its own window, and this is subtle but cool. Windows has its own drop shadow, right, on the back of Windows applied. That is being applied here. So this is a real Windows window being shown with a full Linux app, and everything from it is Linux. You can see this is actually full Linux interface. What are we doing here? How is this possible? And just to really have fun, let's actually install a snap. Once I can try and kill this, there we go. Let's do sudo snap install Spotify, and then we'll run that. Just to see what another app might look like. And so I'm going to go ahead and use snap install Spotify, and then we'll run that because multiple apps can run on this. You can run anything that you would here. And so we'll do sudo Spotify. And then we get access to our Spotify window. So here we are, we have Spotify, and you'll notice the Linux tiling here at the top. So this is true Linux. Everything here is running as Linux. And if I go to Alt-Tab, you can see that it's also running here as, you can see it as a Linux thing, as a Linux window. So it's very integrated with the Windows operating system. How do we make that possible? This is how. So here's the architecture. Now, take that Linux part and put it over to the right. Yes, you're right. And consider it just as a VM, of running Linux in a VM. And then we're going to abstract it. So pretend, hey, we just have a Linux VM with Ubuntu running in it. What we did is we created a companion distro to it. We call it the system distro. This is just a very lightweight distro actually running Mariner, which is a Linux distribution built by Microsoft. And we put a Wayland server inside of that. So every time you start up your Ubuntu distro, we start up this Wayland server as well. And when you run a GUI app, so you run something like Nautilus, what happens is it talks to that Wayland server to say, hey, give me connection to everything GUI. That Wayland server then talks over an RDP connection, so a Hyper-V socket, over to mstsc.exe. And so that is the remote desktop application. And so what's cool is, hey, we're reusing all these parts from Microsoft to stitch together an experience where I can have, you know, Outlook or Photoshop or whatever I want running there. And then I can have Nautilus or any other GUI app I want running simultaneously through the power of the remote desktop connection, which is also something that Microsoft is investing in, and any benefits that will happen to remote desktop will also be applied to running Linux GUI apps, which is really quite cool. And so each distro that you would run in WSL, the WSL environment, has its own Wayland server implementation. These all talk over to mstsc.exe. And then so they all run simultaneously because they can all work together. Okay, I mentioned we're technical, so we're going to do another deep dive because it's fun and look at what exactly is going on. Like, I want actually the details of what is happening inside of that Wayland box that you drew. Here are the details. We run Weston, and inside of that we have a Rail shell talking to a native Wayland app over in your distro over a Wayland socket. And then we also have an X Wayland server there as well, so we do support X apps, and that can talk over to any generic X11 app you want. They all talk to the Weston compositor. And then we have a Pulse audio server existing there as well because it supports audio, and you can even use your microphone on it as well. So we would test it when we first developed it by using doing all our team calls within the Linux version of Teams. And that uses an RDP sync to go talk to Weston, and we then talk over FreeRDP to mstsc.exe. So there's been a lot of contributions to and from Linux to make this possible. From Weston to everything, to Ubuntu, to the whole stack, to make this something that's possible inside of WSL. So that's the overview of what is WSL, why would someone want to use it. And because we have a deep dive today, I want to show you some more advanced features of cool things that we've added, some cool ways to use it in a workflow. And after this, I'll also be highlighting what we're doing next, so our upcoming roadmap. So recent additions. We actually recently added the ability to run systemd inside of WSL, directly out of box support. And so I showed that indirectly by running snap, as you just saw. And huge thanks to Canonical for partnering to make this possible, and to the community members like you, and other folks like Danny as well, who presented this morning, who actually made this possible by contributing a lot to this implementation. And so systemd now works. We also want to make updates faster to WSL. Up until this point, if you went and took a really critical eye, you would have noticed that the architecture slide I just showed, had everything was inside of the Windows image itself, which is great, but also has its own challenges because you have to update Windows every time you want to update the Windows subsystem for Linux. That is challenging in of itself because it's not always so easy to update Windows to the latest version. So what we did is we pulled everything out from the Windows image and we put it all into the Microsoft Store. And so this means your updates for any new fun stuff in WSL, like GUI apps, like systemd support, and more, will go from getting it in the order of years from when we develop it to months, order of months. So instead of like 2 years later, you'll get it 2 or 3 months later, which is a really huge improvement, quality of life improvement. As well, we want to improve the WSL install process. And so we're improving that to make that compatible with the store. And with the store version, we've had a whole other host of improvements for running your own custom distros, like using -- mount to run a custom VHD, like import any VHD into WSL, export and import to manage your own distros. So you can run multiple versions of Ubuntu very easily, have your own sandboxes, etc. So I want to show some more demos of what that would actually look like when you get to use it. So I am running in my cloud dev box the latest version of WSL. And what a typical workflow might look like for that is I can go here and I'm going to cd into my dev folder. And let's just make the font bigger so everyone can see it. But I can cd into my dev folder, and then I can, from there, interact with my files however I like. Excuse me while I mess around with this. There we go. Let's make that 32. All right, that's much better. Okay, great. So I'm in my dev folder. I have some different files in here. I'm going to go first to my CPP test folder. So this is where I am running some fun C++. And I am going to run code dot. So code is Visual Studio Code. When I ran code dot, you will see Visual Studio Code opening. But this is interesting. It is opening as a Windows process. However, I can go and access everything that is a Linux file inside of here. So I'm going to put the mic down while I make this a little bit larger. Oh, yeah, OK. Does this one work? Hello. Thank you very much. OK, so here is some fun C++. And the key parts here, when I hover over this main.cpp, it's so tiny you can't see it, but you'll have to believe me that it has // in it. This is a real Linux file that I'm interacting with. And if you don't believe me, there is WSL Ubuntu on the bottom left, which really proves that yes, this is Linux that I'm interacting with. And this is the equivalent of a Linux IDE. If I hit the terminal window in Visual Studio Code, I get my Linux shell prompt. And I can go ahead and run this just as I would any other file. So if I hit F5, it will execute this. It will run, and I get a debugger. And I can go ahead and go to my terminal, and let's put in some coefficients, because we're going to obviously solve the quadratic formula with the CPP file. And I can hit my breakpoints in here, and I can debug using all the same tools that I would here. So what's really powerful about this is a blurred lines application. It's kind of hard to say what is Linux, what isn't Linux, what's Windows, and that's kind of where we like to be on the WSL team, because we want it to be, hey, this runs in Linux in the cloud. I want to use Linux to do that. I'm using a Windows machine. Okay, it just works. And I can just use whatever I'm most comfortable with to make that possible. So I can go ahead and debug and use this just as I would any other application on my machine. What's really cool about this as well is it plays really nice with containers. So because, like I showed in that architecture diagram, WSL is almost like a container. We're separating everything by namespaces and starting them up. It's very similar in architecture to a container. And so the Visual Studio Code team has also added support for this remote experience to containers that run inside of WSL. So it's very possible for you to create your own container definition here and launch this exact dev environment inside a specific container. So you can containerize your different dev environments and use them wherever you want. So let's jump out of this and show another example, which is also pretty similar. But I'm going to go one up, and then I have a Vue shopping cart test. So this one is probably a bit more exciting and a little more visual, because we're going to be building a shopping cart using Vue for any web developers here. So I have access to my folder. Again, this is all running in Linux. And you can see it saying, hey, you have a dev container definition here. Do you want to install it? Let's do that, and we'll try it. It'll be fun. But we'll see what it looks like when running locally. So it's telling me, hey, you can run this in a container. That's great. Let's run it locally first. So I believe it's npm run serve. There we go. So I'm going to start my server for this, my development server. And if you've ever used a VM before, you go, oh, okay, this will be fun. You're using a development server in a VM somewhere, and now it's going to be really interesting to go find the IP and go play with it. What's nice about WSL is I can just go click this localhost, and I get it right away. So it's all running actually using localhost on my Windows machine. So everything to the point of feels just like one application. So I can go ahead and debug this. And what's really nice is if this is my website and it's running in Linux in the cloud, then I obviously am perfectly emulating my environment here. And so that's really neat, but it also plays really well with containers. So let's go ahead and use containers. I'm going to open up Docker Desktop and run that here. And while that's starting up, we're going to take a peek at the container definition under .dev container. And so you can see that essentially this dev container says, hey, I'm going to create a Node.js container. I'm going to set some specific settings, like I want it to run with Vue, and I want my display to work, and I'm going to go and set it up. And so now that Docker Desktop is started, we can go ahead and reopen this in a container. So I can type in reopen. And what's going to happen is it's going to grab the container, so in this case a node version of a container. It's going to have whatever definitions and stuff that I have set up in it that I would want. And it's going to build it on my machine. And then this is all within WSL. It's going to build it. It's going to put the VS Code server inside of that. And then it's going to put me inside of that container so I can develop using it. What's really powerful about this is there are other tools, like if you've heard of GitHub code spaces, that use this that you can benefit from. And so GitHub code spaces is a way for you to, for any given GitHub project, open it in your browser and directly get access, which is really powerful because if somebody wants to contribute to your project for the first time, most of the time the hardest part is just getting it running the first time. Like getting to be able to build can be a challenging task. If you can ship a container definition that gets them right away to building, to using your application, and immediately being able to contribute, it can add a huge amount of productivity to your projects. And so this is using the exact same definitions. It's actually the exact same plug and play model, the exact same YAML files. And that's why I have it included in this project, because I can use it locally with WSL and get that environment right away, that Linux environment, or I can use it online, or anyone else in the project can use it. So if you git clone this, you can use it right away. And so it seems to be just finishing up. But there we go. So now it is doing the last bits of npm install. But we can poke around the project now, and you can see, hey, all of my files are here, and I'm running in a container now at the end of the day. And so the nice part is this is containerized and shareable. OK. I think we're finally ready once everything is done being installed. And the last thing that I'll talk about while this is loading is if you haven't seen Docker Desktop and its integration with WSL, it's another area that we've added to make life easier for using Linux workflows. Here I have that container that we just made, and so it has a great name. It's running on my Windows Docker Desktop.exe, but everything in here on the back end is using WSL at the end of the day. So it's finished. Now I can go and start up my project, and I can just run npm run serve, and it works exactly the same. So it goes, hey, we found a browser window for you. Here you are in localhost. And so I can take this container definition and that was literally, I'd never run this on my machine before, like that container. That's how long it takes to get started from scratch to being able to run this website or this project. So you could ship this and anyone could use it. Anyone on Windows or Linux would be able to run it right away, which is really quite powerful. Okay, let's jump back to the slides. So we talked about some of the recent additions that we've added. What are we working on next? So what is next on our radar? The first one is we want to make systemd support become default for new users. Right now, if you want to use systemd in WSL, we've made it opt-in. And it's a per distro basis. So you basically go into your distro, WSL distro settings and say, yes, I want to use systemd for this distro. We did that because we're messing with people's boot, and we didn't want to destroy people's WSL distros on first run. And so what we'd like to do is, now that we've put it out into the wild, people are using it and we're getting great feedback, we want to investigate making that the default for any new users, and then giving users really good instructions on how to upgrade, because it's very easy. The next thing after that is we want to make the store version of WSL the default experience. Right now, if you install WSL, you get the in-Windows version. We want to make it the store version so that you get updates faster. From a user perspective, you won't see any difference from using it. But as people who ship things for users on Linux, what's great about that is now we can deliver updates a lot faster. So if there's something that's has a bug in it or something that's broken inside of WSL, we can get an update to users significantly faster, and they do not have to revise their Windows version to get that update, which is a huge improvement. After that, we also want to add improved enterprise support. There are lots of enterprises who want to use WSL, but because it's a new piece of technology that uses virtualization, there are some barriers to it that some enterprises have. We want to make ways to reduce those barriers and allow enterprises to safely and securely deploy WSL to all of their developers. And then lastly, performance improvements for networking, memory usage, and disk speed performance. So we have tons of areas to improve there, and we're definitely adding quality performance there. I want to give you a sneak peek of what the systemd part looks like here. So I can jump back to my demo. So here I am on my Ubuntu. I can go and do sudo vim /etc/wsl.conf. This is the settings page for WSL. And so there are two pages, essentially. This is the distro settings. So in here I have boot systemd equals true. And then if you're on the latest version, the latest store version of WSL, this is all you have to do to add. And now you'll have systemd support directly in your distro. So to show you what that looks like, I can go ahead and just delete that and then save this file. And then I'm going to not close this window, but this one. And this is also tiny. Let's make this larger. But I can, so I've closed down my WSL distro. When I close it, we detect that, hey, you stopped using WSL. We wait about a minute to say, you're really done using it. And then we shut down the WSL VM for you. So I can go ahead and run WSL-l-v. This shows what's running. So I'm going to quit Docker Desktop to make sure that I have nothing running in the background. And then I'm going to shut down the WSL VM manually and start it back up again. And then this is kind of like automatically power cycling your machine without wanting to wait for it. Okay, great. So now I can just run WSL-s shutdown, and then that's shut down my WSL distro. And then now this is a cold start. We're going to start Ubuntu back up. So I think we, on average, are about 5 seconds now with systemd enabled. But there we go. So I have access to my prompt. And from here, I can run ps-aux, and I don't have systemd running here. And so as a user, if I wanted to update, it's very easy. And I can just add that back to this configuration file. So I can do boot, systemd equals true, and now I am good to go and back in the driver's seat. The other cool thing that we can do is managing multiple versions of Ubuntu, and you can use them kind of as playgrounds. So let's say I go here. I don't have a temp folder, but I can make one. So I'm back in PowerShell, I'm going to make a temp folder, and I can go ahead and run things like export Ubuntu to ubuntu.tar, ubuntu.vhd, and we'll do --vhd, --vhdx. And I hit a service, oh, haha. Because it's in use, I can't use it, but I can close it, and then I can run it, and there we go. So now I can export my Ubuntu version. So we're basically, it's the same as a container, packaging it all up, export it, and now I can share this to other people so that they can have my exact WSL instance, and then I can import it back in under different names. So once this export is finished, I can actually import it back in under like Ubuntu Experimental or Ubuntu 2 and play around with a lot of different versions of Linux in that way. The other cool thing is while this is happening, I'll split the pane and I'll show you WSL-L-O. There are a lot of different versions that we have of Ubuntu online that you can install. You can just run WSL space --s install. This will install it directly to you as a WSL distro, like Ubuntu 18.04, 20.04, as well as other Linux versions like Debian, etc. And so it's a really good method for people to play around with versions of WSL. And if I hit Shift-Control-W, I'll close this. So I'm going to just open a new window. But I can go here. So here's that new VHD file. And then I can do something like import in place, Ubuntu 2. Aha. Let's see. I believe that was it. Import in place, aha, distro, then file name. And then /ubuntu.vhdx. Great. And so now when I go ahead and run wsl-l-v, I have Ubuntu 2, and now I have a perfect replica of everything that we just did. And I can go ahead and sandbox this, play around with it as much as I want, which is really, really interesting and a really cool use case for people being able to get started with Linux quickly and use it. And so the last demo that I want to show you today before I go over to Q&A is, yes, it still needs the VHDX after you imported it. You can also export it as a tar file, and then you could just throw away the tar file, because we take the tar file and make a VHDX. But we're literally loading that VHDX into the VM to create your WSL distro. So the last demo that I want to show is probably one of my favorites. It's hello world from Linux, and this is just a PowerShell command. Okay, that's cool. But what if I did something like Ubuntu and cowsay to make a cowsay hello world from Linux? That's neat. And then what if I did again to Ubuntu and I did lolcat to obviously make the cowsay hello world from Linux in cool colors. And then let's change that. I want to also pipe that to Debian, and I'm going to run grep on Linux. And then in one command, we get from Linux cowsay lolcat. So if that didn't dawn on you, we just had a PowerShell output. We piped it into the Debian distro to run grep on that output. That went out back to Windows. Then we piped that to Ubuntu to run cowsay and lolcat on it. And then it all went back out to PowerShell. And that all happened in a second, is how long that took. Yeah, about a second, from cold start for Debian as well. And so these are the kind of experiences we want to give to people. We want to make it really magical. You use it wherever you like, and empower people to use the tools where they want it. So as the last part before I go into Q&A, if you want to learn more about the Windows subsystem for Linux, you can follow me on Twitter and ask me any questions you want with my Twitter handle up there, Craig A. Lowen. The WSL documentation is probably the best place to start at aka.io/WSLdocs. Install WSL is just install WSL. And we also have an issue repository on GitHub where you can file issues. And I and the other engineers who work on WSL will look at that and take a look and help you out. Thank you so much for your attention today. And I'll be looking forward to hearing your questions. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Really fantastic. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, Craig. I think we probably have a lot of questions, so I'd invite you to keep them as ever. Questions, short and clear. So who's got the box please stand up with the box in your hand so we can see you and Craig can hear you.
Hello, hello. All right, great talk, really appreciated it. Kind of one question that I had throughout the presentation is specifically I'm interested in seeing like, is there any future roadmap for like application consumer experience? So you could almost think of like, oh, now that we have systemd support and we can support snaps, would it be, conceivable for the idea it's like, oh, you can go into the Microsoft store and instead of like pulling a package to run on Windows, you can pull, from maybe like the Snap store or somewhere else. It automatically handles all the WSL setup, and then, the client could then just launch the application from like the Windows taskbar.
Yeah, that's a great question. So as of today, WSL is really geared towards developers specifically. And we've made some choices that make it really great for developers, but might make it a bit harder for scenarios like the question of, hey, can I just package any app and put it to the store and use it? So I'll show you an example of what I mean exactly by that. For a GUI app, if I go back to my desktop, when I install stuff, you can see, wow, that's really cool. When I installed a Spotify in Ubuntu just minutes before, under Snap, it shows up in my Windows Start menu here, right here, with the correct name, but it says Ubuntu beside it, and it has our friend Tux, the Linux Penguin, on the bottom right. We made those choices because for developers, we want to show, hey, you installed Spotify, but it's in the Ubuntu distro. I also could have Spotify on Windows. We wanted to make sure that they were distinguishable at a glance. And we also added that Tux, the Linux Penguin on the bottom right, to have that same goal of like, oh, I know that this is a Linux app that I'm running, just at a glance. And so those things are great for developing, but they're not necessarily so great for like an application that you might want to run, because let's say I was shipping my personal app. Now it has always beside it, the brackets, and it always has the penguin on the bottom right. It might not be the best environment that I'd want for a user, especially if they don't have any concept of what Linux is. So as of right now, our recommendation is still, if you want to ship something, either ship it cross-platform or ship it for the store directly. WSL is not yet the best environment for that because of those choices. But this is a really common request that we actually have. And so we're exploring if there are any opportunities or avenues for us to field that in the future. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks so much for the talk, and I think you guys should be really kind of proud of what you've achieved there. It's such amazing technology. So please feed that back to the team, that feedback. The question, though, you showed a kind of workflow for exporting and then re-importing an image under a different name. I was wondering if you have plans on your roadmap for making that kind of like a first-class feature. I think it'd be really cool to have like maybe forks of an Ubuntu-based image, so I could have like a Python one and a Ruby one and a web dev one, like just kind of being able to get that from the drop-down and fork it and have different instances. Is that something you've thought about at all?
Yeah, that is a great question. So the question, if you didn't hear, was, hey, is there plan to make it first-class feature for forking and version control and stuff like that for WSL distros? The answer there is yes, that would be really cool, and it's on our backlog eventually to do, but it might be something that's better for the community to do. And a good example is Raft WSL is a project that's in the Microsoft store. Raft WSL does allow users to like export and import snapshots via the GUI. They do it via the -- import and export commands. But there's also other methods, like you could have a WSL distro to just run LXD and run containers inside of that then would have diffing on top of them, etc. And so we'd love to see the community do it and then amplify that because it would be something awesome. But it's not something that's something at the top of our priority list right now as we try to tackle other things from a platform level that might be more applicable.
Hi, do we know when we'll get proper bridged network adapters so that we can actually run network services? And second question, is there a fix inbound for orphaned GUI windows? Like if I run Firefox, then close the console, and now I've just got a thing I can't make go away.
Great question. So bridged mode, when is the fix for that? Right now, the WSL networking architecture runs under NAT mode, which has its pros and cons. We have an experimental version of bridged mode that very motivated users noticed on GitHub when we created a private version internally, and people went and looked through the strings that were released and went, wow, they added bridged mode, and we're like, well, this is experimental. So it is possible to go play with that, to try it now. But really our plans are, we're working with the networking team to take a look at what are the opportunities there. We want to ship one networking mode if we can that works best for the majority of users. So right now in terms of bridged and NAT, we're trying not to have, hey, choose between bridged or NAT when starting WSL. And so we're seeing with the networking team whether there's something better that we can do. So I hope to have more information in the future coupled with the enterprise announcements of this is how we're improving networking in WSL. And then for the orphan GUIs, yes, we're looking at that bug. So I will make sure to go back to the team and get a status update and post it to the GitHub thread, wherever it is.
Hey, thanks for the talk. It was very nice. And just one question. So we can have now Linux on Windows, but what is it about the other way around? Are you contributing to the wine as well?
Great question. And no, we're not contributing on the other way around. And frankly, the reason for that is, you know, at Microsoft, we all run the Windows operating system, and I have the unique ability in my position at Microsoft to build and use tools from the Windows OS and leverage the Windows OS to do that. And so that's where we're focusing our efforts. So I agree, it would be cool to do the other way around as well. But there are a lot of experts who are really keyed in there who would probably be better to have impact than I would be.
I understand that MS-DOS 2.0 directory support was copy-paste code from Xenix, which I think was really, really cool, a Unix connection. My question is, what inspired you to use the Plan 9 file server for Windows Linux file sharing?
Oh, great question. So why did we use Plan 9? Plan 9, this might be a disappointing answer. We had the code. We already had it. We used it in other actual parts of Hyper-V implementation. We had this Plan 9 code lying around, quote unquote, and what we did is we made it cross-compilable for Linux. So it was written for Windows. We made it be able to be used in both Windows and Linux, and then we used that as our file server protocol.
Is WSL2 or the store version multi-architecture supported? So not just x86, but other architectures like ARM?
Sorry, is WSL2 or the store version supported? Is that the question?
Yeah, as in, so if I've got a Windows and ARM
on
machine
ARM.
or Volterra or whatever, can I
Yes.
just install it?
Yes, it's supported on ARM. There are caveats there. So the version of ARM is still being improved for Windows, and specifically we depend on a lot of hypervisor, Hyper-V platform features on the WSL team. Like in that architecture side, we call into the host compute service, right? That host compute service has some feature requests for ARM devices. Some of those being like nested virtualization is not yet possible on ARM. But what's great is you can see Microsoft with like, we just released the Windows Dev Kit, which is like a $600, really cool little piece of hardware that lets you get like a whole dev machine with 32 gigs of RAM running really quickly. We have investments in the ARM space. And so what's really nice, and I've already said this point, is as anything that goes to Hyper-V for ARM, we automatically get on WSL, and we can amplify in WSL. So yes, it's supported. There are some features that we're working on, and they're being worked on.
Us lightning questions.
Hi there, Craig. Forgive me if I missed the pertinent point in the demo. I did see, didn't I, the Linux VM, or the guest, if you like, is actually able to start up a Windows application as well.
Yes.
How exactly did that work? I missed that.
So that is done using the kernel module bin format. And so we basically point, hey, if you see a Windows executable, call into the WSL.exe, WSL.exe binary inside of Windows, and then that WSL.exe creates a create process in Windows to do it.
Forgive me, just so I'm clear. So within the hypervisor environment, the guest running operating system is able to say to Hyper-V, please start this app on my behalf. With what level of permission or?
Yes, so permissions in WSL. The really quick sentence explanation there is it's the same permission level as running PowerShell.exe. So whatever you can do in Bash, you can do in PowerShell.exe with your Windows level user permissions. So I can't go like sudo rmrf Windows System 32 because I wouldn't have the Windows administrator permissions to do that. I would only have that if I ran the WSL.exe process as an administrator. So you can think of it just as running PowerShell.exe, same security story.
Please. Hi. So there is a couple of things that now Linux on WSL can do that Linux on hardware can't do, like the official support for DirectX, for example. Is there any plan to ensure that people using Linux on Windows and developing applications there, that these applications will continue to work on Linux on the hardware?
In general, yes. So it's a little harder for us. All right, we're okay. It's a little harder for us on the WSL team specifically to say like, hey, yes, we commit exactly to that because we don't own those necessarily parts, right? We want to support the ecosystem and make it possible. And so in that case of DirectX, we made like a dev DXG device inside of the Linux kernel that can then point to do DirectX stuff for your Windows GPU. And so our goal is to make sure that as part of the open source community, that it's always possible to be built on and meets open source requirements. And we would love to see people build on top of it.
Thank you for your questions, but thank you very much to Craig. So please thank Craig.
Thank you.
That was really
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thanks again to all the speakers this morning. We're going into lunch now. When you return, please make sure that you're in your next session a couple of minutes beforehand so that it can start on time. Lunch is downstairs in the lobby. Please remember, once again, to wear your badges.
Do a little switch.
Hey everyone on Twitch and YouTube, we will be starting our talks in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Czech Republic.
Hello. If you're joining us from the back, like, hi. All right. So we have a minute until we listen to our first talk. I hope we had a lovely lunch. Awesome. So yeah, our first talk will be given by Cassidy Blady, and he works with the Ubuntu desktop upstream on design and the app ecosystem. I'm sure he's going to tell us a bit more about himself. So yeah, enjoy.
So, hi everyone, welcome to How to Make a Delightful App Listing. I'm Cassidy, as I was just introduced, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on about me, but I do work at the Endless OS Foundation, and I do contribute to GNOME design. So, first of all, what is an app store listing, in case you don't know? It is basically this. It's, in an app store, a page with information about an app where people go and download the app or install the app. How many of you have seen an app listing kind of like this? And I'll just read it out to emphasize it. Paint App by Paint App developers. Paint App is a simple GTK3 raster image program for GNU/Linux written in Python 3 using GNOME technologies and making use of G actions. It supports Xorg and Wayland. You've we have some of those in our app stores, right? We've got those. How many of you have written an app listing like that? Have you? Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you for being honest. Yeah, so our goal is to not do this. Here is technically the same app that had a little bit more thought put into its actual, this is the actual app stream data here. It's drawing an interesting name with a really nice little icon by Romain FT, an actual name, not just so-and-so developers. Edit screenshots or memes. It has a heading there. It has a description talking about what you can do with the app. Resize, crop, or rotate an image. Apply some filters, insert or censor text, and much more. It has high-resolution screenshots with really good art that shows off what you can actually do with the app, not just a generic, boring, blank state. So this is our goal. We want more apps like this. All right, that's my talk. No, I'm just kidding. So let's talk about how we can get here, right? So spoiler alert, here's the agenda for this talk. First, who is this talk for? Blank is not a bad word. Free desktop app stream meta info, what a mouthful. And providing quality meta info. So first, who is this talk for? Raise your hand if you're an app developer, if you develop an app. Ah, cool, good, you came to the right place. Raise your hand if you work on the ecosystem. So that's like Linux, distro, or Flatpak, or Snap, or an app store. Okay, good, you're also in the right place, great. Raise your hand if you want to help make open source apps be more successful. Great, all right, yeah, you're all in the right place. Great, so that's who the talk's for. So first, app developers, this is really suited for you because you're the best people, you're the best people to market your apps. You know the apps, you know the reason you made the app do a certain thing. So it's really important that you are the ones who are making your app listings. Secondary audience, the ecosystem people, this talk might reveal some capabilities that the actual technology has under the hood to make your products better, your app stores and your ecosystems better. And then for potential contributors, if you're looking for a way to improve an app listing that you come across, this is a great way. It's a low technical contribution that you can do, which is a really great way to get involved with a project. And as a reminder also, I said apps. Games are apps too, in a way. So keep that in mind if you're thinking about being an app developer. A game developer also makes sense. So second, I hope I'm allowed to say this word in front of the open source community without repercussions. Marketing is not a bad word. Thank you. Thank you for the dramatic effect. In fact, I'd go further and say that marketing is a requirement for open source to be successful. App store pages are marketing pages. There's no way around it. It's the same as a landing page on the web or a flyer that you would hand somebody for a physical good. It's a marketing device. It's how you introduce your app to a new person. You can be very dry and very factual, and nobody is going to want your app. You have to be more interesting, be more compelling, tell people why they want it. You have to market your product. There's this weird stigma in open source. I feel like people don't like marketing. Maybe we lean too much on being dry and factual. We got to cut that out. We got to market. And if you look at the mainstream app stores, proprietary app stores, popular apps there have paid marketers whose jobs it is to market their apps. Designing icons, writing copy, composing screenshots to ensure their app is the one that you download. And while we don't have to or necessarily even want to do everything like the big app stores, there's a reason we're different, right? And we're here. But that is the level of competition you're going up against. So we have to kind of match the quality there. As a specific example, this is from Apple's App Store marketing website. And as a reminder, the Apple App Store is available for iOS, iPad OS, Mac OS, tvOS, watchOS, everything OS basically. And so they say specifically, we can help you with marketing both on and off the App Store. The App Store has a global marketing team whose sole purpose is to help developers drive downloads for their apps. So you can go look at their website there. They have like a whole mini website talking about why App Store is so great and why it's a marketing tool. So on the open desktop, we've got to do a good job too, because again, this is what we're up against. And it's important to always be thinking, when you're writing an app listing, always be thinking from that marketing perspective. An app's README on GitHub is a great place to put technical information. Nobody cares in your app listing. So we always be thinking about how would you actually be marketing this app, not just let's provide some details, but actually market it. So yeah, marketing is not a bad word. Third, free desktop, app stream, meta info. I had to reread my slide, make sure I got all the right compound words there. If you've never heard of this before, it sounds like I made it up. We really like our complicated technical compound words. Let's look at each word to kind of break it down. So free desktop. Raise your hand if you know what free desktop is. Okay, actually the majority. That's really good. Okay, cool. For everyone who didn't raise their hand and anybody at home who didn't raise their hand, this is how freedesktop.org describes himself. I'm not going to read that. This is how I describe freedesktop.org. It's still a lot of words, but hopefully it's a little simpler. It's software and specs to make open source desktops and ecosystems interoperable. And interoperable is that key word. So this is why, free desktop is why clicking the icon of a KDE app opens when you're on a GNOME desktop, or KDE Neon, or Endless OS, or Fedora, or whatever. Like, the reason things work across the desktop ecosystem is because free desktop. It's the simplest way I can put it. So it's also the umbrella for projects like portals, which are used on every modern Linux-based OS to provide sandboxed apps functionalities and keep users in control. And effectively, it's the plumbing of the modern desktop. It's really important stuff. I'm a big fan. So that's what free desktop is. AppStream. This is how AppStream describes itself. I'm not going to read that either. You can pause the stream, or if you have really good eyesight and are a really fast reader, you can read that. But I like to say it's software and specs to present and describe apps. And specifically, this might make more sense when we look at meta info, which, don't worry, I'm not going to give you another page. I like to think of as a specification for describing apps specifically. So free desktop, AppStream, meta info. It's still a mouthful, but now you know what it is. So here's an example. Here's what actual meta info looks like. Also tiny text. Don't actually read it. It's just XML. But if you look on the left there, this is the type of information that meta info can provide. So there's the name, developer name, a short summary, a long description, release notes, screenshots, content rating, relevant URLs, branding, binary name, app ID, license. There's like a lot of everything you need as an app store to show an app and show it off in a really cool way is provided by the meta info. Basically everything you need to make an app listing like this. So, and here's zoom in a little bit here. So, you know, there's rich branding, high resolution screenshots, lots of user focused information. You can even expand, there's even more information there, links out to relevant places, information about how the app is actually built and its licensing and how safe or unsafe it is according to on a technical level. There's age rating there. All that information is powered by AppStream. So now you know what free desktop, AppStream, meta info is. So let's put it to use. So again, this is that same list, an abbreviated version of that list of everything that AppStream meta info can provide. So I have an app. It's a fun little app about analyzing the screen resolution of screens and if they're good for high DPI or not, because I'm a nerd about high DPI. So here is an example of some of my meta info that I've actually written for my app. So name, the app is called Dippy because it's a pun on DPI. It's developed by me. It's short description, which is like a little header, or when there's constrained space and you want to provide a very short way to describe your app. It says calculate display info like DPI and aspect ratio. It's straight and to the point. But then there's a long description, and here's my long description, which I'm not going to read it through word for word, but this is where a user has already been interested in your app and they clicked on it and now they want to learn more about it. So give them good information here. It's a really simple app. This is longer than the app's code probably. Like, it's really simple, But when people are searching for the app, they're going to search for some of these terms. So this is really good to include good search terms in here. And they're also like, they want to know, is this worth, actually taking my time to install this app? So provide good information, talk about the features that your app actually supports, talk about who the app is actually intended for, what it can do. You can even put like future plans in this information because you can update this information over time. It's not static. So you can say, yeah, and in the future we plan to do this if that's something you actually want people to know. So again, then there's also things like release notes, version 4.0.2, fix an issue with the about dialog. Also, don't just write bug fixes and performance improvements because nobody likes that. And this is, in a world of auto updates, I think that's why a lot of people just don't pay any attention to release info. But especially, for me, I work at the Endless OS Foundation where we work with people who are offline or have very limited connectivity. And this might be what convinces them your app is worth updating. So they might not have automatic updates on. They might have expensive internet. So tell them what they're getting in the update. Otherwise, they just might not ever update your app. So if you actually want to get new fixes, tell them what the fixes are. And then you also want to provide screenshots. Like I said with that example earlier, show the app in use. Actually show off the app. Don't just show a blank, ugly blank slate. Show compelling artwork that was created with your app or a real use case of your app in use. And then there's content rating, which there could be a whole, I'm sure there have been talks about this. The Open Age Rating Service, ORS, is a really cool initiative where developers can self-describe the type of content in their apps, and then it is encoded as, there's a specification, it's encoded as different categories with different ratings, and then app stores can take that information and do things like say, this app is appropriate for kids ages 10 and up, or this app is only appropriate for teens, or this app is appropriate for adults. Or it can do things like this app might have violence. So if somebody has PTSD and is triggered by violence, they can filter the app store to avoid those types of apps. So it's really important to provide that content rating as well. And then you can also provide relevant URLs. So I have links to the homepage, the issue tracker, support, donate, and app stores, again, can take those things. They can just put them in a list of URLs if they want, or they can actually put a donate button up at the top next to an install button, or integrate that more into the flow, which is really interesting. And then branding. So the two elements of branding that are really important for your app are icons and colors. So with icon design, if you're developing an app for a specific platform, please use that platform's icon guidelines for your app. It makes it better for everybody. GNOME has really great icon guidelines. KDE has really great icon guidelines. Elementary has really great icon guidelines. If you're targeting one of those apps one of those platforms specifically, even though your app can be installed on more platforms, fit in with those guidelines. If you're not targeting a specific platform, or your platform doesn't have good guidelines or any guidelines, I honestly just say use GNOMEs because they were designed specifically to work well and mesh well with popular third-party app icons, things like the Firefox and Chromes of the world that have their own branding. So GNOME has really great icon guidelines. You can visit that link at developer.gnome.org for those guidelines. And brand color. So this is an interesting new area. This is not code that's shipping in GNOME software yet, but is still starting to be used in places that are interesting. If your app has a color palette that's its branding, use your app's color palette in your brand color in the meta info. A tip is complement the icon. Don't necessarily make it match the icon exactly. Think about if that color was behind your icon. An example, again, this Firefox example here. You're not using Firefox orange would be really great, except you'd lose the icon in that. So think about if that color is used with or next to your icon, how it can complement it. And when in doubt, talk to a designer. Hopefully every app in the world has a dedicated designer. I know that's not reality. So ask your design friends. There's lots of us in open source. Ask somebody who, if somebody's helping you make an icon, ask, hey, what color would you pair this with? And then set that as your brand color in the meta info. Again, you can do really cool stuff like this. You can also do, this is apps.gnome.org, which is using, right now it's actually, I think, doing algorithmically deriving the color, so it sometimes gets it wrong, I'm not sure. But the idea is that websites like this that show off an app can even use that app color. So you'll see like the little badges down there by the Get Involved section, the badge by the app developer's name. Obviously the big header behind it, that's not like an image that the developer submitted, that's generated from the meta info. So you can do really interesting and compelling things when you like take the extra little step and say, here's some brand color. And finally, license. So I am looking at the time and realizing I have like powered through this talk, so sorry I'm talking so fast. I'll try to slow myself down. But license. So it's important to include a license with your app meta info because this is the license of the code itself. Of course, I always would say if you have a choice to make your code open source, make it open source. But regardless, it's important to provide accurate information here. And an example of where this is used, it's not just like, hey, this app is licensed under the GNU public license version 3.0 or later. Like, nobody cares to read that necessarily, but app stores can actually do interesting things with this information. So this is an example from GNOME Software. It uses the license to help determine how safe an app is. Recognized open source licenses are used to inform the user that the code is actually auditable. Auditable open source code is really important to safety and privacy. So that's actually considered when we show off the app. So you can learn about AppStream specifically at the freedesktop.org address there or with the QR code. There's also a web-based meta info creator. It's pretty cool. It kind of steps you through writing good meta info. And it's there at that URL as well. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah. Thank you, Cassidy. Do we have any questions? All right. Please keep your questions simple and concise. Yeah.
Hi. How can someone who makes app stores make app developers' life easier to either make their listing better or just to promote their app in the store?
Yeah, it's a great question. The number one way I would say that you can encourage developers to give good app meta info is make really good use of app meta info. So do interesting things like when you're designing your app store, use that icon or use that brand color in interesting places. The default is kind of thinking through that, like, okay, it goes on the header, but like you can do more interesting things like use it as an accent color on buttons, or when you have like a search result, like you could tint things using that color. Like that's one example of just use the data that's there, so apps that do use it show up better and look better, and then other developers go, oh, I want my app to do that. How do I do that? So that helps encourage developers to actually embrace it.
Hi. So I know on some systems where you have multiple package formats, like say, for example, Flatpak and apt and or PM or also Snap, sometimes there might be multiple app listings for a single actual app. Like say, for example, if you type in Blender on a computer that has Flatpak and Snap and apt, it might show up 3 different listings.
Yeah.
So are you aware if there is some sort of standard for essentially sort of unifying the app listing if you're, say, a distro developer or you create an app store?
Absolutely, yeah. There is the app ID. It's a reverse domain name notation app ID, and that's supported by AppStream. That's the ID field. So that's like, in my case, it's like com.cassidyjames.dippy is the unique ID that I've associated with my app. So I would encourage, and I think mostly like distro packages and Flatpak like enforce this pretty well as a policy. I think Snap does not. They have their own ID. I would encourage Snap to like have maybe an RDNN field that then app stores could like match to duplicate in that case.
Of, say, standard for doing that on their behalf. If, say, for example, we're a distro developer, or if we developed an app store front end, is that something we'd essentially have to do manually, or is there a way of sort of merging and matching different app IDs for the same app, sort of manually?
Yeah. No, yeah, I understand. Yeah, as far as I know, there's not an existing, I would say like the spec is use a unique ID, that's an RDNN notation. RDNN notation, yeah. There is also the ability to have custom metadata as part of your meta info, so I could see like that it's a way to extend the specification. So you could say like x-snap ID or something like that maybe, which could help app stores deduplicate, but I think the better route is probably standardizing on using the RDNN. Any other questions?
Yeah, so I already have the meta info for my app, but one thing I've noticed that is missing is the release notes. So how much release notes do you have to put? Would you encourage me to put in this meta info? And do I have to keep track of all the releases, like a changelog? Because there's also already a changelog that's part of the Debian package.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure I want that level of detail in the meta info.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question is releases, how much information you put in releases, how many releases back do you go? That, I don't know that there's actually a specification for how many releases. I think the best practice is like the last few major releases and then the last few minor releases in the current major release version. That's at least something I've heard somebody else say. But yeah, it's in my apps, I just have literally every single release that's ever been made in that, which is maybe not maintainable in the long run, but we'll address that when we get to it, I guess. And then yeah, as far as the Debian changelog, so I think an important way to think about it is the Debian changelog is a great changelog for developers, and the AppStream meta info is user focused. So in some cases, your users are developers if you're making developer tools, but in the majority of cases, a user might not care that you fixed an overflow bug in the blah, 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 blah library, whatever, or that you updated a dependency for such and such. They care about what, we fixed a crash when you do this, or there's a new feature that lets you do this. So it's kind of a different audience for the release info. Does that make sense? Cool.
Generally write the changelog to be more user focused. Because it's like more a general public application. But yeah, I get that, yes.
Okay.
Let's give him a round of applause. Oh, okay.
Question about how to handle beta releases.
How to handle?
Beta releases. So
beta
if you
releases,
want to show, give the possibility to show or highlight or hide not stable releases for your app.
I'm not sure if that's specified in the meta-info spec for like version numbers. I think also, yeah, I'm not sure off the top of my head. That's a good question though. Georges.
All right, one last question. We have a minute more left, so yeah.
This is probably myself shooting myself in the foot, but what do you think app metadata should have that it currently does not have in the ecosystem?
That's a good question. Well, my big one that I'm most passionate about that is now part of the spec is the brand color. Trying to think of other, one that I know is used as an extension of the spec right now is suggested price. I think that's really interesting because that means app stores could, if the app supports donations, which is a whole different mechanic, but I think in putting that information and coding it in the AppStream information is really interesting because it means anywhere that we show that app, we can show a price or a suggested price next to it. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's other ones that I've seen. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I think that's probably the
We can
main
talk
one.
offline about this, but
yeah.
If there's anything I'm interested in learning.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Cassidy, for such an insightful session. So we'll take a 5 minutes break and then come back for the next talk, which is in the community track. So whilst we are on this break, let's get social. Let's tweet a bit about the event and use the hashtag Ubuntu Summit. Yeah, thank you. Hello. Okay, I think we have a minute more to the session. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, it's important, but yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again for joining us for this session. Again, my name is Abigail, and whilst the talk is going on, please do all to share as well. Let's get social. Yeah, so our next speaker is Michelangelo, and his title is on non-code contributions. Welcome. I think this talk is actually very important in the open source community. Usually we hear a lot about the coding and all. What about the other ways of contributing to open source? So yeah, Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abigail.
Let's give him a hand.
Hello. Thank you. Hello, everyone. And yeah, today I'm just gonna tell you a story, basically of what happened to me in the past years and why I do believe that to make open source really have an impact for the greater good, yeah, we need also and especially known code contributions. So before starting, any of you is a known coder? Well, all right. So, guys, this is for you to try to attract you in our funny things. So first, who I am and why I'm talking here. So essentially, I became a technologist by accident. I started my life as a humanist, but I always liked technology. So I ended up being an interaction designer. So I study how humans interact with technology. And I've been a growth hacker, which is a fancy way of a marketer with no budget. And I worked as a community manager. I founded Volumio, which is my main thing today. At Volumio, our mission is to let people enjoy music in a simple way. And we achieved that by building a Linux distribution for the Raspberry Pi, which is used by over 500,000 of people all over the world. And this also means I am a music lover and an open source enthusiast because, yeah, I believe that the best way to accomplish our mission was to use the open source way of doing things. And yeah, this goes, I dedicate this talk to all Volumio contributors. Volumio is a project which was born 7 years ago, and we would not be here without all the amazing contributions that have been done by all sorts of different people with all different skills, but all with the same passion and with the same goal. So this is for them, and of course for you. So before digging deep into, yeah, how can non-coders contribute, let's see the thing from a maintainer's point of view. So how can a maintainer foster this environment? First, I believe by acknowledging that every project, and I mean every project, will benefit from a multidisciplinary approach. No matter how technical your field of application is, involving people from different backgrounds will lead to a better results. And this brings us to the thing that open source is not made of just code. Because, yeah, when we write software, that's usually the result of a co-design process. Means some people get together, decide the specifications, and then it gets translated into code. And another thing, a project is a complex system. It means it has a lot of parts. They need to work together very well. And maybe sometimes they don't. That's where we got bugs and all of that. But yeah, we like to think, yeah, I have bugs because it's very complex. And in fact, it is. Another thing, you will forgive me if I treat projects mostly like with this startup mentality, because I believe there are a lot of similarities. Basically, in both scenarios, you start from scratch, you try to make an impact, and you hopefully think that more people are going to use and more people are going to work on your passion. So this is where they get similar. And in order for you to create a project which gets bigger and bigger, you need to create a set of routines or procedures. Simply decide how a bug should be treated, how a new feature is going to be designed. And again, you need a different kind of background to do that. And last but not least, it is my fundamental belief that if free and open source wants to keep on having a greater impact on society, humanity, we need a diverse environment. And yeah, we hear diversity, the word diversity, we hear it a lot lately, but it's not just a buzzword. I really do believe that it's something very, very important because, again, project can be seen as a complex systems, and to understand every little nuance, every little detail of complex systems, you need people with different backgrounds. Multidisciplinary equipes, anyone. And also, sometimes you can manage to do one thing better if you just step out of it, look at how it's done maybe in a different field of application, and replicate those discoveries, those findings there. So if all that sounds obscure, maybe we can clarify that later. And yeah, then how can a maintainer or someone which starts a project promote diversity? It is something that in the beginning you must enforce. I wish I did from the very beginning, but I learned later in the process, so this is why I'm sharing with you. The moment you start a project, start it with a mindset which is inclusive and promotes diversity. Be curious and demand that everyone which joins the project is curious. We don't need walled gardens, we don't need narrow-minded people to change the world, so you must be the first to show how it's done. And yeah, discussions, having constructive discussions is something extremely important, but from the top level, from you being the founder, you need to promote that. So never address anyone's suggestion saying, hey, it's a stupid idea. No, there's no such thing as a stupid idea. And also, there is no such thing as something we don't need. Yeah, okay, maybe you have some graphics. No, thanks, we don't need that. No. Please take what you get. And yeah, this brings to, don't dismiss confrontation. There's no such thing as wasted time when confronting. From my personal experience, the best decisions that we made in our project happened thanks to confrontation. Sometimes maybe very assertive, but we became bitter a little bit, but in the end, this led to way better decisions. Okay, you prepared the field, fantastic, great. Now you need to involve people to get people in. And I believe that's very important to understand why should, in the first place, people contribute, come and invest their precious time in your project. Well, we are human beings, we are social beings, so sharing a common goal is usually something that we all like. Gathering to a common goal is something that in the whole history of humanity produced great results, changed history, right? Then maybe solving a common problem. Maybe those people have the same problems of you, and they believe that you have maybe a clue or a possibility to solve it effectively, and they want to help with that. Because maybe also you have a cool project. It happened to me a lot, that people were joining because we were able to portray what we were doing, the boring things that we were doing, as a cool thing to do. And yeah, all of them, be assured, are joining and are contributing for a reward which is non-financial. Again, being part of something, solving a problem, making a useful use of their time. So why it is important? Because again, those people will be rewarded when they contribute, so try to figure out what it is and try to give to them. Do they want to make a difference? Empower them to do so. Do they want to solve the problem? Put them maybe on that specific task. So this is very fundamental. And yeah, another, let's say, in the day-to-daily life, this is, okay, you got people, then how do you keep them motivated, actually? Again, promoting discussion. Discussion are healthy. Discussion might be unpleasant. But yeah, this is what makes us go forward, then make it very clear that there's no top-down approach. It's not like I am the founder, I am always right and you are always wrong. Very wrong. The best idea has to win, even if it is from the last guy which joined your project. If he has a better idea, the environment should acknowledge that and that idea should be pushed forward. Then, super important, respect the fact that people are contributing their time. Is their hobby, is not their job. So even though, of course, this is your project, you are heavily invested into it, but respect that for the others might not be the same. Don't give them deadlines. Don't ask for specific performance KPIs, because otherwise you will see them going away. This is a mistake I've did, especially in the beginning, and I've lost very valid contributors. So, number one rule, respect that this is an hobby. And then also, be prepared both to ask for help. Oh, I can't do this. Is there anyone which can help me doing that? This is especially powerful, just making visible something that you're struggling and maybe that is needed, that has the highest priority, and say thank you when somebody achieves that or does something. Last, nobody likes hassles, so don't be one. This is one thing that really bothers me when maybe I find a bug in other projects, or I see people on GitHub opening issues and raising questions. Read the manual. I really think in those scenarios we are scaring people away. We are wasting potential talent just because we like, well, some people like to show off that they are the founders, or that they know better and they don't have time to waste with newcomers. I really think we should avoid that. Then, okay, maybe as a maintainers, we now are prepared, the right mindset, we are prepared to offer people what they want. From where do we start then? Okay, as when you go to the grocery store, you carefully prepare a list of things that you do, and this is not very different here. Take notes where you need help. Do it on a day-to-day basis, because more things are popping up, you are forgetting. So having one place where you take notes of all the matters that needs to be taken, that's good. Then, take inspirations from other projects. Look at what others do. There are a ton of cool projects out there. Everyone has some very good things in it. Just look, watch, and learn. And once you have those to-do list or wannabe list, make it easier for wannabe contributors to find it. Usually we find them in the README of your GitHub repo, we find them in the contributing.md, but the important is that it must be public, visible, easy to find, and also make it easy for wannabe contributors to reach you. Have a form where people can reach out, and also leave explicit room for people to suggest things which are not in the list, because maybe they have a better idea, again, that you have. And yeah, you will discover many things you did not know you needed until you find out they are missing. So what is going to follow now is, well, a non-particularly thought of list of contributions which are very much welcome from non-code contributors that every maintainer should at least want. First and foremost, community building. I strongly believe as soon as you start your project, second thing you do is bootstrap a community. Bootstrapping a community is hard, takes time, takes a dedicated group of people. By the way, I'm going to have another talk later if you want to join, where I will share some experience also on that. So, non-technical contributors are great for that. Also for one simple reason. Usually, engineering people are not the best pro-social people to help you out with starting a community. So again, this is where having a multidisciplinary approach, different kind of people will help. And one of the few things could be, for example, help you, and this was the case with us, define the layout of our community. So the index, like help, troubleshooting, suggest features, those kind of things. These were laid out actually by our early contributors. And some of them didn't know how to code. Then once you bootstrapped your community, they can become your moderators. A community needs moderators just to keep the information in place, to keep it well organized, to avoid redundancy of information. Then they can help you with developers onboarding, like giving suggestions on how to create a developer-friendly environment, which is, again, among the first few things you want to do when you start a project. Make sure that others can join you very quickly. Then bootstrapping the community, early postings. I mean, you create a community, it's an empty place where nobody finds value because there's no info. Have your first contributor fill it with some tutorials, some guides. And then, again, later on, they can help you with user support and troubleshooting. You're going to need that. At the beginning, the project is going to be super buggy. You need some people to ease the frustration of your first users. Fellow users are the best way to achieve that. Then, donations. We know every project requires donation. We have bills to pay, servers to pay for, tooling and whatnot. But it's not of only money that we live. And usually, it happened to us quite often, especially in the early days. Some people working in bigger companies asked the company to support us financially, in some cases, or with non-use capacity, like hosting, bandwidth, tooling. Sometimes also those developers requested the company to dedicate some of their time to our project. And I believe if you are a successful business owner and you want to contribute with to open source, you don't have time, well, use the resources you already have in your company, and the impact can be significant. Again, using allowance for your services, other examples, storage, servers. And also, if there are existing communities that you are into which you feel are related to this project, just post there, hey guys X are doing a very cool thing. Why we of community Y don't join them in their struggle, or why don't we support them in other ways? Again, before it was mentioned that, yeah, we hate the word marketing, but yeah, we need it. We want to create an impact. We want to make cool stuff. Well, we need people to know that we are doing this and using it, basically. Another thing, well, and that really relates very well to the previous talk, graphics and Illustrator. There are a ton of graphic designers out there which we could make a great use of. So for example, again, one of the first things that an open source project shall do after the first line of codes are written is their logo. A logo in this day and age make your project visible, communicates your mission, communicates your values, and yeah, if you want people to stick around and know what you're doing, you need that. Well, and there will be plenty of designers willing to help. Another thing which can help developers is system topology maps. These, for example, helped us a lot, like a working diagram on how our, let's say, architecture was being laid off in the first iteration of our code base, having it visualized, and it was actually a graphic designer which contributed to it, helped us really lay down a future-proof architecture, something that was scalable, and without having it visualized, we would not have been able to do it. Another thing related to trademark is a style guide. I know this sounds fancy, sounds very corporate, and we don't like that. But again, do you want to have some people write about your cool project on magazines, on blogs? Well, those guys need visual. Those guys need to tell a story. So provide the material with style guides or media kits is something you do once, and it can have a great effect on your communication. Or fancy badges. We really like the badges on the GitHub pages, on the readmes. Well, maybe creating a new one. Another thing that you non-coder guys can contribute a lot is localization. Besides traditional translating X software in your language or localize it totally, which is pretty straightforward, in our experience, it proved really useful to have people from different parts of the world telling how they were using, for example, our product, our software. We discovered, for instance, when we were really focusing on music streaming from Qobuz, Tidal, those streaming services, that in fact, in Asia, people rely mostly on files, on their files to play music. So again, this gave us some useful hints also on the product roadmap. And this is something that, it's fairly easy to contribute. This can lead to culture-based feature prioritization. Or, coming back to communities, they can help you with creating local pages of your community with localized content, like the Italian part and whatnot. Copywriting. Yeah, I know what you think I will tell. Yeah, it's documentation. Yeah. Who enjoys writing documentation here? Wow, congrats. Well, we need to talk then. I'm not letting you go without that, yeah. But yeah, not only documentation with copywriting. You can write use cases, for example. As we said before, when we make software, it's easy for us to speak about the technology part of what we are building, because, yeah, this is our language, but it's not the language of our users. So having someone which is not technical and can actually write down the value proposition, which problem we are solving, what we are giving with our software, is more than welcome. Especially when you are really, really involved in designing, building a product, you know it too well to explain it in layman words. So you really something from somebody from outside, which is not as involved as you, is really a great help in doing that. Also writing how-tos, tutorial, onboarding materials for users, developers. Then, of course, is also documentation, which we are going to ask to him, of course. Everyone now is going to ask you. And this is tricky. So now I want to see all the bad faces looking at me. But yeah, you might need some legal or financial help. And this actually happened to us, as strange as it seems. First one, using the most appropriate license for your project. Not as straightforward as it sounds. We would love to use GPL v3 ideally, but that's not always the best match. And very few people actually understand what licenses implication are. So if you have this kind of knowledge, please talk with project founders. They really need that before getting into trouble or doing something very stupid with what they do. Same goes for terms of service. Again, we live in a world where somebody is very litigious. Even if we are peaceful people, we come in peace, somebody else might not be. So if you happen to be to have legal background and have some time to dedicate, this is, I believe, very much needed. Coming back to licensing, another very tedious and boring things, which usually corporations do, but I believe that we should also, is make a due diligence of all the libraries, the submodules, everything that we use in our project to spot potential license conflicts. Something that will not harm you, but it's something that is indeed useful. Then attribution rules. We know that some project requires to hand over intellectual property to the maintainers. As unpleasant as it sounds, it is actually quite important to then enforce that the open source license is actually respected. This is something that happened to us. The moment you want to defend the freedom of the license, you need to be in a legal position to do so, and you need some code attribution agreement to be signed by everyone which contributes to your project. Maybe also you want to become a non-profit organization. We know for a fact that many projects operate this way, which is a great way, but you need knowledgeable people to make it happen. So again, if you have the legal background to make it happen, propose that. I think you might be surprised to see that founders accept. And, but this might look less urgent, verify regulatory compliance. In the unlikely event that you handle data, well, you might want to be compliant with GDPR. And again, this is one of those things which very few people understand. So if you are in the know, well, your contribution is very, very welcome. Then I'm going down the rabbit hole here. Yeah, I was expecting potatoes coming this way, tomatoes, but yeah, okay, I'm safe. All right. Again, in the world that we live in, if again we aim to have a significant user base, we need some money to make it happen, at least to pay the bills for the servers and sometimes to scale the project up, having other skill in our development team. So fundraising is important. We've had actually people reaching out to us suggesting how we could fundraise, whether it was Patreon, whether it was a donation button via PayPal. And yeah, if they didn't suggest and show a clear roadmap on how to do it, I don't think we would have done it, considering how early stage we were. And we were devoting 100% of our time to get the product out. Also, business plan ideas. Again, we've had people coming to us, sending an emails, hey guys, I know this company which might be interested in using what you guys are doing and potentially funding your project. So no matter where your professional background comes from, you can actually make bridges from your employer, if you think that's fit, to this particular project. And I believe this is a very nice way to sustain the open source model. And then organizational management. This will happen at a later stage in your project when you have a lot of people working for you. And this happened to us this summer. Actually, somebody approached and said, look guys, if you need, I can help you with some coaching and getting your organization up to speed, getting you guys some formal training. And yeah, it proved quite useful. Another thing, okay, maybe you're a coder, maybe you're a technical person, but you don't want to make code necessarily for 12 hours a day, let alone on your evening. You can still suggest best practices, tooling, architectures. This is something recurring. Every now and then, we receive suggestions from people which are clever enough to look at our technical stack and suggest a better way for us to do things. Right now, we manage roughly 50 servers plus serverless functions, and we had people over time reaching out with just few tips, and they helped us scale a lot. Or enforcing best practices with your core development team, like enforcing Agile, Scrum, etc. And since sometimes technical contributors are not actually developers on the daily job, they might be unaware of such good practices. But again, since you have a very limited throughput with a small team, increasing efficiencies through best practices is very, very welcome. And then, yeah, telling stories. Hey, I know the other guys at this project X, they did this. It really worked out well for them. Again, this is a nice way to contribute. Then again, marketing. And so it has been really well accepted today, huh? Incredible. But yeah, again, bridging similar communities. The more people knows about your project, the better it is for you, because you have more feedbacks, maybe more wannabe contributors. So a simple way to help a project that you discovered that you love is cross-posting. Post on another community where people might have a similar need. Tell them, hey, there are those guys which might be doing something cool. And yeah, it costs you like 2 minutes of your time, but it can have great, great impact. The same goes for sharing on social media, on your IRC, on your mailing list. Whatever you can do to bring new users to the project you want to contribute to, this is invaluable. Also, from users, you have a couple of very useful things you can donate to maintainers, which is, okay, analyze what is the problem, what is the value that this project is bringing, and give them your feedbacks. Are they hitting product market fit? Are they actually solving a real use case, or is there something that they have neglected? This is really part of being in a community where you give active feedbacks. And yeah, give them feedbacks to founders as much as you want, because this is really gold. If founder is clever enough to listen to your suggestions, this is going to be extremely, extremely precious for them. Then, design and engineering. Are you an industrial designer? Well, design a cool 3D case that you can 3D print for an electronic project you found online. There are so many examples, both in our communities and in others, where this is a fantastic contribution, especially for people which are doing hardware and they need actually to wrap it in a nice package. Or electronic design. And actually, this is a nice story which happened to us. We had some brilliant community members doing some designs, putting them open source and gifting it to the community, Dario, which is here. And this is how we ended up working together. And this is something which emerged lately, especially for those projects which rely on hardware. Usually, understanding if you did things properly or not requires very expensive measurement equipment, which is very hard to have, especially in the early stages. If you happen to have knowledge and these fancy measurement equipment, just write an email, hey guys, I can measure things for you. Again, this is a great, great help. Testing, feedbacks. Well, there's a lot. You didn't think there was such a lot of things that non-technical people can contribute, but yeah, there is. Test boring use cases which maybe nobody will ever encounter, or maybe in a fraction of the time. Hunt for bugs. Also, before someone spoke about, yeah, going through the list of bugs and maybe filling in missing information for developers to hunt. Provide feedback for user experience. Testing plugins or third-party integrations. Remember, developers, they always have a specific way of testing what they do if they test, when they test. So testing in different scenarios is invaluably important. And then, last but not least, UI, UX. Again, one of the things I believe open source can improve dramatically is offering a smooth, refined, well-thought user experience and UI. So we need to onboard more designers. And actually, I'm lucky to tell that a lot of what our user experience is today, our user interface also, came from community feedbacks. People were sending us mock-ups, they were sending notes on what was happening, which felt wrong to them. And this is something that has a great, great value, because first, having a good UX study costs a ton of money, and basically you are augmenting the resources of the project. But also, I believe that this is the first approach that a user has with what you do. And the better you make it, the smoother it goes. So that's crucial. Also defining some UX requirements, like animations shall take X 100 milliseconds, or we should not have more than 3 clicks. This is especially useful for developers when they shape the program, and can really help them with those guidelines. And then again, reporting, polluting with ideas from different projects. Again, we should learn when somebody does something better than we do, is worth taking notice. And yeah, so this has been my experience being lucky enough to receive all those non-code contributions. So this is why I'm inviting both technical and non-technical people here to find something that they can contribute to open source project and make an actual impact, help us make an impact. So really, thank you very much for listening.
Do we have any questions? All right. Okay.
Hi, hello. As a developer community, I don't know if this is just in our part of the world, we do find it difficult on the design part. And you mentioned there's actually a lot of resources that give these aspects, the non-developer side or talents, right? Could you just maybe share? You know, you also don't want to have designs that are super generic, right? You want to be quite nice, branded-wise, etc. Even things like, you know, making shirts and things like that, stickers. So maybe you could share more of these collaterals that you could find?
I'm not sure I got your question, sorry.
You mentioned there were, in one of your slides, you mentioned that sometimes there's free access to designs or logos even. I just wanted to get more information on that part, how to get designers involved further.
All right. Well, how to get designers? Well, as usual, you need to hunt people where they hang out. So possibly, you know, when, if you know some UX communities, well, just go there, post, hey guys, we need your help, doing this, doing that. Then, of course, I agree with what you said. It's difficult sometimes to breach what a designer suggests and what is actually possible on the development side. Usually, making those two communicate effectively is very hard. But, for example, just providing mock-ups, I believe, is a very useful, let's say, visual clue on how to do things. Rather than explaining how it should be done, an image can bridge those two different skill sets quite more easily.
So I have two short questions for you. One is, one of the things that I observe is that there's always a very large amount of imposter syndrome from people who have genuinely good skill sets who want to contribute, but kind of stop themselves out of some kind of fear of you know, criticism, or they're just not confident in themselves. Is that something that you've noticed? And then secondly, I noticed one of your points was that there is no such thing as a contribution that you should not accept from someone. You know, everything that someone submits is useful. And have you ever really had to think about a submission that someone has made and go, gosh, do we really, really use that? Is that a consideration you've ever had to take?
Well, thank you. Very good questions. So to reply to your first question, Yeah, we had many contributions from people which were really humble and they were afraid sometimes of not providing something useful. And again, this is, in my opinion, related to what I explained, you know, when you go in certain groups and they reply, read the manual, these kind of things. But yeah, again, making it very clear that this is a contribution-friendly environment by the tone of voice you have in the community, by also having a discussion on everything that is being suggested, and this comes to your second question, gives people confidence to not feeling judged of they can say whatever and it's going to be evaluated at least. And to your second question, what I mean is not to accept any kind of contributions, but rather don't dismiss anything. So you receive a contribution that must be evaluated, that must be discussed, that you should not say, hey, yeah, no, we are never going to think about that. Just take it into consideration, because this, again, will boost confidence for everyone that they are being listened to, and that even if, you know, maybe they are making a contribution which is not at the right time, this also happens a lot. Maybe people suggest one thing which you don't have enough maturity to do, at least it's being kept into consideration. For a community, this is very, very important that everybody feels listened to. Because, again, they invested their time, and you should show appreciation no matter what. And this then creates this snowball effect of people contributing more.
Hi, community manager, so I'm loving your talk. In recognizing non-code contributors, what are some of the favorite things that people have liked in getting that recognition from you or your communities, like swag or just a public thank you, or what are some of the favorite things people have enjoyed from that? Well,
I believe that it was suggesting something and finding it in the next release. This has been one of the very cool. We really see that people is very happy when that happens, because they know they are making a difference. It's actually happening. Or simply saying thank you, or simply starting a long discussion about it. We do not provide, let's say, gifts in exchange of contributions. Maybe we have, let's say, a more inner circle of developers and moderators, where they get some swags or some of other products, of our products in advance, or free subscriptions. But yeah, acknowledgement that you listen to this, and again, finding in the next release was the best, you know, gift that we gave to our contributors.
We have about 6 minutes. Any more questions? Okay.
So sorry. I don't have a question per se, but I do have a comment. As a security nerd, one other way that non-coders can participate is through, you know, developing a security policy for your project, like how you handle vulnerabilities, and then when you actually have vulnerabilities discovered, that whole process of managing that vulnerability, figuring out who's going to fix the issue, things like fuzzing, things like developing a threat model. What are the risks? If you've got an audio piece of software, do people take random pieces of audio, you know, snippets off the internet? Maybe they're malicious, right? Developing those sorts of threat models, things like that, and publishing that threat model are great ways that, you know, non-coders, but with some kind of understanding, can help a project as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had many security disclosures done properly, and this helped quite a lot, actually. And In hindsight, I was very ashamed to have those security holes, but luckily there was somebody which reported those to us. Yeah, I should have mentioned actually.
Right. They happen to everybody, right? I mean, code's written by human people. We all make mistakes. Right?
Let's give him a hand.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So yes, thank you for joining us for this session. We'll have a coffee break and then we'll be back at 4 p.m. to continue the talks. So thank you. Let's get social. Hello. Yeah. Hello. If you're joining us from the back, could you kindly settle down so we can start the next session? Thank you. Well, hi everyone. Welcome once again to the afternoon session, like the second part of the afternoon session. It's been nice interacting with you all, and I hope that, all the other talks that followed, that come in this session will be insightful to you all. We have Brett Morgan, who will be speaking to us on building a Flutter app for Ubuntu. He'll be telling us a bit more about himself. Let's appreciate him.
Hello, hello, hello. Is this mic on? Can you hear me? Hello, is that better? Okay. Can you hear me now? I'll just have to hold myself in this pretzel position. Anyway, hello, I'm Brett Morgan. Who am I? I'm Flutter Developer Relations at Google, which basically means it's my job to talk to all of you guys about Flutter. I've been a DRE, which is Developer Relations Engineer, at Google for a number of years now, so much so I'm part of the furniture. I've worked on a number of products, some of which are no longer standing. Prior to Google, I did 10 years in industry. Yes, that's right. We consider working at Google not to be an industry. Make your jokes about academia right there. And prior to that, I was a system administrator on Solaris. If you have no idea what a BOF is, look around for the people who are sniggering and ask them. I'm not going to explain it on tape. And due to my sins, I carry a pager. So yes, my day job consists mainly of writing iOS apps in Flutter, but I still know what a Linux box is in the cloud, so don't judge me. So, I want to talk about a sort of a weekend hack that sort of took over my life for a little while. I wrote a little basic app that created mazes out of a book, and it was all written in Ruby, so I was having this whole fun game of converting from Ruby code into a real programming language. Sorry, oops, I just set some people on fire. And what I wound up with is this. So what I'd like to do is basically demonstrate to you guys how to take a basic library that just generates some data structures and turn it into an application and do it in about 20 minutes. Actually make that about 18 minutes. Let's not go there yet. As I sit here and prove that I don't actually use Linux on a daily basis. Okay. So, here's the world's simplest Hello World program in Flutter. We've got an import statement where we're depending on some library stuff to make painting stuff easy. We've got ye old traditional main method, and then we have an application which is a stateless widget. You'll hear me talk a lot about stateless versus stateful widgets. The basic difference is a stateful widget has state, and a stateless widget is basically just a declaration. You're basically saying to Flutter, I want it to look like this, make it look like this, do whatever is required in the back end to all that sort of GPU stuff to make it look like this. So, now to talk about, go on, bugger off here. Now to show off the upside of Flutter. I can turn around and I've got this wonderful hello world that's saying hello to you all, but you can't actually see it. So we turn around and change the size of it and go, there, you can actually see it now. All I've done is written some code, hit save, and the application changes. But of course, you know, yeah, I don't like the fact that it's not lined up, so add some more code and it centers it all. I'll actually move a few things around. There we go, that looks better. Okay, so this is an application, but it doesn't really look like an Ubuntu application, and I said I'd make one for Linux desktop, so let's start doing that. First thing I'm going to do is add an app bar. Ooh, that's not improving things. So what I'm going to do, get rid of that text, I don't need it. I'm going to start relying on some Uru theming. So I'm going to introduce the Uru package. This actually has some native code, so the next step may or may not work. I wrap everything in Uru and, okay. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I just need to shoot the app and start it again. Not just you. Okay. And this is why I have a little mouse here so that I can do that. Okay, now that we've got the Uru theme in our tree and it's actually loaded, I can now turn around and start. Actually, this is an important question. Wrapping the Uru theme around the material app doesn't give us access to something we kind of need. So what we're doing is a pattern you'll see quite often in Flutter, builder methods. So what's happening here is Uru theme on build, i.e. when the build method is called, has its own builder method, so it will then call this function. I know it doesn't look like this, but this is actually a function. So it can pass this Uru theme data which it has just constructed. There are other ways to get that theme data object, but when we're writing it like this, we need to use a builder method. You'll see it in list context and things like that. Hey, it's now starting to look like a desktop app. And if we give it the dark one, because it's a Linux machine, it's always dark, right? So there we go. Starting to look more desktop by the second. So now I'm going to start building in a bit of a data structure. I have a number of maze algorithms, so the obvious thing to do is have an enumeration of the mazes, or the maze algos. So let's turn around and have a couple. But you know, traditionally, up until fairly recently, this was as far as you could push enums. But as of Dart 2.17, we can add things to them. So now we have some names to actually display them. Let's actually add some icons as well. Whee! Now, it's great having some algorithms with some names and some icons. Wouldn't it be nice if we could put it on the page? Let's rely on another package. Uru widgets gives us a little lovely thing called Uru tabbed page. We put that in, we get some icons and some titles and some views, and boom, we have the start of a desktop app. Now, the neat thing here is there's actually some reactivity. I was in the previous talk where people were asking what happens if you want something that looks great as a mobile app and as a desktop app, how do you deal with it? Well, you use widgets that actually respond to how wide they are. Or you write it yourself, one or the other. Okay, that's great. But it'd be nice to actually have a maze, right? So I happen to have written a library, as I was telling you, as my weekend project, which has a bunch of maze algorithms. So let's rely on that. The thing that I'm going to do here, I'm actually recreating effectively the API that my library has. And I'm declaring it locally so I can actually call it. My library just had a bunch of things that obeyed this requirement, but I hadn't named it there. So now I can add that to my enum, put them in. So while it does that and crashes, yes, I've logged a bug about that. One of the joys of using new features is sometimes they trip over and die. Put this back. Okay. So what we've got here is we have a function, takes rows and columns, which will turn around and do a good software engineering practice and actually create a variable at the top of the code so that we can easily change it. And it returns this mazes grid. Why is it Maze's grid? Well, one of the great things you can do when you're importing a package, like in Python and various other places, you can actually name that import so that all the names in it are quarantined off. Because I obviously want to use the Maze name for things, and that library also declares Maze for various things, so I've turned around and namespaced it, and now it's safe. Okay, let's start painting some boxes. Thank you. Yes. So we now have a maze display. So it's going to take where are we? Oh, haven't got that far yet. Let's turn around and give it get that out of the way. The maze generator, so that's the function that we turn around, give it rows and columns, gives us back a maze. We're going to do a fun thing with it. Of course, as I said, rows and columns, and we just turned around and we've wired this in so that the maze generator is passed through. So this box is now instantiated, but we're going to do something fun with it. So previously I said we've got stateless versus stateful widgets, and this is a case where we've got a stateful widget and we're doing something useful with it. So we've got a stateful widget maze display, which it fills up this space here. But we've got this init state method. And what this is doing is when you put a stateful widget into the tree, the runtime basically looks at it and goes, I've never seen this object before in the tree. I will ask it to generate me a state object, and I'll hang on to it. Because remember, the widget tree is set up so that you can create it and destroy it rapidly, but you want to not have the state change. In this case, it would be which maze are we displaying. If you don't do this, and you just create state like this that is semi-permanent in your tree, you'll wind up with fun things where everything changes whenever you, I don't know, change the color of the theme or change the size of your window. So it's important to figure out how long things live and where you're going to store them. Whether it's the top of the tree or partway down the tree or outside the tree completely and inject it using, say, Riverpod or Provider or Block or whatever. There's a number of things there not going there. But one of the things that has happened, and this was actually touched in a previous talk, if I just go ahead at this point, we'll see an error. So one of the problems is, and I kind of did this on purpose, I created the state object, I instantiated the widget into the tree, then I changed the init method. It's kind of important when you do that sort of thing that instead of just doing a hot reload, you do a full reload, because hot reloads effectively taking the new code into the running image, force a repaint, but they don't rerun things like the main method or init state methods. So if your init state method has changed, you kind of need to do a full reload. So I hear that a bit from Flutter developers. They're not sure when hot reload works and when it doesn't reload. Strange enough, it's all documented on the website, but just thought I'd say it again. Okay. So now we have a fully instantiated state object. We're not tripping over null constraints. Actually, I'll go back one step, introducing something else here. So something else that we added to the language fairly recently. So we have column, children. So a column takes children. The data structure here is that a grid consists of a list of rows, each of which is a list of children, i.e. the columns. And what I'm going to do is take it in and paint a column with a set of rows in it, with a set of text boxes in it, and that's going to be the start of the grid. So what's happening here and why this code looks a bit weird is that we've actually got a for loop inside of a list context. We've got a variety of things that we can do here. We can do for loops, we can do conditionals. It just makes it easier to create trees of objects. Okay, next trick. Got a bunch of numbers on the screen. Why have I got a bunch of numbers on the screen? Well, up here in the init method, I've got this code. So I'm actually doing a walk of the grid, starting at the top left corner and going, that's box 0, and whatever's connected is 1 away from it, anything's 2 away from it. So what you actually have here is a complete grid, but it's kind of illegible. So let's fix that. Column, so I've centered it. So the next trick is people frequently take columns and rows and center them and go, why did nothing change? That's because columns and rows take max height unless you say the magical main axis size min. There we've got a grid. Well, it's centered at least. It'd be nice if the grid actually had some walls. That's pretty easy to do. Let's start with the cell size and wrap everything in a size box. So everything's actually now grid shapes. You can actually see where the different numbers are. But what would be nice is we had container with walls on it, which we can easily do with the box decoration. There's a slight problem though. The box decoration is by default black. The theme's background scheme is by default grey. You can't see a darn thing. It'd be nice if, oh, I don't know, we had a theme that we got from Euro Theme that gave us the ability to have a primary colour. There we go. Okay, we've got a grid. Only one slight problem. These numbers, well, firstly, they're not centered, which is setting me my OCD right off. But secondly, we've got these boxes that are obviously connected by the numbers, but there's a wall there. Well, let's fix that. There we go, we've centered the numbers. And now we're going to start drawing in the individual walls. We're looking into the data structure and going, is this cell connected to the cell above me? If not, paint a wall, so on and so forth. We can put in the other 4 walls. And there, we actually have a grid. We have a maze. Slight problem, the outside wall is too thin, so there's an easy fix for that. Wrap the whole thing in a container and give it also a box decoration. And now the numbers are just noise. So let's strip them out. Oh, hey, we've got a maze. We've got a whole bunch of different mazes. Fun question for you all, because I know there's a couple of people here who, oh, I don't know, did comp-sci in university. Why is this one called the binary tree? Think about it. Anyway, back to writing code. What did I just do? Oh yeah, don't need the grids anymore, can get rid of that. So the next problem we have is this orange. Sure, it might be great and all because it's Ubuntu orange, but what if I want a different color? Well, there's an easy answer for that. And something I frequently get asked about when people see me do one of these live code demos, they go, you've written all the code in one file. Can Flutter only deal with code in one file? It's like, no, actually, if we have a look, I have a second file here with a whole bunch of code in it. And I can turn around and import it. Yes, it's probably nicer to put it in a subdirectory called, oh, I don't know, source and do all sorts of nice things. But no, for the point of the exercise, I have some code and I can depend on it. And now I have an action on the title bar, which is hiding under here. But we've got some colors. They don't do anything, and that debug is annoying, so let's get rid of that. By the way, please don't tell Tim that I told you how to do that. He gets really angry with people taking away that because it shows off a vital state information about the app, but it's in the way of the button, so I don't want it there. Anyway, it'd be nice to, oh, I don't know, have that button do something, which means we need to do something important, break the system. So what did I just do and why is the system cranky with me? I'll take it back so you can watch it again. Come on. No. So previously Maze app was stateless, which is great and all because it had no state, but now I want to have the ability to have a variable, i.e. which is the selected variant, so that I can pass that into Yaru theme, which means I'm converting Maze app from being stateless to stateful. And when you do that, things get cranky. So back to our friend full reload. Ba-ding. So now I have I've converted it to stateful. It's a stateful widget. Maze app state is split out as a separate object. Now I can go ahead, oops, don't change the actual file, that one. You can go as well. Okay. So I can now introduce Euro variant in as state into the stateful object, or into the state object, associated object. And don't know if you saw it. We've got Euro theme takes it in. About the only thing we need to do is fill in the on selected button, and we should have the ability to change colors. It's probably not obvious from where you guys are sitting, but that color change is actually animated. It's fun to sit there and think about how it is that a simple change where I'm passing in a new declaration saying this is a new theme color animates. It's one of those, when you figure it out, you understand so much more about Flutter. Okay, so 6 minutes to go. It's going to be a bit of a fun ride. Let's introduce another stateful object. So this time we're going to do it all again, just to drive it all home, but this time instead of a single grid, we're going to have a slew of them. We're going to have about 400-ish, depending on the algorithm. We're taking an animation generator that generates a list of frames, and we're going to wire it in so our previous grids go away. We have the animation, and we're going to do that thing where we change the init state method. It's already instantiated, so we need to do a full hot reload. Yes, I'll keep doing that so that people remember. And now the fun part. We're doing an animation. We've got a data structure here that's got 400 frames. We want to turn around and step through it. And an easy way, there are multiple ways of doing this. I explored at least 5 of them while I was coming up with this talk. This is probably the shortest. What's a tween animation? Tween is an animation that goes between two things, thus the name. Blame animators. It wasn't programmers that came up with that name. So it's an int tween, so it goes from 0 to 1 less than the number of frames we have, because off by 1 errors. Yes, I tripped over that. Duration, you can set it to what you want. We'll be good programmers in a minute and actually pull that out as a configurable. And we have a builder which turns around and tells maze display, please display this grid. Except maze display, as we've currently got it written, takes a generator. Let's fix that. Strip it out. We have a maze. Oops. How did that stop? Yeah. So now we can switch between different mazes, and for some reason it's going all janky on me. It's never done that before. Ah, demo gods. What did I do to upset you? Okay, as previously mentioned, do the appropriate thing, put the configurable at the top so that you can change it easily, and that's the end of the demo, so back to the slides. So, if you're interested in Flutter, or moreover, here's some things that I work on as my day job, we have a bunch of code labs that consist of Flutter ones. So if you go to codelabsdevelopers.google.com, go to this area on the left and scroll down. Once you expand it, select the thing with Flutter. All those code labs that come up, I'm the one who maintains them. So if you've got a problem with them, chat with me and tell me how I've broken it, and I'll fix it. The other thing I play with it is a small project called dartpad.dev. If you have a problem and you want to demo it to someone, a really easy way is you go in here, click the GitHub button, type some code in, say save as gist, and then you have a URL that you can share with people. And I'm responsible for the computational backend that updates itself. Did I mention I carry a pager? About every week as we change, collect master and beta and stable and all sorts of things. Have a play. It's a good way of demoing things to people without having to install things. If this dive through mazes has intrigued you, please check out James's Bucks book. His book was the one that I played with to get these algorithms out. If you're interested in diving into Flutter itself, Flutter Apprentice is a great book. And that's it. Any questions?
3 minutes. Yeah.
I went a bit faster than expected.
All right.
using the enums, as you saw it, rather than a class and a bunch of constants or finals.
I'm not quite understanding that question. It sounds like we should have a longer talk. But
Yeah, well, you define the enums with titles and stuff and all kinds of properties inside the enum. And
I have properties in. Wait, I'll go back to my code.
yeah, go back to your code. You did a bunch of enums.
All right, enums.
Yeah,
What's the
enums.
advantage of enums?
Yes, those ones. What's the advantage of using enum maze and have all that rather than have a class maze and then lots of constants?
Right. What's the advantage of an enum over classes? One, I was mainly doing this to show off the fact that enums were better than they used to be.
Okay.
Secondly, in cases where you're doing a case switch statement, you can the compiler will do completeness checking for you, or you force you to have a default case. Things like that. Again, this is data modeling. We're getting into how permanent is the data that you're playing with. Is it constant for all time, or is it something you should really be pulling from a disk or an API server? Which is hilariously a question I got asked fairly recently for a project we're running at Google. So yes.
Thanks. How big is the Flutter executable, and what do I need on my Linux system to run it?
You're going to have to speak up. I'm having trouble hearing you, sir.
How big is the executable, and what do I need on my Linux system to run it, the maze?
Is anyone picking that up? I'm having.
How big is the executable?
How big is the executable? That depends on whether you're running in development mode or production mode. And I haven't looked at Linux, but I'm guessing there's some people in the room that actually know the answer to this question. 5 megs? 5 megs sounds about right. That's where we are at on mobile. So on the order of 5 megs for a small app in production build. I keep nominating that because in the development build, you have a full VM, which makes the whole thing a lot bigger. So if you come to me and go, hello world is 30 megs, I'll go, hit the production button.
It looks like you more or less hard-coded the Yarrow theme in there. Is it possible to dynamically select that at runtime? Like look at what theme, look at what system theme the user's got selected and...
What do you mean I hard-coded the Yarrow theme?
Scroll up to where you had the theme. So like line 29 there.
Line 29.
Yeah. So what if the user was using like Adwaita or something, the default GTK theme? Like would it be possible to make that dynamic so that these apps could be kind of still on GNOME but kind of cross GNOME, not Ubuntu specific, if you see what I mean?
So it's about now that I point out that I've been using Yarrow theme for approximately a week now because I went, I should write a Linux app for this talk that I'm giving. There are, however, some canonical Linux people in the room.
Who are those guys? Do you want this?
Yes, so you would probably write a new theme called Linux theme that would then that would dynamically choose between the Yarrow theme and Adwaita theme, which would be a new one.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bert.
I'm here all week. If you've got any questions, come hassle me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll take a break, 5 minutes break, and then we'll listen to a talk in the content and design track. Yeah. Don't forget to get social. Let's engage with others and then tweet more about the event with the hashtag Ubuntu Summit. Thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone. I guess we are all joining for Tom's session, right? All right. So time is fast spent, so we'll get right into it. Tom's talk is titled Using Ubuntu Studio, Audio, and GitHub for Music Collaboration. He'll tell us a little bit about himself, and then he'll get right into it. Let's enjoy the session, and let's give him a hand.
Hi there, thank you. So yes, I'm here today to talk about why Ubuntu Studio, first of all, is good for music and artists, and of course, how I discovered a way to use Ubuntu Studio, Ardour, and GitHub to collaborate on music remotely. So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Tom Ray. I am a singer-songwriter in the band Lorenzo's Music. We're a Creative Commons band based out of Madison, Wisconsin in the United States. I also have, I'm also a cartoonist. I make a daily webcomic that's autobiographical called Then This Happened. And I've also done animated cartoons in the past. My own animated cartoons, I don't work for SpongeBob or anything like that, but I make some animated cartoons that I post online. I have a few short-lived series. My tech background is I was a front-end developer for many years. I worked for corporations and different places making the front-end design for their software and websites. And I would collaborate with the back-end people, and we would use versioning control systems such as SVN or Git or GitHub to collaborate and work on those projects. And actually, some of the things that I learned from doing that is what helped me figure out what I'm going to be talking about today. And there's also, let's talk about the band itself. The band itself being a Creative Commons band, we started in 2017. We decided to actually go full on as an open source band. We were already a Creative Commons band, but we decided that we would try to use software and tools that also match the ideals of that. So in 2017, we decided to go completely open source and only recorded, and I mean, I'm talking full on open source as in not only just recording, I'm saying the editing that we do, the software that we use, the artwork that we make for our albums, all of it, everything we do as far as managing and creating our band is done using open source tools. So much so that when I announced this is actually kind of a funny story. We got an article about that very fact printed in Forbes, on the Forbes online website, which, if you think about that for a second, is super funny. Because here is a company that has a magazine that puts out an issue of the most wealthy people in the world every year, and they're writing an article not only for the first time ever about a band, but a band that gives away their music for free is using software that's free, and they're talking about it. It's actually one of the biggest things that draws people to our website. So I just kind of thought that was a funny thing to be on Forbes, and it was a fantastic thing. We loved it. So that's also something that came from being an open source band. I today am going to be covering the subject, of course, of how Ubuntu Studio itself is really good for artists and musicians. And then, of course, as I said, I'm going to be talking about the discovery of collaborating online with GitHub using Ubuntu Studio and the tools inside. But one other thing I want to talk about is kind of how I'm always surprised that Ubuntu Studio is not more well known. When I talk to other artists about Ubuntu Studio, they'll come up to me and they'll ask. They know we use something that we record with for free, some software that we use that's free software. And I'll tell them, and I do it in this order, and I've done it just so I can test this theory, but it's turned out to be true every time, and it's led me to believe that something kind of needs to be done. They'll say, what do you use? And I'll go, well, we have this free operating system, and inside of it is this software. It's a DAW, it's multi-track. It's kind of like the stuff that you see if you go into the studio. Like if you're in a studio and you see them using Pro Tools, it's like that, only you have it at home, and it has all the plugins. They're intrigued. They look at me and they're like, really? And it's free. That's the part they can never get over. And I'm like, yeah. So I tell them about that, and I'm like, not only that, all the music videos that we do, those are also done with the same software. It has this video editing software that we can use. I've made all of our music videos on that. I use Creative Commons short films as some of the templates for what we use in these videos. And again, they're like, really? And this is all for free? And you just download it. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And I said, the artwork and everything else is done that way. So they're like, okay, I'm sold. This is great. Where can I get it? And I'm like, well, it's called Ubuntu Studio. Then they go, Ubuntu? They first get hung up on the name. And I'm like, yeah, it's an operating system. It's Linux-based. And then they go, oh, okay. Well, yeah, maybe I'll check it out. So why is this? Why does that happen every single time? I don't tell people specifically what the name of the operating system I use is, let alone that it's a Linux-based operating system. And every time when I get to that part, suddenly the person who is intrigued, who was sold, if I would have told them it cost money, they would have thrown it at me. They would have told me flat out, yes, I want this. Then I say it's Ubuntu Studio and it's Linux-based, and suddenly they're like, maybe I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll look at it. So in that split second, what changed? What in that split second changed their mind from being so into what was there a second ago to maybe I'll look at it? My first thought, of course, is it because it's too technical? I mean, I know there's a history of Linux where that was the thing when it was kind of becoming more popular. Everybody's like, well, it's too hard to use. But then I thought about this. Every musician that I know is someone who spends hours, months, years studying the instrument that they're going to use, studying the fact that I need this type of guitar because it does this, and searching for where it is, trying to find out the best way to get it, the best price to get it at, researching what kind of instruments it needs, or not instruments, but strings. There we go. I was talking about a guitar. Trying to research the pedal that they need to get that perfect sound. Trying to research sometimes they get a second guitar because this one does what the other one doesn't do. I can use this one for these songs. I can use this one for these songs. And I can switch them, and it does all the great things that I want. So it's not for lack of research. I mean, all of them will spend the time doing this. So what is it that really just kind of is the hard sell as far as Ubuntu Studio for musicians? Where do I lose them? And I think it might have to do with, is it the labeling? Is it because of the history of Linux? Maybe the history of Linux being something that's really difficult to use. It's not anymore, but sometimes, like when you hear a story about something, it sticks with it for a very long time. That stigma goes along with it all the way. Maybe it should be referred to as a production suite. Maybe Ubuntu Studio, instead of saying it's an open source Linux operating system, Linux-based operating system for musicians and artists, it should be considered a production suite. It makes me think of back in the day when you used to have to go to the store to buy a disc that had Photoshop on it, or buy a disc that had Illustrator on it. You would buy that, take it home, install it. Or if you needed more, then you would buy a bundled one that was in a bigger box with all kinds of branding and packaging on it, and install that and get all the stuff that you needed in one download, or sorry, one install. Then, of course, Adobe came up with their subscription plan. Truthfully, I like this. I like the fact that you can pay a subscription for it, and when you install it, you just go, yeah, I think I'm going to work on some cartoons. Yeah, I think I'm going to do some vector design. Yes, I'm going to edit some audio. You just choose the programs you want, pay monthly, download it, there it is, boom. I like that. Now, with Ubuntu Studio, you download it, you install it, all that stuff's there. You don't have to pick and choose. You don't have to go, oh, but I need this, then go download something else. Most of the time, you can just search the menu and find something that's already there for it to use. A lot of the plugins that I need for audio are already there. Video editing software, there are things built into the video editing software that I can use. So maybe that's it. Maybe one of the things is just labeling. Maybe it's just marketing. Maybe it's just trying to say, yes, it's Linux, but it's a production suite for artists. There are lots of things that people use already that have Linux inside of it, that are built off of Linux, but we don't know that because people don't say that up front. You just find out later on, like, yes, this is built on Linux. So maybe that's it. I also want to start then with my journey as a musician also, to show how hard it is for a musician to or how hard it was for a musician to get involved in trying to be an open source band, trying to use Linux and open source technology for recording. So I started Lorenzo's Music years ago, and back when we started it, I would have killed for any kind of editing software. Back in the day, all you had was a 4-track machine that you could create a demo on and then go into the studio and go, this is what we sound like, now make us sound better. That was the extent of it. We had reel-to-reels that we would use too, just different ways to record hardware-wise. Then, later on, I figured out how to record us. We had also been into the studio, recorded a few albums. And during this time period, Napster was around. We had a few albums that we did in the studio. At this time, I want to say it was Pro Tools. Maybe it was when Sony Vegas was still a thing, back then being Sonic Foundry. And Napster came out. I loved Napster. I thought Napster was the start of something good. I could go into those chat rooms and go, hey, everybody, check out our albums. I was sharing our stuff for free. I know it was killing the music industry, but for us, it was improving our musical abilities. We were sharing our stuff on LimeWire and Morpheus and all that kind of stuff, sharing it with people all over the world. And I thought this was great, of course, until it got shut down because of piracy. After that, podcasting came out. And podcasters, it was like starting your own college radio station. All these people, or at least for me, when I first started out listening to podcasts, everything was a music podcast for me. I don't know if that was the case everywhere else, but it seemed like everybody was a music podcaster. And that was great. I was listening to all kinds of new music that people were showing me on these shows. And problem is technically, because even though it was a large audio file with people talking and there were other songs on it, you had to download these podcasts. So technically it was piracy again. They were getting in trouble for putting this music onto these downloadable files. Then the Creative Commons community came in. Creative Commons licensing came out and the podcasters heard about it. And so they started playing Creative Commons music on these shows. And I was like, what's that? I didn't know what that was. So I looked it up, read what the statement for it was, and it was basically you're able to distribute, use freely, mix, remix, as long as you give an attribution to the artists that created it. And I was like, I love this idea. This reminds me of back when I was into Napster. So after that point, we decided to become a Creative Commons band. And we started sharing our stuff with these podcasters and telling them more about like, hey, yeah, we believe in this too. And you can play our music if you want. So we started getting lots of podcast plays on these shows. And again, this was something where I was like, why isn't everybody just sharing their stuff? And everybody else who would talk to me would be like, but aren't you giving it away for free? And I'm like, it's getting played more than yours is right now, not to get competitive, but I was getting lots of plays and we were actually getting noticed more outside of our community, outside of our town. We were getting noticed globally. We were being played on podcasts in different countries. So to me, yeah, this was great. As of today though, CC Music is a little bit different. I mean, downloading music isn't a thing anymore, now that the streaming services are there. And I don't mind the streaming services. I think it's a happy medium. Of course, it's not perfect. They say you don't get paid a lot for being on the streaming services. No, but it's more than I got paid for people just listening to our stuff. You listen to my song twice, I get paid twice. That's fine with me. Even as a Creative Commons musician, you get income from this. That's okay. Also, it's kind of like, it's not run by large labels. It kind of is, but it isn't. These companies that have the streaming services, there are more of them. There are a bunch of them. I can actually write something today, record it, and upload it to all these services myself without having to go through a label. So that's why I'm okay with it, because I have access to it. It's available to just a regular person, just anybody recording music. So that's okay with me. Plus, with Creative Commons music today, a lot of the stuff that Creative Commons said you could do with music wasn't really something people were doing with music because the other mediums that it said you could use it for didn't have as powerful of a streaming platform. There were no video streaming sites when it first came out. Now there are. Now they're all looking for music. They're also all looking for music they can use freely. And a lot of that is Creative Commons music. And we've been in short films, independent films. We've been used in video games, video game videos where they play video games. All these things, just because we're a Creative Commons band. We've been found this way. So that's okay with me, and I'm happy to do that. If they do want to use it commercially, then they can set up a one-off license with us because they can contact the band directly. They don't have to go through the label. That's the other thing. That's why attribution works, and I enjoy that. So this all led up to me wanting to look more into learning open source. And then that's when I kind of accidentally discovered Linux. So I got started using Linux because I saw an article about KDE. I didn't know what KDE was, and I kind of knew what Linux was. As a matter of fact, I knew that it was hard, kind of like those musicians that I talk to now. I was just like, I know it's a hard thing, and I think you have to type everything you do on it. It wasn't, but I didn't know any better because that was my first remembrance of it. So I discovered this article of KDE, and all I know is it was a screenshot of software on the desktop environment. I didn't know that it was just showing me a desktop environment, but it was. And there was all this great graphics software, and it was beautiful looking. I had this Windows system, and here was something that didn't look like my Windows system. And I loved it, and I wanted that. And then I was like, and all the software that's on it is free? So I downloaded KDE to my Windows system, double-clicked on it, and nothing happened because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was an environment. But I was determined to have that screenshot. I was determined to have that operating system, all this free stuff, all this creative freedom that I was going to be using and show people like, hey, our band uses all this stuff for free, and you go into the studio and pay thousands of dollars. Again, confrontational. I shouldn't be that way. But I figured it out. I did some more research from the tech blogs that I was finding these things on. And I learned that it was a desktop environment. I learned it was Linux-based. And then I also learned a bit more about Linux. I also learned about this new operating system that came out that was supposed to be easy to use for the home user and bring people into Linux in a way that would be more accessible. And it was called Ubuntu. Ubuntu. Everything always seems like I say it wrong when I say the proper name. Anyway, it was called Ubuntu. And I figured out what that was. I installed it. I had to partition my drive, which was not an easy thing back when it was first starting out. It was not something that was built into the system. It was, you had to download a separate program that wasn't intuitive. It felt like it was supposed to be, but it wasn't. I was afraid I was going to break my computer just by trying to install this new thing. But eventually I figured it out and was able to dual boot with a version of Ubuntu, or a version of Ubuntu that had the operating system, or the desktop that I wanted, which was Kubuntu. I was like, this thing has KDE on it, sold. And that was the first thing that I downloaded was Kubuntu. So messed around with that. It was great. The software opened up and everything, but it was, I'm talking Breezy Badger. I'm talking like the second release of this. So for me, first thing I did probably is install a bunch of the programs that had audio or art in it. The packages probably weren't stable because Breezy Badger broke for me constantly. Everything I touched, it would just, nope, doesn't work. So when the next version came out, I went to install that on my partition. I went to install the newest version of Kubuntu. And again, with the partitioning and with the setup, I must have done something wrong because I ended up wiping my entire Windows system and fully installing Kubuntu, losing my entire other drive. So I decided I'm going to be a Linux purist for a while and just use this and try and figure it out. I really had no choice, to tell you the truth. But I wiped my entire system and used Kubuntu Studio, or Kubuntu, I'm going to mess that up occasionally, used Kubuntu for the next year, I believe. Now, as far as graphic design on Linux, it's great. I loved it. It improves every day. I've never had a complaint about that. I've always been able to find some way to do what I wanted to do in Photoshop or Illustrator on GIMP or Inkscape. I've never had a problem with it. Loved it. Video, on the other hand, back then, on this third release of Ubuntu, I just felt like there weren't any good video editing software programs back then. May have been my own ignorance, possibly. I was using programs that some of them aren't even around anymore. It felt like a new one was popping up every other month. There was Cinerella, which was out for a while. That was supposed to be the really powerful one. There was Pativi, the early version of Kden Live, which didn't work that great, but I really liked where it was going. And then there was audio. Audio was okay, but that's also because I didn't know a lot of the audio programs. I really was only using Audacity during this time. So Audacity was all right, but it wasn't something that I could use. I couldn't bring to the band and go, here's the new thing that's going to save us as a band. It was great for audio editing. I still use it for audio editing to this day, but it wasn't really a multi-track thing. Speaking of multi-track things, that's around the time that I heard about this new thing called Ardor. And I downloaded that right away because I'm like, well, this looks like the stuff I see in the studio. This looks like when we have to record on Pro Tools in the studio to me. That's what it looked like. It had all the bells and whistles. I knew very little about production at this point, but I had seen it used a lot because of all the things we've recorded. So I downloaded that. I also had to learn at that time period how to work with Jack, and I did not understand Jack. I had a really hard time understanding Jack, which was the interface. I'd use the GUI interface, of course, because like I said, I'm a front-end developer and I like a nice button to push on. So I was using Jack, trying to figure that out. A lot of the time I would have problems connecting it just because it would say something's already in use, and I didn't know why because I didn't know anything. But I eventually figured it out, kind of got to where I wanted to with it. I also had to learn how to use external sound cards, because up until this point, I was recording podcasts. I was doing a music podcast talking to Creative Commons musicians called Music Manuit. And I also record my own podcast, which is called Tom Ray's Art Podcast, where I talk to artists and creators from around the world about what they do and how they're trying to be a full-time artist. So I would edit in Audacity, and for the most part, I was just plugging into the microphone jack. So I needed a sound card, something I could plug in a good XML. I wasn't going to start using a DAW and just plugging into a mic jack with a desktop mic on it. I needed to use one of these things. So I had to go learn how to do use a sound card. That was another thing I had to figure out. But I was still having trouble. Wasn't really getting it. I was tinkering around with Ubuntu Studio, or with not Ubuntu Studio, with Ardor during this time. But then I heard about this new Ubuntu system that was coming out around 2007. It was called Ubuntu Studio. Now this was it said it had basically it's figured out all the things that I was having trouble with. It's already pre-built, all the plugins are there, all the dependencies are all set up. All I had to do is turn it on and use these things. So I'm like, hell yeah, I'm downloading that. Of course, why wouldn't I? So I download that, and it worked great. I loved it. All the stuff was there. Jack, when I turned it on, boom, just worked. It didn't matter what I had open. It just cut through and used. Ardor already had all the plugins that I needed, even ones that I didn't know I could have. Like all these great plugins to use on the tracks were there. So I was really happy with it. But at this time, I was only really tinkering with it. I was starting to write some songs at home, multi-tracking them myself, just trying to figure out how to use it. I would take these songs that I tinkered with, export them, share them with the band, then I'd go to the studio and show them, hey, I'm using this new thing to record at home. And they were like, that's great. And then we'd learn how to play the stuff and record in a studio. So I would write at home, we'd go there, remake it, then go into the studio. So we did this for a while, and then we started using Ubuntu Studio as a band because I realized at some point, I'm like, why am I exporting this and sending it to them? Why don't I just bring this laptop in? And this was after quite a few years. So I brought it in and started showing the band about what I was using. And I was like, here's a song I have. Why don't we just record directly into this through the sound card that I brought with me, and we can plug in and just kind of retrack. Like maybe you could redo this keyboard line that I wrote. Maybe you could add something to it. So we did. We started using and editing. Now this is the thing that leads me back to what I was talking about with introducing it to musicians. I was showing them this. They had heard about me using Linux. They didn't quite understand what it was. They didn't really use it. But here I just had my laptop in front of them, and I showed them, and they looked at it, and they're like, oh, I know what this is. They looked at it, and they weren't going, what's Ubuntu? What's Ardor? What's this thing that I'm looking at here? How does this work? What are these weird buttons? No, they just looked at it. It's an operating system. That's all it is. So when I showed them this, had the tracks up, and we started using it. We plugged in. We started tracking, and they were like, well, wait, this sound card here, you know we could get another sound card that has multiple plugins so we can use several mics and multi-track at the same time. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. The guys in my band are like the musicians I talked about. They're hardware guys. They know how to hook things up. I'm the guy that tinkers with the software and tries to figure things out that way. So suddenly, we were in the studio with this complicated system that seemed to confuse a lot of musicians, and we were working, we were discussing, we were making music, and that's the point. That's what we were going to do. It wasn't what's Ubuntu anymore. It was just like, oh, does it have this plugin? Yes, it does. I just searched for it and I found it. Great, let's use that. Let's mix this. Can we do this? It was just talking about creating music. So that's how we started using Ubuntu as a band and Ubuntu Studio. So this became a real option for us. So I wanted to see what more could we do. And that is when I started thinking about how we could multi-track, how they could use it at home. And then I accidentally, through a series of events, came up with an idea to record remotely. So going back to using Git and GitHub at my jobs, I kind of got backed up with the podcasts that I mentioned before, and I had 2 seasons of episodes that were overlapping, and I was getting backed up. So I decided on my lunch break that I would work on editing these programs at work. So I did, but all they had on the computer that I had at work was Audacity. So I was editing this in Audacity, and I know I could have just used a USB, edit it there, take it home and finish it up. But I kind of wanted to try something out, and then I was bored. So I was like, I wonder if I could use this with GitHub, if I save this in a GitHub repository. So I looked at the Audacity file, and really what it does is it doesn't even save from what I could tell, it doesn't save the WAV files as WAV files. It chops them up into data and shoves them into a bunch of different folders and keeps creating those and all the changes that you make. And I'm like, so it's just distributing files. And it's creating new ones all the time, no matter what you do. And I'm like, yeah, that should work. That's just creating new folders. So I put it into a repository on GitHub, pushed the changes that I did at work, went home, downloaded that, pulled them down, and they were there. All the changes were there. Where I left off was there, and I was like, well, this is neat. That works. I was pretty excited about that. I'm like, then my mind started kind of running, and I'm thinking like, I wonder if I could do this with music. I wonder if I could do this with the band. So I decided to take a look at one of the sessions we did in Ardor, and I looked at the structuring, and it seems like the software, it distributes the audio files into different folders and a bunch of other things that I don't understand into other folders. But for the most part, if I were to right-click on the main file, the Ardor file, that opens it if you double-click on it. I right-clicked on that and opened it in a text document. And essentially what I was seeing there, as a front-end developer that kind of knows stuff, it seemed like an XML-style file. It seemed like it was telling the program what to do when it opened it up. It said, it was almost readable, and for lack of a better way of putting it, it looked like it said, like, here's the track with the name, here's where the audio file is, here's what the volume was. It's basically saying, like, when you open up, do this. That was my understanding anyway. And I'm like, so this is just code. This is just a sheet, a file that's just going to change when I move things. So then I said, maybe I could use this with a repository. It's so simple. I couldn't believe it. I was like, nobody's thought of this yet? I don't think so. I searched around, nobody's thought of it. So I couldn't find anybody telling me, no, this doesn't work. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try it. If anything, I'd just break one of our songs that we're working on. So I created a repository, put the entire folder into that, then I committed it, pushed it up, and it went into GitHub. That's great. I took my laptop, I did this all on my desktop. I took my laptop to the studio, downloaded the changes, saw them there, and I was like, okay, so now I had to start thinking, how am I going to do this in my head? But first, I'm like, okay, I opened it up, the changes are there. But what happens if I start doing stuff to it somewhere else? So what I did is I just create a branch for every single time that I'm going to record something, do a session. I create a new branch. Why? Because I don't need to commit anything. I don't need to merge things. It's okay. This isn't code. This isn't anything that's going to be an end result. It's basically my way of thinking at that time was it's going to be like in Back to the Future. We have the timeline that has the one without the guitar track. Then we create a parallel alternate time where there's a guitar on this track. And then we create another one that's a parallel time that has drums on it. And we just keep working with the newest branch. So that was my thought process. So I created a new branch. We recorded some stuff in the studio. We all started, working on this song. And I was like, hopefully this will work. I saved those changes when we were done. I pushed them back up in the repository, went home and checked it out. Changes were there. Not only that, we had added plugins, we had added effects, we had added EQ. Those were all there. They all were doing what they were supposed to do. There were no errors. There were no problems. We had recorded new tracks. I had those tracks just to check to make sure everything was the same. I switched to the original branch, the main branch. All of a sudden I had the original file. I could make an even alternate universe where we have one that has guitar. The next one's going to be from the original, and it has keyboards and no guitar. I wish I could think of a better example, but you get where I'm going with this. That doesn't seem fascinating at all, but it really sounds fascinating to me. Anyway, we could do what we wanted. We can even go back now to ones that we finished, ones where we took the final branch that we made, turned it into the main branch, and I can still go back from the beginning and write an entirely new song based on the original changes. I can do that from the middle. I can create go to one of those branches and create a new one, and we can work on a whole new song again. So this worked. This was something I still could not believe people were doing. And I told the band about it, and I was just like, hey, you guys should check this out. You can even go home and do this yourself, install the system. And they're like, you know what, we'll do that. This is really cool. They saw the opportunity in it, and they're like, you know what, we'll look into it. And of course, you know, if something happens, like if the world were to shut down, this would be really handy to have. So anyway, using Ardour to record remotely during a pandemic. We lucked out so hard. I couldn't believe it. The world shut down. Horrible. Everything sucks. First thing I thought of is I was like, oh my God, we can still work on an album. We can actually find things to do. So we created a private Facebook group. Of course, we had to do a crash course in this. We have a private Facebook group that we would do video chat over. Not only would we be able to look back on these, like if we needed any reference or notes, we'd have these videos left. But we could also take notes. There was a timeline kind of showing what we were doing. We discussed that. At home, this is the beauty of using Ubuntu Studio, is that some of the guys may not want a partition. I would have rather been there for them, so I taught them how to boot off of a bootable USB. That bootable USB has everything they need on it. So we were able to do that, not without its trial and error, but just to make it more of a succinct story. We did that and everything was great. But no, we eventually got there. Not only were we able to figure out a way to work with these songs, we wrote and released probably more songs during the pandemic than we had in like the past year. We've released videos during this time period. We've mixed songs. We were able to do all this without being in the same room together. Of course, let me get back to one thing that I learned along the way, and I accidentally skipped this. When I first learned about sharing the files to GitHub, I got a notification from GitHub itself saying, hey, you just used a bunch of storage space. And that's when it occurred to me, oh yeah, WAV files are huge, aren't they? Yes, they are. So what they said is I used up too much storage space. And I'm like, how am I going to fix this? And it was actually not that hard. I remembered from at one of my jobs, one of the developers wanted me to keep a Photoshop file with the code that we were working on because they wanted something that would still be there and version controlled, and like if I ever left, like they knew that I was going to leave apparently, but if I ever left, they would still have access to it. So I'd done some research, and there was actually a thing that was called Git LFS that came out, large file systems. So what I did is I was like, oh, I can probably use that and just say, you know, use the WAV files as part of the large file sharing system. So I installed that on each one of my repositories and then paid $5 a month for storage, actually. And that's not that bad, and we still have yet to go over it. So the storage is actually pretty reasonable. So up until this point, we were using everything for free. Now we pay for storage on GitHub, which I'm okay with. But using Git LFS, that kind of spreads that around, and it helps us keep the storage to a minimum. So that's another thing that we learned over the pandemic, and I had to show the other guys how to install that on their system so that when they downloaded it, they would get the WAV files. Otherwise, all they'd get is the software changes themselves. So during this time, basically, it really meant something to us. And why do we use Ubuntu Studio for this? Because we could use just some other software that they could have installed on the systems that they have. Maybe that would have worked. I don't know, because I didn't do the research on those. I did the research on Ardour, and I was using Ubuntu Studio. But there is one thing, is that Ubuntu Studio, even if you boot it from a USB drive, has everything you need in it, the plugins and everything. There's no errors. There's no like, hey, you need to install this thing to get it to work. Or if they were to download the changes, it'd be like, oh, sorry, you have this plugin that you need that the other person's using, so it won't work. Ubuntu Studio has all that. We were all on a level playing field. We all had the same setup. We all had everything when we were sharing these files through GitHub. So that's why we use Ubuntu Studio. That's why we used it to create music. That's the way that I found out how to collaborate remotely using Ubuntu Studio, Ardour, and GitHub. And most important, the reason we use Ubuntu Studio is because it really had something we needed during a time that we needed it. And I don't know if we would have been able to do as much as we did during the pandemic without it. So I thank them for that. I thank you for listening to what I'm talking about. If you'd like to know more about how we actually used it, we're doing a workshop tomorrow at 4 p.m., I believe, and we're actually going to walk through more of the technical process of one of our songs that's already on GitHub. And also, if you want to, you can go to our GitHub right now at github.com/LorenzosMusic and actually download any of our songs that's available there. You can try it out yourself if you want to. It's free, it's open source. That's why we're an open source band. You can alter, edit, do anything you want with those songs right now. Just create a fork of one of our repositories and try it out yourself. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm Tom Ray, and I'm in the band Lorenzo's Music. Feel free to talk to me afterwards, too. I'm happy to talk about what we do and about this whole process if you have it. So are there any questions? All right, that means I was thorough. But again, if you want to, yes, please come to our session tomorrow, and the whole band will be there, and we'll be talking, having fun, and showing. Oh, is there a question?
We have
yes.
a question, yeah. And another one here as well.
So, first of all, this was fascinating to watch. And one question I have is, as Ubuntu Studio, was there any pain points you ran into that would have made things even easier for you? Just curious.
As far as making it easier, I'm not sure. We try, so to be collaborative with the band, we do try to stay pretty on point with everything that works in there. Like, we don't try to do anything out of the realm of what's the easiest to use and pre-built into Ubuntu Studio. The biggest pain points that we had, I guess, would be latency. And that's just, I figured out how to do it. It's also, some of my computers are more powerful than the other ones, so it just can't handle it. But latency would be the biggest problem. It used to be sound cards, but sound cards have improved a lot since then. And we even, the hardest problem I had was with the band, and that was because we went out and made a big purchase where we got a 16-channel sound card, 2 8-channels that kind of had to piggyback on each other. And we were having a really hard time figuring out how to get it to recognize the second 8 that it was piggybacking on. So did a lot of searching, did a lot of copy and paste into the terminal for that. Eventually found, I don't remember offhand what it was, but I found something that made it recognize both of them. And also it had something to do with which order we plugged things in, which was weird. But yeah, pain points would be more of technical hardware, to tell you the truth, is really like sound cards and, yeah, latency with sound cards is probably the biggest pain point we've had. There was another question?
Yeah, we have another question here.
Not so much a question, but more of a suggestion. I've noticed there's quite a lot of Linux musicians and audio heads at this conference, which I was quite surprised about, because I thought it was going to be very developer focused and stuff, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see there's lots of creative people here. So I think there was talk earlier on of doing a BOF or something tonight or tomorrow night, I'm not sure. So yeah, that'd be cool. Just a suggestion to get all the music audio heads in one room and have some fun. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
All right, any more questions? Okay, then let's give him a hand.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. I've never really listened to a talk, like anything like in open source that's focused on music. So this is really an eye-opener for me. Yeah, thank you. So we'll continue with our lightning talk sessions in 5 minutes. So we have about 5 lightning talk sessions to go. So if you're giving a lightning talk, I'd love to see you. All right. Hello, everyone. Gradually, we are coming to the close for today's session. So, if you are giving a lightning talk, could you kindly fill the seats here so we can? Oh, if you are in front, it's fine, actually. Sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah, the front seats. If you just joined us and you're giving a lightning talk, please fill the seat right in front here. Thank you. If you feel comfortable using that side, please do so. Okay, please. I just wanted to see you. I have one more person. Yes. So it's okay. I just wanted to see you like right in front so that you don't have to come from the back. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Christopher is here. Do we have Michael here? Mikal. I'm sorry if I didn't mention your name well. All right. Till. Yeah. So I think it's Till we are missing. So Jonathan is here. And then Valentin. All right, you're here. Okay. So I think we'll just start. If Till joins us later, he could. All right, Christopher. Yeah. Please kindly note that right after Christopher is done, when it's your turn, you just, take the stage and then we just continue in that order, right? Thank you.
Cool. Hi, I'm Chris Holtz-Rogers, and I'm here to talk to you briefly about testing with WLCS, the very aspirationally named Wayland Conformance Suite. So briefly, why a conformance suite? Well, we've recently, semi-recently, like 10 years ago, started switching from X11 to Wayland on the desktop. Wayland is a protocol that's basically a set of promises that servers make to clients. Those are only valuable if the servers keep those promises. And in the Wayland world, there are a whole bunch of servers, and all of those servers need to make those promises and keep those promises. And so when we added a Wayland front-end to Mir several years ago, again now, we needed some way of checking whether we are keeping those promises. So WLCS was born. But not only Mir needs to keep those promises, every Wayland compositor needs to keep those promises. So when we developed it, it's not tied to Mir at all. The architecture of WLCS is your compositor provides a plugin that WLCS can load. That plugin provides the various pieces of functionality that we need to test. Start and stop the compositor, move windows around, click, whatever. See where input comes from. Those are versioned, so if we ever need to add new hooks, all of your existing plugins will still work. You just won't get any of the new tests. So we have about 1,000 tests at the moment in WLCS. Many of those are variations on a theme of these things with XDG Shell, these things with XDG Shell v6, these things with XDG Shell v5, etc. Importantly, these tests run in the same process by default, which makes it much easier to debug when things go wrong. If you have to debug a process tree, that's kind of awkward. If you have to debug just one process, you can attach GDB to it and step through both the test case and your code at the same time. So I'm just going to show an example test that we have here. For those who are familiar with it, like WLCS tests are just standard Google test fixtures. We've got the protocol under test. In this case, we're testing that when we specify a layer surface as 0 size and nothing else, it's an error. We test it, we see the expected results. And I picked this test for 2 reasons. One is it's a negative test. This is a test of client failure behavior, and that's interesting because the failure cases are things that we often overlook. It's easy to work on just the happy cases. They're the bits where you get clients appearing on the screen and they work properly. But you also need to make sure that when clients don't do the right thing, they get consistent behavior. We really want to avoid the situation where an application developed on GNOME Shell works there accidentally. And so you go over to KDE and the application suddenly crashes because it was doing something that it shouldn't have, that GNOME Shell accidentally allowed, or vice versa, or Mir, or Sway, or WL Roots, or like all of the various different pieces. The other thing that is interesting in this test is you can see I don't know what I expect here. The protocol has not actually said exactly what I can expect. It said it's throwing a protocol error, hasn't said what. That's not a huge problem for Wayland because all protocol errors are fatal, and so this will just result in it being slightly more difficult to debug. But when you have other behavior, it's really helpful if the protocol actually says precisely what you do. And writing tests can make that much easier to discover these flaws. So go forth and test. If you are involved in a Wayland compositor project, try writing a plugin. If you're developing a Wayland protocol, write a test for it, or a whole bunch of tests, and submit them to WLCS, or your own test suite, ideally WLCS. Thank you very much.
All right, this needs to go lower. Hi, I'm Savik. I'm actually on the same team that Chris is on, and we work on Mir, and one of our products is Ubuntu Frame. And so this will be about Ubuntu Frame and slightly more. So Ubuntu Frame is a minimal display server that is geared for kiosks, point of sale systems, digital signage, things like that. It has a small footprint. It is secure. Only Wayland is supported with Ubuntu Frame. You get one app per screen. So if you have multiple displays connected to the same hardware, you can configure multiple applications or multiple surfaces from a single application to run on those. There's static display configuration, so you can expect to have consistency in your display. We do support on-screen keyboards for cases where that's something that you want, and we also support remote assistance. And because live demos are great, but pre-recorded live demos are even better, I'm going to do that now. So snap install Ubuntu Frame and Mirkios Kodi. Mirkios Kodi is our distribution of Kodi that happens to work in this situation. And so what I did here, yes, installing Ubuntu Frame, it takes a while. This was in a virtual machine, which is why it's taking its sweet time. But just there, almost. There's a lot of things that Snapd does behind the scenes. So okay, one extra thing here, that we have a utility set up .sh that connects the required interfaces for Mirkios Kodi. And okay, so you run Ubuntu Frame. By default, Ubuntu Frame is just a gray gradient background. Okay, so we have Frame. That's kind of a simulation mode of Frame that it runs on your desktop. And well, let's run Mirkios Kodi. And there's going to be a slight weird thing here in that Kodi is actually going to run on your desktop, which is not exactly what we wanted here. We wanted it to go into Frame. And so enter Frameit. Frameit is a tiny utility that we created for simplifying your work towards Ubuntu Frame. Frame is particularly geared to deployment on Ubuntu Core on devices in the field. Frameit is slightly helping you out with the desktop side of things, with the development of snaps for Ubuntu Frame. So after you install it, it's a classic snap. There's a couple of utilities. And if you just run Frameit, Mirkios Kodi, or whatever else, you can just ask it to run any other application, then it will happen to work, and it will put Kodi under Frame. It has another nice property, is that if you use it as a desktop session, and this is what we'll be doing here. In here I just changed the session that GDM will choose for the Kodi user, and changing the app that the Frameit, when run as a shell, as a desktop shell, will use. And now I will switch to the Kodi user. Just checking a couple things, like Frameit.check will tell you if there's anything missing in your setup. Now it's all okay. And so now I can log out or switch users, and just clicking on the Kodi item in your GDM will take you to a Kodi session on Ubuntu Frame. And that's kind of an instant media center TV. Would be even better on Ubuntu Core, but that's a different thing. So we ran a workshop to making that happen. So if you have an app that you would like to put on Ubuntu Frame, we're running it on Wednesday, 4 p.m., the last session of the summit, just before the closing plenary. You're welcome. We'll be packaging a Flutter app. If you have some other app that you would like us to put on Frame and get help on that, we'll be there. So thank you.
Hello? Yeah. So I will talk about saving old printers, saving legacy printers under Windows with the help of WSL and printer applications. Any one of you is running into the problem that either you cannot convince your friends or family to switch to Linux, or you yourself are a developer for something with Windows, like WSL, Azure, or something else for your day job with Windows, perhaps. And you have to use, and therefore you have to deal with Windows, and you have to print out of Windows. And then it happens suddenly So it happens suddenly that with an update of Windows, your printer does not work anymore. You got into a new Windows version, and in this Windows version, either Microsoft or the manufacturer is not supporting this printer anymore. And so it seems for you your printer is not usable anymore. You have to throw it away and you have to buy a new printer. This is not the case. We can help you. We can make this printer continue to work, and so we can save it from the hungry trash bin, and so we get sustainable. And the trick is, on the Linux, there we do not have this case that an old printer driver will simply go away. We have very, very old printer drivers. I do open printing for 22 years, and every driver which existed there, which I packaged in that time, is still in Linux, is still in Debian Linux, is still in Ubuntu Linux. It's still all there. And even older drivers, before I started to work on printing, which were already there when I started, they are all still there. And so 30 more years old printer, even some printers which are older than Linux itself, are supported under Linux. And all these printers which are supported under Linux will also work under Windows with the method which I'm presenting here. And the trick is the following. We know we can run nearly any Linux application under Windows, as we have WSL, the Windows subsystem for Linux, and the Windows subsystem for Linux, it does not only run Linux applications. The special trick is that it supports also snaps. So the Snap Store is open for you under Windows. You can use thousands of applications which are on the Snap Store under Windows. And under them, there are also the printer applications. This is the new format for printer drivers. And I have converted all the existing Linux printer drivers, which are free software, into printer applications and put them up in 4 printer applications on the Snap Store. And so these drivers continue to exist for all the future of Linux and also installable as a snap under WSL. And with this, as we can do that, your old printer is saved. And it is easy. You only need what I am describing here. You do not need to compile anything. And you need Windows 11 or newer with the current WSL. You need naturally your printer. And the printer must work under Linux. Then we can make it work under Windows. And to do so, we have to do the following. At first, you have to check your printer. And to do that, you have to connect your printer to your Windows machine, either by USB or the network. And then you have to open the printer setup tool of Windows. It's nicely hidden. It's under Bluetooth and devices, printers and scanners. There you find the printer setup tool of Windows. And then you have to see, is your printer shown as already supported? If yes, you are done. Then you don't need the trick which I'm presenting here. This printer still works under Windows. And if not, then you have to go on. what we need is to install the printer application. At first, you need to install Ubuntu Linux into WSL and switch WSL to systemd. And for this, you take the Ubuntu application in the App Store of Windows, and this is the Ubuntu Linux under WSL. And this you install at first. It's simply installing like an application. And if it is the current stable version from the Windows Store, you must note that this version is not running systemd by default. You have to switch it to systemd. And for that, there is a Ubuntu blog by Oliver Smith. You can see the link in the how-to, which you find on Open Printing. Simply on the front page, you scroll down, you find some of the big icons under this is written Windows. And this one you click, and there's a how-to. You see all the information. Here I give only a summary because it's a lightning talk. And now it's also not much time. And so you switch it to systemd. Then the next step is that if the printer is connected to USB, you have to install the USB bridge, USB IPD, so that the USB from Windows is forwarded into the WSL, so that the connected printer has contact to the printer application. Then you install the Avahe daemon, so that the printer application inside the WSL can advertise itself to the Windows outside. And after that, you install the actual printer application. You install the actual printer application, and if you have done so, you install inside, you open the web interface of the printer application, localhost :8000, and there you set up the printer, add printer, enter printer, select printer model, and driver can select first detected printer, and then the driver for it inside the printer application is usually auto-selected. If not, you can also select manually. Once you have done it, you go back to the printer setup tool of Windows, and there you will see the printer automatically coming up as a printer supported under Windows, and you can print under Windows. And here we have a video, and you see how the printer prints under Windows. And here you see that's all working, and the printout is coming out. Thank you. Here's the link to the how-to, and I want to especially thank Craig from Microsoft. Please come all to the stage. Craig from Microsoft, Dani, who has and
Hello. So I'm Jonathan, and this is Scarlett, and we are from KDE. And KDE is the original and best Linux on the desktop community. And if you disagree with that, then we're the ones on the stage, so live with it. And at KDE, we make Plasma. Plasma is our Linux desktop. It's fast, it's lightweight, it's simple by default, it's powerful when needed. Everyone should install that on their laptop. There's a mobile phone version, Plasma Mobile, so that can work on a number of, if you want raw Linux, proper Linux on your phone, that does it. I've just had the pleasure of releasing Plasma 5.26 with Plasma Big Screen, so that's our edition for televisions. And you can buy the Valve Steam Deck, play some games on it, get bored of the games, reboot it, and it's a Plasma desktop. So our software gets everywhere. We make a load of applications as well. And we're a community. We're a bunch of hippies. We're just doing sort of fun. We just want to hang around, have a laugh. We met in Barcelona last month, and it was beautiful, and it was sunny. And we made a load of applications, as I say, over the last 25 years. We've been working on this. But we're not very good at getting our applications out there into the real world, directly into the hands of the users. That we've been kind of slow at doing that. So over the years, I've been trying to work out how to get our applications into the hands of users faster, more directly, more with the experience that we want them to be, and the maintainers releasing them on time. So I started a project called KDE Neon, and that has continuous integration, continuous assurance, quality assurance, and then deployment of our release software so that our software can get into the hands of users. And this is for nerds, it's for the fanboys, it's for the developers, it's for people who love our stuff. But as we were doing KDE Neon, we realized, well, that's still quite limited because you still need to reinstall your operating system. This interesting new Snap stuff is coming along. So we started taking our KDE Neon technology, our automatic updaters, so we've got jobs that run every day to go, has there been a new release, and that can build our new packages for KDE Neon, and it can build new snaps as well. Scarlett.
So, yes. Sorry. With the snaps being built on the CI, I was told that I couldn't possibly build all the KDE applications. I said, challenge accepted. So with the Neon tech, it is making it possible. And so we have new snaps coming out daily, and then I test them all, and then I release them. There's still some, I don't know what to do. So, yes, we have over 100 snaps released at this point. We are releasing new, I'm told we've had over 1 million installs of our snaps, which is spectacular, thank you. And our heavy hitters, of course, are Krita, our graphic design, art, very, very artsy application, and KDN Live, if you like to work with videos and whatnot and make your own videos. It's a #1 software there. And NeoChat, which if you like to chat with lots of people, it's Matrix and IRC and all the fun stuff all in one neat package. And I'm pushing out more and more snaps every day, so keep your eye out. Your favorite app is coming to you.
Talks coming up. We've got a long session on Wednesday to talk about more about our technology and how it's done, and the automated stuff and what still needs to be automated, because we'd love to improve the automated QA of our builds. We also have talks coming out tomorrow from KDE people. What we do in KDE is being done by Alesh, and KDE Neon is being spoken about more by the beautiful Harold. And Adrian will tell you about KDE Frameworks, which is our add-ons to Qt for adding more features to your Qt-based applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got 16 seconds left. Then we can do a dance. We've got loads of time.
All right. So we're going to talk about container images and a very new, cool tool that we've been building at Canonical. Let me try to raise this up. This tool could have been named how to get all of the advantages of a Linux distribution but without the size of a head. And for a very long time until today, this has been one of the biggest criticism against the Ubuntu base image that you might have known on Docker Hub and other places, that it was way too big. And it has been such a strong statement that it has led to Alpine and BuzzyBox being the most used and the kind of developers' favorite on Docker images, kind of defeating Ubuntu there, which is a shame. So let's fight this with, oh, I went back. All right. Building smaller images is just one best practice over all of the best practices. So why is this such a popular one? Well, I believe it's because it's one that is super easy to look at and compare with the other images. So if you have a look, like this is at scale, respectively the compressed and the uncompressed sizes of the images. And well, Ubuntu and Debian distro images are way bigger than the Alpine and BuzzyBox and Google DistroLess of this world. So the choice is very easy from a developer perspective that has been told that the smaller the better. But even though it's a very easy property to look at, it might not be so intuitive. Like it can sound intuitive that the smaller is better, but do you actually know why that? And I'm actually asking the question, so if you want to shout a few things. Why would you make your images smaller? Right, security is one. It's bandwidth, so okay. Efficiency, kind of performance, efficiency, security. Well, I think, yeah, security was originally the initial reason, but it's always good to make things smaller. But the originating thought was the less there is in your image, the less there is for an attacker to exploit. So it's kind of a causality, but not so much. And in fact, if we were to trace the number of vulnerabilities in an image as a function of its size, this will look something like that. I have another data point for you. That's the number of people who drowned in their swimming pool in the US compared with the amount of power generated by the US nuclear power plants. So how does it relate with the previous topic and curve? Well, exactly, that's the point. Correlation is not causation. And same as people don't necessarily drown in, they die in their swimming pools whenever there is more power generated by the nuclear power plants, well, the smaller an image doesn't necessarily mean that it's a better quality or less vulnerabilities. And there are fortunate outliers there. It's interesting to have a look at them to understand why and how. Ubuntu is one of them. And even though the size image has been one of the biggest criticism, it's one of the well and best maintained images out there. So if you think about it, the best image, the most secure image you could be building is basically an empty image, right? With nothing in it. There's nothing to attack. It's the same thing as saying the best way to secure your servers is by turning them off. But that's not very helpful or useful. And if you want to build something that is actually useful, well, you have to add some stuff on top. And that's what happened to some of these Alpine-based images out there, is that the end users added so much stuff on top of them from random places because it was not available from the distribution that they ended up having, well, first of all, big images, and second of it, insecure and unmaintainable. So all of us leads us to the following conclusion that, well, having a distribution might not be such a bad idea after all. But still, I'm going to skip a bit that. But that's a few of the advantages that you get having a distribution on containers. But not having a distribution also has advantages. It's more efficient, it's maybe more performant, and it's still a good way to remove attack surface or attack means that could be exploited for your images. So we are left with the situation where we have small images that are good because they are small, they are secure, they are efficient, but they are bad because they are hard to use, and well, in the end, it's unmaintainable. And on the other hand, you have distro images that are good because they are easy to use, they are easy to maintain, but they are bad because they are big with a big attack surface. So how do we do? It kind of led us to ask the question, how do we build distroless images that are still distro full? So having the advantages of a distribution, but having the size and the performance and efficiency of a distroless image. It kind of rephrased this way, how to build Ubuntu distroless images. This is kind of a risky sentence. It has two outcomes. Either you build something that gets the best of both worlds, or they cancel each other out and we've lost everything. But asking these questions led us to actually invent or create a new concept that we've been calling chiseled Ubuntu, and that is actually achieving the best of both worlds. So let me cover it and try to have time for the demo part. All right, so chiseling Ubuntu as in removing all of the unnecessary parts in order to kind of sculpt the statue within the rock. Simplistically, if you look at a Linux distribution, that's a bunch of packages that are developed, tested together, and that have dependencies onto one another. Again, simplistically, if you look at the package, inside of the package, you have a bunch of files, compiled binaries, libraries that are dependent on, documentation files, man pages, configurations, etc. And when creating a distroless image, usually what a developer would do, they would break these dependencies. They would remove some of these files. They would remove some of these libraries that are not useful to the specific use case that they are containerizing for. It's a hard sentence. But this is a hard process. Well, you have to understand very well how packaging works, and you have to understand very well what the packages that you are breaking are doing. And this is also done every time within the definition of the image, rather than being done upstream by the image by the packages maintainers. So with chiseling, we've introduced this concept of package slices that are predefined sets of files and dependencies at the package level. That is sort of a distribution within the distribution, but not really. It's more like supersetting the distribution so that you can build an infinite amount of distributions, sort of slices of the distribution that you are slicing. So for this, we built Chisel that is able to chisel the Ubuntu distribution to build much smaller and much purpose-built slices of the Ubuntu distribution, starting with the first one for .NET Runtime. And you can actually already use it from within Docker files, but this is basically usable from any kind of file system-enabled environment, because this is just a tool manipulating the upstream packages, files, and definitions, and installing it on your file system. So the second part of this talk was a 5-minute weight loss plan for your Ubuntu containers. Well, it's going to be a 2-minute weight loss plan for your Ubuntu containers. We're not going to use Docker files. If you missed the rock session earlier today, I invite you to watch the recording whenever it's out. But we are going to use Rockcraft, a very short way to pitch it. It's sort of doing declarative approach to Docker file multi-stage builds. So you just have to declare what you want to include in your image, and the multi-stage build happens behind the scenes. And the first definition file that we have, it is this one. I don't know if I can use the pointer. Aha, I can. So up there is just metadata information. Then you have what you could compare with the from part of a Docker file, but don't compare too much. It's just it is based on the 2204, Ubuntu 2204 environment, architecture, and what we're doing here is very simple. We are just building a part on top of the base we called OpenSSL, and we are installing the OpenSSL package. So this is just doing a very simple install OpenSSL on top of Ubuntu exercise. I'm going to skip this one, but basically this was running the process using Rockcraft. You can find there's a GitHub down there, so if you want to try it out yourself, you can. And what the outcome of that is more than 120 megabytes image. This is what you would get if you would be building a Docker file with from Ubuntu 2204 and installing the, OpenSSL on top. Then I'm going to play the difference game. What has changed with the first version is just the base here. Suddenly we have no base anymore, and we are building on top of 2204. This will be very classic for those of you who are doing multi-stage builds. And once we've built that, we get an image with 50 megabytes size that has the OpenSSL packages and dependencies only on top of no base. So this is what would happen without chiseled Ubuntu. Now if we do the chiseled Ubuntu part, this is visible here because we are only installing the binaries. Then the output of that, and now you will get the title of the second part, is a 20 megabyte size image. And as you've seen, the definition file were not much harder or difficult to understand or to read. Just installing exactly what you need, which places us between distroless and Alpine, with still the content of Ubuntu and easiness of Ubuntu.
Thank you all. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. So we've done so well. All too soon, we've come to the end of day one. Thank you so much for being with us up till now. Just a few announcements. We have a knitting session that starts at 8 p.m. in one of the breakout rooms. If you can knit, please try and be there. If you can't, you should definitely be there to also hang out with others. Also note that breakout rooms are opened for any other activities you may have. If you brought any board games you'd love to share with others, the breakout rooms are available for you to use as well. So thank you all, and I hope you have a lovely evening. See you all tomorrow. All the best. Bye.